Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweetie says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas million strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Happy Sunday. Oh, I hope everybody's staying warm. Warm. We got to be warm and safe, right? Good morning, Christine. Hey, Ola. Hey, Merelda. What's up, SD? She using her incognito name. I don't know what that means. Hey, Lynn. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Ooh, good morning to everybody that is watching. How's the weather out there? Oh, the weather outside is frightful. I don't know. It's sunny here. Oh, is that what you was doing, SD? Oh, you so sweet. You said it's frightening? Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry about that cold that y'all going through. Yeah, y'all can have that. No way, no how. No way, no how at all. No way, no how. Let's see here. So today we are going to be doing our Kevin Ellis case. So we got these Kevins that don't want to behave. I guess it's going to be another Adelson. Oh my goodness, 18 to 20 inches. Where y'all supposed to put all that snow, Liam? Please tell me, where are y'all supposed to put all that snow? Wow. That is, whoa. Yikes. That is, yes, snoring. Oh, yeah, you gonna have to get a plow truck if you want to get out. Maybe they'll call a snow day where don't nobody have to leave. I wonder if they're gonna have court tomorrow. Don't worry, because if they don't have court, that is cool. I think that that'll be a good time for us to kind of catch up on some things. We need to do our day 8 of our Canero trial. So we will do 8 tomorrow. If they don't, if they don't have any court, either way, we're going to have to do 8, but we'll do that tomorrow. Let's see here. What am I looking for? Oh, I'm like, what am I looking for? Like, I feel so confused. Okay. So just to kind of set the stage for this case here, we are dealing with another, I want to say like Adelson trial. Like, this is a family plot. So, and what we're talking about is we have mom that's involved, we have daughter that's involved, and then we have son that's involved, that unalived the husband. So just to get the players in the game correct, I'm going to set the stage and give y'all some type of background. I did try to get as much of clips I could at this point in time for his testimony, but Matthew Rastelli of California, he was found July 12th. Oh gosh, where I'm saying January. July 12th by authorities responding to a 911 call. Now reporting the sounds of gunfire. And this was an American folk neighborhood. So police officer discovered him unalive outside of, in the front entrance of his mother-in-law's residence. Now he had been shot multiple times, according to the documents. And Kevin, who is currently on trial, 34 years old, was arrested that night. He was ultimately charged with murder and some other felonies that we won't have to too much worry about. Now, I don't know what the mama was thinking. I don't know what the daughter was thinking. I don't know. From my understanding, this guy Kevin, that's currently on trial, he was looking up how Donna Adelson's case. Now, if you was looking up Donna Adelson's case, Kevin, you should have knew you should not have been doing this. Like, there's no way, no how. You just shouldn't have did it. So documents say that Rastelli arrived at his mother-in-law's house where the incident happened about 10:06 p.m. that evening on July 12th. Apparently, he drove all the way from California. So like, he drove from California all the way to Utah just to get unalived. Him and Catherine, which is his wife, they have children together. They were separated at the time. He made the hour-long drive after she brought the couple's 2-year-old. He brought the couple's 2-year-old children to Utah about 2 or 3 weeks prior. So at about 10:07, that's when the reports of the gunshots were fired. 911 was called. Court documents say Nevers attempted to contact Tracy. That's the mom's name, Tracy, and it took about 2 minutes. And that's when 911 finally got in touch with somebody up in that house. So prior to administering any first aid, officers observed a knife wound on his hand. So not only had he been shot, he also got cut with a knife. So of course, they took all the knives in the house. This case is like crazy. So what has happened so far? What we know is that the wife who did the setup She has now pleaded guilty. She is going to testify against her brother. And let's get. So I kind of struggle with which way. Yeah, you say he was cut 8 times. Yeah. I don't even know how he trying to say this with self-defense, but we gonna see what they got to say when we get up here in this trial. So I got a couple different ways that I want to do this. So I got a good timeline on all of the stuff, what happens. So he is currently being charged with first-degree felony redrum, second-degree felony obstruction with justice, third-degree felony domestic violence in the presence of a child, because the children were there, third-degree possession of a use of a firearm and restricted person, and a Class A misdemeanor. So these are the things that we are working with in regards to our boys' charges. Man, oh man, oh man. So Kevin Ellis has not had a real good past. You know, I looked up and found that from 2007 to 2014, Kevin Ellis accumulates multiple convictions in California for battery and DUIs. So he had a record. So he wasn't supposed to be even having no weapon. So oh, good morning, Jason. Welcome in. Let's see here. So what we gonna do? So I'm gonna go over the little timeline that I got. I know y'all not gonna be remembering, but I'm trying to think what is our. Let's do this. I am going to give us our timeline, and then we'll go into the opening statements. I am going to do some filler busters throughout the time that we're watching this trial, because I do not feel like we're going to get everything that's out there in this trial. And I was able to get some testimony in the preliminary hearings that he had in regards to some text messages and things of that nature. So I do want to make sure that we see those. I'm not sure if they're going to air it or if they're going to testify to it, but I do want to make sure that we have them here. Okay. So that's how we'll handle that part. But just to kind of get us up to date where we're at. So through March through April of 2024, Tracy travels to California to help with estate planning for her friend. On April 10th, Tracy emails Tactical Promos to cancel a subscription for a deceased friend, potentially obtains this knife that was utilized. May 2024, May 13th, Catherine, which is the wife and the daughter and the sister of Kevin, text a friend, "I'm trying to wait. I just might murder Matt today, though." This is something that she texted somebody. Now, this is on May 13th, 2024. Now brings us up to June 2024. On June 6th, Tracy texts her daughter. So this is the mom. So think of her like Donna Adelson. She texts her daughter, plus Matt made it, so I won't kill him. He straight up lied. I'm going to kill him. So this is June 6th, 2024. So y'all can see why they got all these text messages. Like, I don't know what the fuck they thinking. This is stupid. So June 6th, 2024, Tracy, mama / Donna, if we want to compare them, texts her daughter, plus Matt made it, so I want to kill him. He straight up lied. I am going to kill him. So this is what the mama texts the daughter. June 7th, Tracy, the mama, because we got to make sure we know Tracy, Mama Gotti, aka matriarch. I don't know what y'all want to call her. How old were Dan Markel's kids when Dan was killed? June 7th, y'all. The mama, Mama Gotti, aka Donna, aka Tracy, she is searching up how old were Dan Markel's kids when Dan was killed. And she wanted to know about Katie's second trial defense charts. So these are things that she's looking up. Mama Gotti in this case, aka Tracy. Dan Markel was killed in 2014, as you all know, for a murder for hire plot, in Florida that was very, very well known. His ex-mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, was charged. And remember, at this time, she was still awaiting trial. But we know she's guilty as fuck now, right? Charlie Adelson, the brother, who is the one that hired the hitman, was convicted in 2023. And his girlfriend, Katie, we all know, that didn't take the plea deal, she was found guilty also. So now, on June 16th, Tracy conducts all types of internet searches. Utah gun law registration. Utah shot and broke in. So she researching all this stuff so she can figure this out. How does a private sale of firearms work in Utah? How to establish Utah residency. To file divorce in Utah and be a resident and your husband is in California. So the mom, this is the mom doing all these searches, y'all. Everything that I'm saying, this is what the mom was doing. So on June 17th, Tracy searches the internet, how to get my U.S. passport fast. So now she doing, the Donna 2.0, but she trying to do it ahead of time. She trying to figure out how to get out of the country before the unaliving. How to apply for a child's U.S. passport. Now, on June 20th, Catherine leaves California with the children, ages 5 and 3. So the children are only 5 and 3 at this time, to stay with her mother in Utah. On June 20th and 21st of 2024, the family begins tracking Matthew's location. Now, they used an air tag. The little air tags that they promote for the kids, but people are doing some strange things with them and putting them in people's book bags, putting them in people's cars without them knowing, so they can track them for whatever reason. Sometimes technology can be great, but then sometimes I just, it's just too much. It's giving too much access to people sometimes, in my opinion. So they began to track him. When she left California, she made sure she left that Apple AirTag. Now, on June 22nd, Mama Gotti, Tracy, she back on the internet. So now she's saying, she asking, what if the mom takes the kids over state lines and the dad doesn't agree? What are the legal implications of taking your kids on vacation without the other parent's permission? If my child's father and I do not have a custody agreement in place, can he take my child? So she was looking up all of this stuff. This is the mama. The mama. Oh, gosh. On June 27, Tracy searches cemeteries. On June 28th, she's searching cemeteries near Alpine. She is doing all the searches. On June 30th, now she wants to check on Donna. If she should have known, she shouldn't have. Even looking at Donna Adelson should have told you no, 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 no. So then she starts looking up of Donna Adelson's movies and TV shows. She looks at the new Dateline episode that was aired on January 19th. Now, let's fast forward to July 2024. On July 11th, Catherine consults with a divorce attorney. On July 11th, Matthew offers to pay for a rental car for Catherine to return to California. Tracy texts Catherine about faking an ankle injury so she can have an excuse to avoid driving. Tracy's next internet search in July, this is leading up to the unaliving, was when was Donna Adelson arrested? They checking on Donna while planning the unaliving of her son-in-law. Like, you would think if you doing all this research and you seen how all of them got caught, all of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, just down the line, why are you researching this? And even if you're going to research it, it tells you this person was found guilty. This person is waiting to stand trial. This. Why would you go do the same crime and think that you're going to get away with it? Oh, I cannot deal. So I think that I'm going to leave it right there. Only because I know, even though I'm giving you the timeline, just giving you how stupid this is in some ways. I know y'all not going to remember it. Right? Y'all not going to remember this crap. All this stuff that I'm spilling off. So what I am going to do now is I am going to take us into opening statements that we do have available. I do, and if y'all can see, I kind of created us a little playlist. So this is the sister. She testified about a year ago, and this was probably at a preliminary hearing or something, but she testified about the text messages, and I would love to listen to this part. We also have right here some more about the text messages. And then this is when the wife, Catherine, aka I want to compare her to Wendy, when she had her sentencing. And then now we hear with the brother in the opening statement. So let's listen to the opening statements, and then we can kind of see where we want to go from there. Let me get that on. I don't know what Tracy was doing. That stuff sounds so stupid. I can't believe she did all them searches. Oh, goofy lady. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's listen to the opening statements and see what we can expect from this. And then Jason can tell me whether he's guilty or not guilty. That is the question.
This is Matthew Rastelli. On the night of July 12th, 2024, Mr. Kevin Ellis killed him. Kevin acknowledges that he shot his brother-in-law, Matthew. The key question is this. When Kevin shot Matthew 7 times, including 3 shots in the back, was it murder or self-defense? In Utah, the state must prove both murder and self-defense. Later, the judge will explain to you the exact legal definitions of these terms and what applies here. For now, though, murder means an unjustified killing. Self-defense applies when someone reasonably believes force was necessary to prevent an imminent harm. In this trial, the evidence will show that Matthew's killing was not self-defense. The state will argue from the evidence that Kevin's actions were not reasonable and were not justified by the facts or the law. The state contends that murder, not self-defense, best explains all the evidence you will hear during this trial. For example, you will hear that Kevin and his mother, Tracy, waited more than 8 minutes after the shooting before calling 911. During those 8 minutes, no one attempted to give Matthew any life-saving aid, and he died. And Kevin was overheard saying during that time frame something to the effect of being careful because Matthew might still be moving. Also, during those 8 minutes, a knife was placed in Matthew's hand, placed backwards, and in Matthew's right hand when Matthew was left-handed. If you find Kevin committed murder unjustified by self-defense, the evidence will also show that he was not acting alone. There was a conspiracy, a plan by Kevin, his mother Tracy, and his sister Catherine to kill Matthew, who was Catherine's husband. A conspiracy simply means 2 or more people agreed to commit or cause a crime. The evidence will show coordinated actions by Kevin Tracy, and Catherine. It will show that Catherine coaxed Matthew to Utah. It will show that Kevin shot Matthew. And it will show that Tracy helped stage the scene to make it look like self-defense. But why would you kill a family member? Because Catherine wanted a divorce. She wanted a divorce on her own terms, including custody of the children that they had together. Terms that a lawyer told her before the shooting were not possible. A very high-level overview or summary of the evidence is as follows. On June 20th, 3 weeks before the shooting, Catherine traveled from California to Utah with her children, claiming it was a temporary break. She would soon learn that law would require a divorce in California and not Utah, and that she would not automatically get full custody of her children. Catherine and Tracy then worked together to lure Matthew to Utah under false pretenses. They told Matthew that if he drove to Utah, Catherine and the kid would return to California with him. However, in reality, the evidence is showing that Catherine and her family needed for her to go back home with Matthew. Catherine also insisted that Matthew drive a specific truck, which had an Apple AirTag in it that she had secretly placed before she left the state. This would allow and did allow her family members to track Matthew's location. On July 12th, as Matthew drove from Southern California to Utah, Catherine repeatedly told him that he needed to come in and that he should enter Tracy's home without knocking. What she didn't tell Matthew is that Kevin was waiting inside the door. When Matthew entered, Kevin shot him within seconds. Kevin and Tracy then delayed the call to 911, planted a knife in Matthew's hand, and portrayed Matthew as having been an armed intruder to both 911 and to the police who arrived on scene. And frankly, their version of events, the story, might not have been called into question, but for what was observed about that. A small but critical error was made that ultimately led to a much larger investigation and the unraveling of this plan or conspiracy. As I already noted, that knife had been placed backward in Matt's right hand when he was left-handed. Now, members of the jury, this overview provides you a general idea of what this trial is about. We know that by his own admission, Kevin shot Matthew, and your job is to decide whether that was murder or justified by self-defense. Were Kevin's actions on July 12th reasonable? To answer those questions, you will hear a substantial amount of evidence over this trial. Too much to neatly summarize in just a few minutes with you here today. Instead, we will give you a framework to understand the events leading up to Kevin shooting Matthew. An outline that will help you follow not only the actions made by Kevin, but those taken by his sister Catherine, his mother Tracy, other members of the family, as well as Matthew. Feel free to take notes if you wish, as this will likely help you keep track of the evidence. Now, to begin with, I'd like to start with a family tree because it will be helpful to understand the family relationships of the people involved and the people you will hear about or hear from during this trial. We have Matthew placed right here. Matthew also went by Matt. He is the deceased person here. We have Kevin right here. Kevin Ellis is the defendant. Now, we mentioned his mother, Tracy. Tracy has 7 children. Carolyn, Kevin, Catherine, who also goes by Kate and was married to Matthew. I'll return to that. Tim, Rachel, Jacob, and Aurora, who also goes by Rory. Matthew's mother was Diane. Matthew and Catherine have 2 children. At the time this all happened, Cheyenne was 8 and Steele was 5. Now, Matthew and Catherine lived in California. You will likely hear from Diane during this trial. You will learn a little bit about the Griff's family. Tara Lynn also lived in California. Kevin, Jacob, and Aurora lived in the same home with Tracy. That's the home that Catherine went to when she came to Utah. Tim lives elsewhere in the county, and Rachel lives in northern Utah. Members of the jury, I will now turn to that framework of what the evidence will show, and from what you may conclude that Matthew Rostelli's wife, Kate, and his brother-in-law, Kevin, and his mother-in-law, Tracy, conspired to murder him. We begin with the development of the motive or the origin of the conspiracy. I mentioned Matt and Kate married in 2016. They lived in California. Matt was an avid mountain biker. He loved the outdoors. Matt had a son from a previous relationship, and Matthew and Catherine had 2 children together shortly after their marriage. You can see them here. By early 2024, however, Matt and Kate's relationship had become strained. Kate had grown unhappy with the marriage. She viewed it as loveless, and she sought out other relationships, which became a point of contention between her and Matt. In January 2024, Kate had confided to her mother that she wanted out of the marriage. Here's one of the messages she sent. She says, "We've been fighting so much. I want out." And by May, text messages between Kate and Tracy reflected her frustration and unhappiness. She told her mom, "I hate my life, Mom." She said, "I hate that I have kids with Matt." And she says, "This is so bad right now. I hate him so much." Ultimately, Kate was unhappy enough to separate from Matthew, essentially disappearing without warning on June 20th, 2024, and taking their 2 young children to live, as I said, at her mother Tracy's house in American Fork, Utah. She drove a rental car that Tracy paid for. In addition to Kate's unhappiness, there is evidence you will hear that will show there was no love lost between the entire Grist family and Matt. Text messages will show that members of the Grist family repeatedly talked about him and included comments about harming him. These texts will be presented in more detail during the trial, but I will give you a few examples right now. In January, there was one text exchange, Kate and Tracy, where Kate received this message: "I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him." Tracy referring to Matt. On June 6th, there was a message by Tracy to one of the other daughters, Rachel, where she said, "Matt made it so I want to kill him. He straight up lied. I'm gonna kill him." These texts and other evidence will show that Tracy returned time and time again to making comments about killing Matthew. Now, the format of this exhibit is a little bit different, but this happened on June 16th. It was a text exchange between Tara Lynn, one of the sisters, and Rachel, one of the sisters. Tara Lynn asked Rachel, "He wanted to know if you shot your .380 yet," referring to a handgun. And Rachel responded, and note that the date on this is 4 days before Catherine came to Utah. "Unfortunately, kids make it hard to get out and go shooting. Haha. We need to coordinate with Mom and take it out before any chance of Matt coming. LOL." After Kate came to Utah, she and the family learned that separating from Matt and getting custody would be very difficult. The biggest part was that California still had legal jurisdiction over the children in the marriage. Kate recorded the conversation she had with a lawyer about this situation, and she shared that conversation with her family members. You will hear about that conversation during this trial. We have a summary of it we can show you right now. A friend of hers texted, "How did your attorney meeting go?" Kate said, "Honestly, I'm fucked." "How so?" he asked. "Just dumb California law. I just feel hopeless." And just like that, the evidence is going to show, it will show that these comments and jokes escalated into action. Some loose strands or thoughts present over a period of time were woven in those final days and hours into a plan that culminated when Kevin shot Matthew. Yes, Kate initially pursued a divorce. Then a different plan developed. It was a way out of the marriage, no California court, no shared custody, and no loose ends. This plan is what the state alleges is the conspiracy in this case, and that this plan involved Kate and Tracy and Kevin. The evidence of this alleged murder conspiracy, at least in retrospect, can analytically be broken down into 4 steps, or 4 phases. Phase 1 was getting Matt to Utah. Phase 2 was getting Matt inside of Tracy's house. Phase 3 was surprising and shooting Matt. And phase 4 was attempting to cover it up. I'll briefly discuss each of these phases. So phase 1, getting Matt to Utah. For any plan to work, they had to get Matt to Utah. The evidence will show the efforts taken to get Matt to travel to Utah. As mentioned, Kate had come to Utah under the guise of a temporary breather. Matt wanted Kate and the kids to come home to California, and he did try to assist Kate in coming home without him traveling to Utah. He attempted to rent a car for Kate. He tried to give her money so that she could rent a car and come back to California, but that didn't work. Didn't work because Kate and Tracy worked together to create excuses as to why Kate couldn't drive to California, and Matt had to come to Utah. During the trial, you would hear and see messages documenting these falsehoods or ruses. Here's one example of them. This is a text message the day before Matthew came from Tracy to Kate. Plus, you are going to sprain your ankle soon. To which Kate replies, yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow. I have to make arrangements for the car today. He can't drive with that ankle. The evidence will show Kate never had a sprained ankle. Not only did Kate convince Matt to drive to Utah, she convinced him to drive a very specific car, their truck. You would hear a phone call in which Matt expressed concern about that truck. He was concerned it would break down, he was concerned about the tires, and he wanted to borrow a car. But Kate was insistent he needed to drive the truck. Why is that? Because Kate had hidden an apple inside the truck. This Apple AirTag. Kate had placed that AirTag in the truck in a bin under a pile of trash. Now here's a screen grab from some body cameras of the officers. There's the bin that she put it in. And there in the top middle is the AirTag. And you'll see a clip of this in the trial. And they also had to pull out a lot of trash before they ever saw this. She hid this on the day she left California, June 20th, 2024. Multiple family members, including Kevin, could and did track the AirTag. In fact, they tracked him all the way from California to Utah when he came on July 12th. Now, despite Kate convincing Matt to drive to Utah in this trackable truck, there was another problem. Matt was reluctant to come inside Tracy's house. Phone calls and texts show Matt had one purpose. He wanted to pick up his little family and go home to California. These are the first messages between Kate and Matthew on the day he was shot. Kate says, good morning, getting up and getting moving, excited for today. Matt says, I'm over the moon, can't wait to hug and kiss you all. But as far as going in Tracy's home, the evidence will show he didn't want to do that. It will show he didn't want a confrontation with Tracy. He wasn't even going to turn off the car. He just wanted to load up quickly and go home with Kate and the kids. Which brings us to the second phase, or the second step, getting Matt inside of Tracy's house. Now, the evidence will show that Matt likely didn't want to enter the house because he and his mother, Tracy, didn't get along. This wasn't a big secret. There were many texts about this. This is one example of a conversation about Matt between Tracy and Kate. Begins saying, I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want that. He should not mess with you. He asked if it was a threat. And I said, I just wanted him to not react. But that's only because I was watering down my words. Kate told her, he's so mad, please don't call him. And this is when she said, try to sleep. I won't call him. I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. But it also continued. Kate let Tracy know, Matt's really upset that you quote unquote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you backpedal. It appears to backpedal the threat of him. You can read the exact words there. To which Tracy responds, okay, but fuck him. He can call and I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me. Now, despite this, Kate repeatedly reassured Matt throughout the drive. She gave him the gate code to this gated community so he could get in. She told him the doors were unlocked. She said Tracy would be asleep and he could come right in. In fact, at one point, Tracy told Kate to reassure Matt that I'll be sweet as candy. Tracy, who previously belittled Matt, encouraged with this text not to enter the home without hesitation. Meanwhile, the family, including Kevin, was monitoring the AirTag. Now, Kevin could monitor the AirTag at least as early as June 21st, and we know this because he commented on that to his sister Kate. Texts from June 26th show and confirm that he activated the AirTag. So Kevin in Idaho, and Kate asks him, "What day are you coming back?" Kevin says, "Friday, late." Okay, cool. And then he says, "The tag is still active." She says, "Really?" And he says, "If I have to rush back, I can make that happen." And in conjunction with that text, he sends a screenshot. That screenshot is the Find My on Apple, Matt's truck's location. And as you can see, that's the emoji they chose for Matt's truck. Now, on July 12th, throughout the day of the shooting, the family exchanged numerous phone calls and messages, many of which discussed Matt. Preparations were made throughout the day for his arrival. Early in the day, there was a hive of activity via phone and text between Kate and Tracy and Rachel and Tara Lynn. They discussed Matt coming out. They looked up his location multiple times. Just after lunch, Rachel sent Tara Lynn an image of Matt's truck, to which Tara Lynn replies, "Oh fuck, that's up there." That then led to a flurry of overlapping phone calls and messages between Kate, Tracy, Rachel, and Tara Lynn. Shortly after that, Rachel called Tracy's two youngest children, Jacob and Rory, and made arrangements for them to be out of Tracy's house for the night. And throughout the day, Tracy and Kate continued the ruse of Kate going back to California and their messages and conversations to Matt. Other preparations had been made. The children's toys had been cleaned up and placed in another room for that evening. A blanket was placed on the couch. This blanket is on the couch right next to the front door where Matthew entered and adjacent to where he was shot. Additionally, previously, only a few days earlier, Tracy had deleted her entire chat history with Kevin. And only a couple weeks earlier before that, Kate set her Snapchat conversations with Kevin to disappear, so they were no longer saved on her phone. With all these operations occurred, and while the family monitors Matt's location, Kate continued to coax Matt to come into the home unannounced. Audio from a phone call just hours before his arrival shows that not only did Matt not want to turn off his car and come inside, he had to put out the cardboard so it didn't leak oil on the road for the few minutes that he'd be parked there. And indeed, they did put out that piece of cardboard. Kate consistently told Matt during these phone calls that she loved him. She was excited to go home with him, even though she had no intent of leaving with Matthew that evening. Then at 10 p.m., just minutes before Matt's arrival, Rachel texted Tracy and then Kevin. These are the texts to Tracy. Orem, keep an eye. This is the text to Matt, or to Kevin. Orem, keep an eye on Find My. Metadata shows that Kevin read this message. Which brings us to phase 3, the surprise in the shooting of Matt. So at 10:01 p.m., Matt was in Orem. Within minutes, he arrived in American Fork. Just before 10:06 p.m., Matt entered the gated community. Inside the home, Tracy's home, were Kate. She was upstairs with the children. Evidence will show Tracy was waiting in the kitchen, and that Kevin had put on a holster and a gun and was waiting in the front room. There was no one else in the house that night. At 10:06 p.m., a neighbor's security camera recorded Matt's truck pulling up. You can see right there, the camera detected the motion of the truck and started recording at 10:06 p.m. Matt took a little over 30 seconds to park. He left his hazard lights on. He carefully parked over the cardboard that Kate had left out for him, so his truck wouldn't leak oil on the road. At 10:07 p.m., the neighbor said they heard gunshots coming from the grist home. The evidence will show that when Matt entered the home, he removed his sandals. You can see him right there. And he placed them right inside the front door. It shows that within seconds of Matt's entry, Kevin began shooting. The evidence will then show that Matt tried to flee, but he didn't get far. According to the physical and medical evidence, Kevin shot Matthew in the chest, the side, the wrist, and 3 times in the back. As Matt moved from the front door down a hallway to his immediate left. Show that Matt then fell down face first in that hallway from 10 to 15 feet from where he had taken off his sandals. At 10:08 p.m., the neighbors who had heard the shots texted Tracy and asked if everything was okay. At 10:09, the neighbors hadn't heard back, so they called 911. Now around this time, Kate, who had stayed upstairs through everything that happened with the kids, overheard Kevin say something again to the effect about being careful because he, Matt, might still be moving. Tracy didn't call until 10:15. More than 8 minutes after the shooting, 6 minutes after the neighbors called. By that time, police had already been dispatched and they did arrive about 2 minutes into Tracy's call. You'll hear the call. During the call, Tracy as having been armed with a knife. To the police that arrived, Kevin's first words were, "That guy had a knife." But the evidence will show that Matt was not armed. It will show that he was not an intruder. It will show that he was unarmed. It will show that he was invited. It will show that he was an expected guest to that home. He'd been tracked from California. Cardboard had been placed out for his. He was given the gate code and specifically told the front door is unlocked and he should just walk right in. This brings us to the 4th phase, the attempt to cover it up. When police arrived, as I noted, Kevin immediately said that Matthew had a knife. The video that you'll get to see, the body cam, he says, pointing towards Matthew's body, "Guy had a knife," and the voice trails off in the body cam video. And a knife was indeed found in Matthew's hand, but the evidence will show it was planted there. There are several key pieces of evidence that show the knife was planted. Here are 3 pieces. 2 of them I already told you about. Here's a still frame from body cam showing the position of that knife as the police entered. As I mentioned, the knife was held backwards in the hand, and it was in the wrong hand. But today, this is not the knife that was in Matthew's hand. You'll see that during the trial. This is a replica of that knife. It is essentially the same knife. And you can see what this knife looks like, tactical knife. You can see that there is the spine where the palm goes. You can see the area where the finger goes. You can see the back part of the blade, and you can see the sharp part of the blade. And you can compare this to how Matthew was holding a knife in his hand. It's right there in the photo. The blade was facing inwards. The spine of the knife facing his fingers, while the finger grip was in the palm of his hand. There's a third fact that's important. Matt had been shot through his wrist. I suppose it's more correctly to say through the arm, right below his wrist. The gunshot wound to the arm perforated the skin, the tissues under the skin, the muscles, and the ulna or the forearm bone. The evidence will show that all these structures are the structures that affect a person's ability to grip objects, such as a knife. Further, you will hear evidence this wasn't even Matt's knife, and it was definitively Tracy's knife. Tracy had access to this type of weapon and was seen with it before the shooting. You also see evidence regarding Tracy's search history. She searched on June 16, 2024, 4 days before Kate came, 3 weeks before the shooting. Quote, Utah shoot break-in. And then on July 11th, 2024, the day before the killing, Tracy searched, when was Donna Adelson arrested? Donna Adelson was a woman charged with hiring a hitman to kill her son-in-law. Finally, there's one more piece of evidence, one more witness you should know about up front. She's our first witness. Catherine Rostelli will testify at this trial. Kate admits that she conspired to murder Matthew. She has pled guilty to the crimes of conspiracy and of murder, and she has been sentenced. It is true that Kate entered into a plea agreement. Here, at least some of the details of that plea deal. In exchange for pleading guilty, Kate will have the possibility of being released earlier than she otherwise would have. The agreement is not irrevocably tied to her testimony. You will hear that the terms of the plea agreement did not require her to testify to receive the benefit of the bargain she received. And to be clear, Kate is not presented as the centerpiece of the state's evidence. Rather, the state expects that Kate's testimony will corroborate the physical, the digital, and the forensic evidence you will hear about during this trial. And as she testifies, Kate may minimize some things. She is expected to testify about her relationship with Matt. She'll testify, we expect, that it wasn't just strained, but that Matt constantly blamed her for their problems. She described this as emotionally abusive. She may also testify that Matt begged or pressured her for sex, which is what she describes as sexually abusive. But this testimony is not presented to excuse her actions. Testimony is presented to explain why she agreed to participate in a conspiracy to kill her husband, Matthew, Tracy, and Kevin. So you'll hear all those details. You'll hear about the plea. You will judge her credibility. As when she testifies about the communication she had, things she saw, things she heard, and things she did. She will testify that Tracy specifically told her that either she, Tracy, or Kevin would kill Matt. She will explain that Tracy showed her the knife before the killing and that she knew where it was being stored. She will explain that after hearing the shots that killed Matt, she's the one that heard Kevin say something to the effect about being careful because Matt might still be moving. We now return to the key question. When Kevin shot and killed Matthew, was it murder? Was it self-defense? In answering that question, you might wonder where exactly Kevin fits into all this evidence. This evidence we heard about Kate, Tracy, and the other family members about the conspiracy. Was Kevin truly part of the murder conspiracy? The evidence will answer those questions. I started this with a summary of the evidence, and I will conclude this with a summary of the evidence. I will conclude it with a summary of what we expect the evidence to show in answering those two key questions. Was it murder or self-defense? The evidence will show there was an advanced plan to shoot Matt. The evidence will show a coordinated plan to stage self-defense claim. Tracy had the knife beforehand, was seen with it beforehand. The knife was found in the non-dominant hand, held backwards with that wound that you saw. The evidence will show Matt was coaxed into the home. Kate told Matt the front door would be unlocked, asked him to enter the home to help her, told him to enter without knocking, told him Tracy would be asleep, as sweet as candy. Matt was also provided the gate code, so he could enter the neighborhood without contacting anyone inside. Matt was tracked. Kate ensured he drove the truck so that everyone in the family could track his location right up until his arrival. There were the coordinated actions during the shooting. Kate was told to remain upstairs with the children. She'll testify about that. Kevin shot Matthew seconds after entering the home, and Kevin or Tracy planted that knife in Matthew's hand. Then there's the post-shooting conduct. The post-shooting conduct that tells you or will help you analyze whether it was murder or self-defense. There was that significant delay in calling 911 when the neighbor called almost immediately. No life-saving measures performed. There was the numerous text messages and internet searches on various phones that were deleted. And there were the statements by Kevin and Tracy to the police when they arrived at the home that conflict with the physical evidence. And then there's the second question. Was Kevin part of the conspiracy? What will the evidence show about that? Evidence shows Kevin was the shooter of Matt. We'll learn about circumstances related to the gun. The gun belonged to Tracy, but was used by Kevin. You will hear that Kevin was wearing a holster and carrying a gun inside his own home, even though he lived in a safe, gated neighborhood, and he did so after 10 p.m. at night. This evidence will show Kevin was prepared to kill Matthew. This will show that Matthew knew Kevin was close by. Evidence will show that Matthew did not surprise Kevin that night. Then there was Kevin's participation in placing the knife in Matt's hand. We know what the statement was through Kate's testimony, if you believe her. She overheard Kevin say, "Be careful, because Matt might still be moving." That only left in the home Tracy or Kevin to plant that knife. Kevin participated in the tracking of Matt. We have text messages from him that show that he could and did track Matthew. We have the message to him that he read that shows he knew Matt was close by. There is the corroboration of Kate's testimony. She is expected to directly implicate Kevin in Matthew's murder. In sum, you will look at the totality of the evidence. The evidence shows Kevin's ties to the conspiracy through his actions before, during, and after the shooting. Taken together, this evidence will show that it was murder and not self-defense. In light of this evidence, you may conclude that Kevin played a key role in this murder. For these reasons, at the conclusion of this trial, my colleague will address you. He will review the evidence with you, including evidence we haven't even addressed yet. He will ask you to return verdicts of guilty on the murder charge, on the conspiracy charge, on the obstruction of justice charge, and all the other charges against him. We ask you to return verdicts consistent with what the evidence will show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. Ms. Williams, the state have an opening statement for reserve.
Defense does, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's it. It's been a long day.
Thank you very much. Is, check. Excuse me in advance for a couple of things. I did get a chest cold. At first break, we'll ask his owner for some coffee. Also, I apologize in advance for the fact that I'm 61, which will be evident from my power. What this case is about, when you come to a courtroom in our country, and you sit as peers, chosen because you promised to uphold the principles that overarch every single trial where the government is accusing a citizen or peer. Those principles become what a trial is about. Now, what someone believes, think might have happened, but if you read a story, if you heard a story, what you might believe, four corners of this courtroom are where this trial occurs, and what happens here is what matters to entering a verdict, and what the principles are is the absolute key in this case. We'll test these principles. We'll test these principles. It's easy for you to think that the state has created a narrative through the evidence, like the argument, that their case should result in conviction. We ask you, since these principles, which, let's face it, the blood of men and women in our country have spilled sometimes on foreign soil to protect, be constantly in your mind as you assess the case, as you assess the witnesses, as you assess the evidence. I take this opportunity also to note that the state has the burden, so they put on the case. They're going to call the witnesses for the next number of days. They're witnesses, they're not the state's witnesses. We'll go next after they get that questions. And please pay attention to the answers to our questions and the way those answers are given at times. That's important. And when you do, please consider. Principles, you're going to hear them all throughout. You heard them in jury selection. You heard them in the introductory instructions from His Honor. But they are the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, and that proof has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, and this is important. And I appreciate Mr. Pomeroy brought it up. I'll disagree with this reference to you that the state has to prove that the evidence best explains their theory. That is not the case. You've had an instruction and you'll get it a bunch of times. They have to disprove any real possibility that was knowingly entered a conspiracy and carried it out in a manner that wasn't justified. That's what the burden is. And I submit that the state in this opening statement has flipped the script on these charges. I believe that you will see that the evidence in this case is such that they need to bring evidence that proves that the conspiracy existed to satisfy their next argument that what happened in the room was not self-defense. And that's because under the law that applies, it is not about the entire case that the government must prove is about what Kevin knew. And it doesn't have to be accurate. You're going to see it probably wasn't. He was given all sorts of information this evidence is going to show. There would be up here that probably wasn't accurate. In fact, tragically, because his sister and his mother, as co-conspirators, there definitely was a conspiracy, the evidence was shown. Fed it to everybody, and especially who they end up calling their hero, Kevin Ellis. Their, I'm sorry, simple, pool playing, somewhat deadbeat son who was down on his emotions and overseas district. And that's what will not happen. Because not only will, when this evidence is fully out, fully tested, and some of it apparently we're going to have to bring or learn that state will not present some evidence, apparently. And if not, and it's important, we'll bring it to you. And then, so they must prove what Kevin knew and what he believed at the time he fired. That is the narrow scope of what needs to be proven in this case. And without a conspiracy, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he's part of a conspiracy, then you can't have self-defense if you shoot someone who's part of a conspiracy. They won't. we'll get to that, and you partly heard it at the very end, that we'll have to rely on the evidence to show that Kevin was part of the conspiracy, and that's because what you're gonna see is, as this all happens, where is Kevin in? There will be a big hole in this evidence as to evidence against Kevin. Evidence that Kevin's part of the conspiracy that is developed, enacted, and completed by Kate and her mom, Tracy, who do Kevin. Let's talk about the kinds of evidence for a minute that, as far as we see, again, Alma's right, this is a roadmap. This is kind of how the lawyers think things are going to trot out at this trial. Let me take this opportunity to say that the evidence will show, you will see when we examine witnesses, that we largely have to rely in this opening statement on what we've already received. Reports, things that the police have done and they put in reports, and the results of interviews that other people do. You'll hear what happens sometimes when we try to get an interview with people, like Kate, even Kate, who's free to talk to everybody and talk to the prosecutors and talk to the police and everything, but we're not made available to us. When we get to that, I'm going to talk about Kate and Deb. But keep in mind that the best I can do right now is anticipate things based on what's been told to me. I got access to a lot of this. And you'll hear that from the evidence. I'm not testifying, I'm telling you, I'll ask the witness. Did we try to get a hold of you? I didn't, you said no. At any rate, the evidence won't prove that Kevin knew that there was a plan, ambushed knowing that, and shot knowing that Matt was not a danger. These communications between all these people, let me stop here again and say, none of us, all of us would cringe at the notion that something happened because the police go get warrants and look at a wall. And I guess the state's going to trot out a lot of texts in this family that are, poop mode. They didn't like that. And you're also going to hear a lot of things that Kate told them, true or not. And the them is the family, and them is the Kevin. That this family shared and believed to make them not like me. Some things that they saw and observed in their lives that made them concerned about. You'll hear them describe him as erratic. He had a serious alcohol problem. Whether or not that was in play when he walked through the door that night is not the question. It's what Kevin thought, what Kevin knew, what information Kevin had been given. And these communications, yeah, they're all about Matt. What is he coming? He's scary. Should there be protection? Does Kate need to be protected? This is all the information that the evidence will directly or circumstantially show was likely in Kevin's mind. You just heard a timeline. Now, as I did this, I'm not going to propose, as Mr. Pomeroy said, to solve the case here. You'll do it. Roll up your sleeves. And be on the front of your chair, please, as this trial transpires. And it's certainly with regard to certain features. They mentioned the timeline. I don't think respectfully that it'll ultimately be exactly like Mr. Pomeroy said, but especially the timeline of the night of the shooting. Pay attention when we ask the questions about that timeline of witness, please. Look this whole filter proof that it isn't about. I already spoke about everyone's fear. I already had time on my PowerPoint. I already spoke on that subject, but the evidence will be that these people were on pins and needles. And we talk about why an air tag is placed. Also, you're going to hear, and I'll talk about the investigation in a second, but it would have been very, very easy to know within a very short time when it was placed, why it was placed, where it was placed, etc. And just call Carolyn Fisher, who picked up Kate and facilitated her flight from California, whose idea was, hey, we should put the air tags we used at Disneyland, put one in that. Who knows, maybe he'll chase us down. Maybe he won't tell the truth about the truck being stolen or something. And ultimately in July, use that when they're trying to know where Matt, who's the person they would like to believe he is traveling to their sister's. Guns. There won't be much issue about the gun as far as this stage. Now it's it's clear from the evidence. It'll be clear what the gun is. The evidence will be that Tracy had his gun for years. Tracy had a gun. Tracy's gun. So you're going to hear, by the way, of course, from Kate and others, the evidence will be is a mastermind, a control freak, and masterminded this, according to their own daughter. And that air tag, again, the significance of it is to track Matt. But the key is why. Why did these people think we need to track Matt? There'll be more. You'll be paying attention. You'll find it. The reason I'm putting this up is these people in this picture are the ones on the family tree. They are the children of Tracy Grist. State's theory is, and supports it, Tracy Grist, the mastermind in putting together a plan, which sounds like might have been Plan D, when Matt was hit. They knew Matt was going to come out to harm him, or unfortunately to have him harmed. Two of those things are not like the other by that point in time. One in the middle, Tracy and Kate. And they got Kevin to be their champion without him knowing he was being used. That's the real possibility. Frankly, it's likely possibility at the end of this trial. And you're also going to learn that the witnesses, the police and the government just refuse to have you consider an end of this trial. Yet they're the ones that know. It's interesting what Tracy can do under the evidence of this trial. If you've been here, how she can affect everybody. This family and even neighbors. You're going to hear from the neighbor who had a bullet come in her house and who called 911 and such about how Tracy tricked her, fooled her. She's even part of the family that Tracy can get in, convince of things that are not true so that she can get what she wants to have. And that's why I put this up, because they are a source of information about what people thought, what people knew, and that people were kept. But I really want to spend some time here with Kate for a second. And I do want to unpack a little bit about the role. Again, we get to expect what Kate's going to say in this trial because we see the process by which Kate was arrested, prosecuted, saw the government's evidence, saw transcripts from the evidence, and ultimately cut a deal and gave statements. She gave statements before she was arrested
Everyone's gonna agree that it lies. Lies. And pretty chilling. The evidence about Kate luring Matt into this house, communications that Kate made. When you hear them, or going to say, and it's going to be absolutely clear. There's no reason to believe Kevin had any idea those were coming. Matt doesn't die, and he never did. And she doesn't do. She doesn't worry anymore. Tracy doesn't make everybody feel like she's a dangerous guy. But Kate is now coming to testify. Got a deal. It is going to be critical for you. I mean, it sounds like weight cross-examination. Don't think Kate's going to directly take Kevin. That's the state. We'll build it up. And I submit to you that if she does, you will see that she never did before. What Kate does is, after having seen everything and all the evidence, you're going to see, ends up through her lawyer communicating with the state about the desire for a plea bargain. Something happens to the effect that the state sends her a plea bargain offer. And then the plea bargain offer is clear. Get a deal. What you're going to hear is years, probably, off her sentence. She's supposed to have her lawyer send in a proper statement, it's called, the suggestions of things she might say to the government in an interview and with testimony. That they didn't condition this plea on testimony is obvious. She's already said it. And the state conditions, you're going to see from the evidence, Kate's plea bargain on what she says in her interviews being truthful. So, her lawyer sends one in. A proper letter, a letter of, here's some information you'll learn if you have a debrief with Kate. So yes, has admitted there was a conspiracy masterminded by her mother that she engaged in to lure man into the house, knowing he would be her to kill. One that Tracy initiated and planned. Not a plan discussed with Kevin. That Tracy took advantage of Kevin and his mental health issues. And the captain never discussed details about shooting Matt with Kevin. And that Tracy distanced her communications with Kate from her communications with Kevin. So they have an interview. And in the course of this interview, you're going to hear that as they get through discussing Tracy and Kate's plan, masterminded by Tracy, mom, taking advantage of Kevin's mental state, the Kate tells the police, well, Kevin was never around. I didn't really see him that day. Again, I never talked to him. He wasn't present with me and my mom on any of the occasions we talked about a conspiracy. You're gonna hear her say she didn't really see him, but they made preparations to move these toys and blanket. That Mom and Tracy did that. Kevin wasn't there. She's gonna say at one point, I think around 3 o'clock, if you see that wrong, whatever time. It sounds like theory is that Tracy took Kevin that day that Matt's driving over to sushi. Kate will admit that Tracy never said what she talked to Kevin about at sushi. But Tracy never said that she told Kate anything about whether she talked to Kevin about a plan. For instance, versus he's coming, we need protection. Kevin didn't seem different after the sushi. With the scene to what the state required her to be truthful in telling was my mother's plan presented as I was scared shipped. You're gonna hear that it wasn't going, it didn't seem to be going so well for the states that they took a break. She could go talk to the lawyer. Then they brought up an immunity agreement when they returned. Wait till you see what they did there. There was lots of talk about Kevin and his involvement. That talk was by the police. They weren't the case lawyers. Kate does say, when they're talking about evidence, she never deleted any text with Kevin. Again, never communicated, never talked to him about a plan, never deleted any text. Kevin is not in the picture, according to Kate. Sure, he shot after, and that's the state's theory. You should convict because he fired. A couple days later, Detective Nordine went out and had another brief follow-up because they had never asked Kate any questions about whether she talked to Tracy or anything in the 3.5 months that the two of them were out of custody together, living together, and even testified falsely at a hearing regarding Kevin's detention. Then she entered a plea. And the evidence is going to show that in connection with getting ready to get sentenced, Kate wrote what she described to the government something that took her 6 hours to write. It's a handwritten description of what happened. You're going to see that it continued not to directly implicate, Mr. Pomeroy's statements were directly implicate Kevin. Continued not to. Certainly continued to implicate Mastermind Tracy and Kate. And in fact, also had some timelines and things that were not exactly consistent with, or at least satisfying to the state's theory. You'll hear that once the state saw this written statement, they went and had another interview with Kate in December last year, weeks ago. They didn't get anything out of that either that directly implicated Kevin. And this is a person they're presenting to you because they entered into a plea deal with her. They would only do if she told the truth. I don't know what she's going to say up there That's the evidence that I expect you to hear. It does not implicate Kevin. Kevin's use. That's what the evidence will show. Burden of proof, right, is burden for government to bring evidence that proves through usually investigative means that on their own discretion and determination, or can be directed by the prosecutors to go ahead and do more if effective in their office. They control, have the ability to use all these resources. A concern if you're doing an honest investigation is, of course, something that we now commonly hear and is described as confirmation bias. He fired, he must be guilty on all counts. If you take that position, and the evidence will show that that's what happened, you just support evidence that favors that theory, and you ignore or excuse evidence to the contrary, and you're disinclined to change your belief. I think police officers hopefully do their best not to have that happen. This is, by the way, a subjective thing that happens to us all. But I think you're going to find that, unfortunately, he shot, therefore he conspired, and he conspired, therefore he didn't have self-defense. Creates a problem in this case, no attempt to investigate the real possibility Kevin was led into this, duped into this, set up for this, in the plan that Tracy had with his sister Kate. Because while they did a good job going in and proving up the conspiracy between Kate and Tracy, which, as Mr. Pomeroy said, was a dragnet of a lot of communications. Then, by the way, you're going to learn that Diane, bless her soul, mother of a dead son, you could all imagine that, had already solved it 2 days later in a phone call that Tracy and Kate had to her. But setting that aside, he shot, therefore he conspired, and you stick with that, and it creates confirmation bias. And then they prove up the conspiracy, and then as they're proving it up, with all these communications, just have all these communications. It's sad for everybody. We talk about things in the way that they expect to be read someday. But in every minute of it, as they collect the evidence here, Kevin's not there. There's no direct discussions with Kevin about what to do. There's no, sure they all share the air tag, and you'll see communications are all, that's coming. You'll hear these family members that I pointed out to you, they're like an Aspen. I mean, they literally share their roots. There is nothing one knows that the other doesn't know. I submit to you that that's the evidence is going to show. I'll protect you. Kevin can protect you. You're going to see things like that all throughout these communications. None of that has Kevin in it yet. That doesn't give the prosecutor, the police any pause. They don't consider communications that actually might suggest that Kevin could be duped. It would work better to dupe him. It would be better to use him in this plan if he didn't know. The big picture's never studied. Putting this all together and understanding the role Kevin has, not only in the case, but in the evidence and in the motives, and in the two persons conspiracy, and they just don't consider the family. And that sounds like, submit to you, you hear all kinds of things from family members in this case, but you're gonna learn that, in fact, in this family tree, Rory lived at the house when the shooting happened. Never, ever interviewed, no attempt. Jacob Trujillo lived in the house, left in the daytime of that day, and was headed back in the nighttime when he found out a shooting incident occurred. And his sister said, "Don't go there." We know that, it never called, never contacted by the police. Rachel, they're gonna present. Tim Ellis. You'll see the communications about how Tim thought he might need to come over to be protected. What should his role be? Should they're all gonna have poop emojis and stuff? He didn't like that. That's true. But there'll be evidence, a person can have evidence of this family dynamic and what everybody was afraid of and whether that might include Kevin. He was never contacted. I'll take it back. What you learn in the trial is that he was put on our witness list, and when they saw that, they put him on theirs. Talked to him the first time we did. Because he made up their mind. These principles, of course, there's much more. And we ask you to be on the front of your seat, thinking to yourself about thinking whether these things make sense. To disproving that Kevin is not part of the conspiracy. We do play a role. And it's in this courtroom, in that chair, because of what Tracy and Kate did successfully. They're there to protect a person. They have to be absolutely applied to every aspect of a case in this trial. When those rules apply to this case, at the end of maybe a couple weeks of trial, I believe will render words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 1, a demonstrative that's already been used in opening.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so that was our opening statements for the Ellis trial for Guy Kevin. Okay, so let's do this before we look at this portion, because she's the first person that takes the stand. Or do y'all want to hear? Maybe we should just hear her take the stand. I'm gonna let her testimony play, and then we'll go into, because I do have where she took her plea deal queued up for us. But let's go ahead and we'll listen to her take the stand and her testimony in regards to this. Now, I do have two parts to this, three parts of this, which is weird. The way they did it is they had her on camera for like 2 parts, which is about an hour's worth. And then they have it where it's just a voice recording, but then it's 2 hours. So my question to you guys is, should we just, and some of it overlaps each other. Maybe we should just do the 2-hour one. But the 2-hour one, you don't get to see her on the stand. It's just actually, it's like a freeze frame, if that makes sense. I don't know why they did it like that, but they did. So I was just, frustrated in regards to the way they were doing things. But here, we will listen to her testimony. No, you're not looking at just anything silly. They just don't have it video recorded for her entire testimony, but I would like for us to hear all the testimony that I was able to gather. So I did create us a visual, as you can see. Let me see, what is the best way for me to show that? So that's going to be her on the stand. So this is going to be her on the stand, guys, but I'll play the audio behind it, but this is to give you a visual of her on the stand. Okay? Got it. Good.
Good morning. This is Matthew Rastelli. On the night of July 12th, 2024.
What's your father's name? I don't think we've gotten his name yet.
Clyde Ellis.
So, how so?
The views and opinions expressed in this podcast.
All right, I'm going to place you under oath. You'll raise your hand as you can. Right there is fine. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah on penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in that chair over there, please.
Okay, so I want to check in with you guys and make sure. Can everybody hear that? Can y'all hear her jingling in there? Give me a thumbs up, some ones in the chat if y'all can hear her jangling in there. Even though y'all can't see her moving, but y'all can hear her jangling, jangling, jangling. I just want to make sure y'all can hear. Okay, great. Okay, we going into her testimony.
Oops.
All right, before we get started, Mrs. Rastelli, I'm going to give you some instructions on how to make your testimony and the process go smoother for everybody. Please wait for the attorneys, both the state and the defense, to finish asking the question before you answer. Please only provide them a direct response. Long narrative responses are typically improper and may be objected to. If a simple yes or no answer is all that is required, that's all you need to provide them. Please don't give us nonverbal responses. We do it all the time. Mm-hms and ahs, we all nod our head and shrug our shoulders, but we need to be precise. So if you give a nonverbal response, I or one of the attorneys may simply ask you if that's a yes or no, just to make sure we understand your response. Also, please don't speculate. We attorneys sometimes think we have brilliant questions, but sometimes they're confusing. If you don't understand the question, just tell them you don't understand it. I'll rephrase it for you. Fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Oh, and make sure you speak into the mic. It goes up and down. The officers there can move it forward towards you if needed.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Sully, would you please state your full name?
Catherine Rastelli.
And could you please spell that last name?
Restelli.
Okay, thank you. I want to put up, just for some background information, could we show her State's Exhibit 1? Do you recognize the parties on that chart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. There are a couple misspellings, but yes.
Okay,
that's correct.
we can work through those. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 1, a demonstrative that's already been used in opening.
Any objection?
No objection. For the record, it's already been published.
No. Okay,
So ordered.
thank you. Let's go through these individuals. Let's start with Tracy Grist. Who is Tracy Grist?
My mother,
And Terralyn Fisher,
my older sister,
Kevin Ellis.
my younger brother.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
No, I don't. Where is he? Oh,
Behind me.
I do. Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket.
Okay. Could you maybe do the tie as well? Because
No objection. We'll stipulate that.
all right, thank you.
Kevin is in the court.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, next to Kevin. Sorry, on the chart.
Next to Kevin is Tim, my other younger brother.
And where does Tim live? Approximately.
I believe he lives in Pleasant Grove.
Okay. And where I didn't ask you this. Where does Tracy Grist live?
She lived in American Fork.
Okay. And how far away was Tim from Tracy Grist?
About 3 minutes.
Okay. Where did Terralyn live back in 2024?
Carolyn lives in Carlsbad, California,
And Kevin Ellis, where did he live in 2024?
with my mother in American Fork.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Rachel Jorgensen, who's Rachel Jorgensen?
Rachel Jorgensen is my younger sister.
Okay, and where did she live in 2024?
She lives in, I always forget the difference between them. Ogden,
Okay,
the more north state, or the more north city, excuse me.
and what do you confuse it with?
Orem.
Okay, and so is it
It's the more north one.
okay,
It's the
thank you.
5-letter one.
About how far away is that from your mom's place?
I believe it's an hour.
And Jacob Trujillo,
Jacob lived with my mother in American Fork.
okay, younger brother.
Yes, my younger brother.
Okay, and what about Aurora Franz?
Aurora is my younger sister, and she also lived with my mother.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the yellow, who is Diane Rastelli?
She is my mother-in-law.
And then who is Matthew Rastelli?
He was my husband.
And then Cheyenne and Steele
Our children together
with Matthew.
with Matthew.
Did Matthew have any other children?
Yes, he did. He has.
Thank you. Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Matt. When did you guys meet?
We met in November 2008.
And how long did you date?
We dated off and on for about 8 years.
Okay, and ultimately, when did you get married?
We got married November 20th, 2016,
Where were you living when you were dating?
Temecula, California.
Is that where you lived when you were married as well?
Yes. More Awanga, but yes, Temecula.
Okay, are they neighboring cities?
Yes.
And which one was during the dating?
I lived in Temecula and he lived in Awanga.
Okay, and then when you were married, where did you live?
We lived in Awanga.
Okay. How old are?
It's 8 and it's 5.
How quickly? Well, okay. Can you describe? You said you lived in Awanga.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the property where you lived?
It was 7 acres, very open, rural, but beautiful.
Okay. How long did you live on that property?
Matt owned that property from before I started dating him. We lived on that property for about 9 years.
Okay, thank you. You said it was rural.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that a little further?
The nearest neighbor was about a mile away.
Okay. And it was on 7 acres.
Yes, sir. And it's off of a 1-lane highway.
What does that mean?
It's off of a 1-lane highway. There's just a single road and it's directly off the highway.
Oh, so describing how rural it was a 1-lane road to get there.
Yes.
Got it. Did you back up to public land, neighbors?
It's Cleveland National Forest.
Okay. What did you guys like to do on the property?
I'm sorry.
What did you guys do on the property?
Matt did dirt work. We grew marijuana at one point. He used it for brokering hay feed he originally wanted to make it into a feed store.
Okay. Would Matt, did you have wildlife on the property?
Yeah. Yep.
What kinds?
Bobcats, cougars, wild turkeys.
Did you have run-ins with those frequently?
Not as frequently as you'd think, but in the back in Cleveland National Forest, there was a couple incidences. Matt would say that he would hear the mountain lion. I don't think he actually ever saw the mountain lion. He also claimed to see the cat scat from the mountain lion.
Okay. And then on the property, you said bobcats and turkeys and okay.
Yeah.
You said you got married in 2016, correct?
Yes.
How would you characterize the first few years of your marriage?
They were good.
So how so?
They weren't terrible. They were okay.
Did the relationship begin to deteriorate?
We always had our disagreements. It was always turbulent, especially when it came to his son. We didn't agree always on everything.
And is that Lucas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't agree on how to parent Lucas? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Ultimately, though, did the relationship deteriorate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When would you say that was? When did things become, well, by deteriorate, I mean, became unbearable? Did it reach that point?
Where I had to leave, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it did reach that point.
Okay. And when did things really start to go downhill?
Probably about April or May of 2024.
Okay. Prior to April or May of 2024, did you step out on the marriage?
Define step out.
Have an affair?
I don't remember when I stepped out on him.
But you did.
I did.
Okay. And how long before you said things became unbearable in April and May? How long before that had you had an affair on Matt?
About a year.
Okay. So can we put that then at mid 2023?
Yes.
And take a second to, you're testifying in handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I am in prison.
And why are you in prison?
I am in prison because I pled guilty to second-degree murder, second-degree conspiracy, and first-degree discharge of a firearm with criminal intent.
Okay. And who did you plead guilty to murdering?
Matthew,
And who did you conspire with to make that happen?
my mother, and Kevin.
Now, I suspect you'll get plenty of questions about this, but you reached a plea agreement with the state, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And is it fair to say that as a result of that, your potential for release is sooner than it otherwise would have been?
I believe it is. I don't know when I will be released. I have a sentencing guideline, but the board has a lot to say.
Right.
And parole hearings affect a lot.
And what is your, well, I'll back up. Was the benefit of that deal the only reason you pled guilty?
No,
Why did you ultimately plead guilty?
I pled guilty for my children, to give them justice, and also to give Matthew the justice he deserves.
Okay, when you say to give him the justice he deserves, what do you mean by that?
Because we weren't being honest when we originally got arrested.
And by we, who do you mean?
Me and my mother.
Okay. What's your goal here today by testifying? Let me back up. Was any part of your deal contingent on you testifying today?
I believe it was that I have to agree to testify. I am not here to tell lies. I am here to tell the truth,
And why is that important to you?
because the truth needs to come out.
I want to go back for a second. Could we please republish States 1? I'm going to go through these individuals and talk a little bit more in depth about your relationship with them. Let's start with Tracy. Well, let me back up because I want to break this down into sections. When did you come to Utah?
I drove out to Utah June 19th. No, excuse me, June 20th,
Okay,
2024.
2024. Thank you. So the questions I'm going to ask you right now pertain to prior to June of 2024.
Okay.
Okay. How frequently would you communicate with Tracy?
It got more frequent as June 20th approached, probably about every week or so.
And in fact, let's put a top end on it too. Let's say the year 2024. So January to June 20th of 2024. How often would you say you communicated with your mom?
Weekly.
Would you, in that period of time, did you visit Utah at all?
Between January 24? No.
Yeah. Okay. Did she come to California?
Yes, she did.
How many times?
We did one trip to Disneyland in February.
Any other times that she came to California?
Oh, yes. She came, I believe it was the weekend of her birthday, because her friend was sick and dying.
And what's her birthday?
My mother's birthday is May 28th.
Okay. And which friend are you referring to?
Amy Johnson.
Okay. When she was there visiting her friend, did you visit her at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Sorry. And I cut you off. I apologize. Did she come visit you or did you go visit her?
Both.
Where was the friend Amy Johnson living?
Ramona, California.
And I apologize. Where is that in relation to Temecula? And
It's about 45 minutes away, I believe, give or take.
so you're saying you went to visit her there in Ramona.
My mother came to my house and we drove out to Amy's house together. And I helped my mother clean out her extra fridge, Amy's extra fridge and Amy's extra freezer, because Amy was not feeling well and she had just recently lost her husband.
Okay. Thank you. When your mother would visit California, would she interact with Matt during that time?
Minimally.
Is it fair to say that the relationship was strained?
Yes.
In your you said you had weekly communications with your mom up till June 20th. Would you confide in her the problems that you were having with Matt?
Not all of them, but most of them.
Okay. What would you confide in her?
About our arguments. I wouldn't go into our sexual relationship. That I would talk with my sister about more.
Okay, and we'll get to the sisters here in just a second. But you talk about your arguments with your mom,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Don't ask me why. Yeah, they got little music commercials and all types of stuff in between this stuff. So we gonna get past it. It's so funny because I can't like see it. All I can do is hear like you guys. So I don't even know where to break it, but we'll figure it out. Let me see if they're back. Okay.
And when it says in that green box to and then a phone number and who is Mama?
My mother, Tracy Grist.
Thank you. I'm going to direct you to 2 pages over to a text message on January 13th. If we could please. Go one more that way. There you go. Okay. Top right of the screen. What is it that you write to your mother? If you go and read that, please.
At this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out.
What was you testified earlier that in February you saw your mother at Disney in California, correct?
Yes.
Is this in reference to that trip?
Yes.
Who all attended that trip to Disney?
Would you like all the names?
Please. And you actually can go with, how about we do it this way? The family chart, and then you can say, and their family. That sound?
So everyone on that family chart went. Tara Lynn, her husband and her 2 children. Tim and his girlfriend. Rory brought along a friend. I believe that's all who attended.
So all of the adult siblings went, is that correct?
Yes.
With their families?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, you're having issues with Matt, correct?
Yes. I forgot to say that Rachel and her husband and her 2 children went as well.
Okay, thank you. If I could direct you, if we could go one page, progress one page, please. All right, starting there on the green up at the top. What do you say to your mom?
I can't recover it.
And what are you referring to?
An argument I was having with Matt. He was upset with me, upset with my mother, calling her a liar, and I was calling him out on it, and he was very angry.
What was her response to you?
You can just say what you need to.
And what did you say?
No, Mom, it's bad.
Okay, and what was her, if you read those next 4 responses?
Tell me what I can do to help if I can. Just come here for a break then with the kiddos and have a break.
Next page, please.
I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I mean that. Continue to read.
Continue, please, the next 3.
He should not mess with you. He asked if it was a threat. I said, I just wanted him to not react. But that's only because I was watering down my words.
Okay. Go ahead and then what was your, so at this point, what do you understand had happened?
That my mother had called Matt.
Did you observe that call?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then what's your response to her if you read those next 5, please?
I know. I'm not sure what the phone call did. I fucked up. He is so mad.
And then the next 2, please, if we can go forward a page. Go ahead and read those 2.
Please don't call him. I'm sick to my stomach.
And what is your mom's response to that?
Just try to sleep. I won't call him. I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. I know. Rest.
Let's go ahead and pause. I'm going to pause you
Okay.
there for a second. Let's jump ahead to the next page. So the next day, 114. It's going to be in the top left of your screen. If you want to read there, please.
Matt's really upset that you quote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you back battle the shit out of threatening him. And I believe I meant backpedal.
Okay. And what day did you send that message to your mom?
January 14th,
So the day after
2024.
Is that the day after the argument that we just read?
I believe so.
What was her response to you? If you could read those next 3, please.
Okay. Fuck him. He can call. I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me. And she said, bet.
Thank you. What was your impression of your mom's use of the word strangle him? What'd you
Just
take from-
using it not as a threatening way, but just as a figure of speech.
Okay. Was that uncommon? An uncommon figure of speech for her in regards to Matthew?
No, it was not an uncommon figure of speech.
Was that a uncommon figure of speech amongst all of the members of your family regarding Matthew?
No, it was not uncommon.
So after January, you said you went to Disney in February.
Yes,
How was that trip?
it was good. It was good. There were issues with Matthew on the trip. I love Disney. I enjoy Disney. I told him before we left that I had full intentions of settling him and the kids down in the room about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and then I'll go back to the park by myself or meeting up with other family members.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. All right. I'll give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I want to fast forward. So February Disney trip, it was good, although there were some problems with Matt, which we're going to explore later. Okay. Did you, after coming home from Disney, did your relationship with Matt continue to deteriorate?
Yes.
And did you continue to confide in that deterioration with your mother?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness with an exhibit? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 32. Could you please take a look at that? And like last time, look up when you have a understanding of what it is you're looking at.
I don't know what the text message is. I don't remember.
Go ahead and keep reading.
Okay.
Do you remember what that is now? Did you have a conversation with your mother on May 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And was that via text message?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate representation of that communication with your mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 32.
Any objection, Mr. Williams? Sorry, no. All right, admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Any objection? No. So published.
We're going to go to page 2, Amy. So on the top right. What's the date on this communication?
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say to your mom?
I hate my life, Mom.
Read the next one too, please.
I hate that I have kids with Matt.
Okay, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, have you looked at the rest of those text messages? I don't want to read all through them, but
I have skimmed through.
your mom doesn't threaten him in that text exchange, correct?
No.
This is more representative of how you were feeling in May of 2024. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to, and just to summarize, you would confide in your mother the fights that you were having with Matt, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's move to Tara Lynn. She's the oldest sibling of yours, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you told us earlier, Tara Lynn lives in?
Carlsbad, California.
About how far away was that from Temecula where you lived?
A little less than an hour.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I keep saying Temecula. What was it called?
Awanga.
Awanga, thank you. So it's about an hour from Awanga.
Yes.
And how often would you communicate with Tara Lynn?
Daily, if not every other day.
And we're going to use that same time frame here, the January to leaving in June of 2024. Okay.
Yes.
So daily, if not every other day.
Yes.
And would you guys visit each other frequently?
No.
Would you go to? Was that in either direction? Like you wouldn't go to her house and she wouldn't come to yours?
Correct.
And why was that?
Because of Matt.
What do you mean because of Matt?
Tara Lynn's husband feared what Matt would do to Tara Lynn and how he would react to her being there. He would not allow me to drive down there.
Okay. So David wouldn't allow you to, or sorry, Tara Lynn's husband wouldn't allow you to drive down there. Okay.
No.
So you said-
Tara Lynn's husband would not allow Tara Lynn to come
you.
to my house.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
I was welcome at Tara Lynn and David's house. It was Matthew who stopped me from being able to go down there.
Got it. Okay. And we'll explore that more here in a moment.
Okay.
Would you confide in her your problems with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Rachel. Where does Rachel fall in the family tree?
Rachel is one of my younger sisters.
And you said she lived in Ogden.
Yes.
How often would you communicate with Rachel?
Every couple of months.
So sporadically.
Yes.
And how would you communicate with her?
Text message.
Any other form of communication?
I don't think I called her very often. Our relationship didn't blossom until I was incarcerated.
Okay. And I should have asked this with Tracy. What were your forms of communication with her?
Text messages and phone calls.
And what about with Terralyn?
Text messages and phone calls.
Would you communicate with people via Snapchat or Instagram? People in your family?
Yes.
Okay. What about Facebook?
Yes.
And is that true for Tracy?
I don't know how she communicated with everybody.
Sorry, you with her
Yes.
and Terralyn.
Yes.
And then Rachel, you said was just text message.
Yes.
Would you confide in Rachel the problems you were having with Matt?
No.
Let's go to Kevin. How would you communicate with Kevin?
I never communicated with Kevin.
What do you mean?
I sent him a text message on his birthday, November 2023, and I got no response back.
So between that time frame I gave you of
Right?
January until you left in June, no communication with Kevin.
He sent me the gate code when I got to my mother's house. Other than that, there's no communication between Kevin and I.
Okay. And would you confide in, this is a stupid question given your answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Would you confide in Kevin your problems with Matt?
No.
Okay, what about Tim?
No.
Did you communicate with him in that time frame?
Nope. No, I did not.
And so again, stupid question, but would you confide in him the problems you were having with Matt? No. For the most part, well, let me just ask this one line. About Rory or Aurora, would you communicate with her, or how would you communicate with her?
I would not communicate with her.
And so again, did you communicate with her any problems that you were having with Matt?
No.
Who is, not on the family chart, but who is Stephanie Slocum?
Stephanie Slocum is an Instagram friend.
Okay. And how long have you been friends with Stephanie?
I've known Stephanie for 2 years, maybe, if that. I don't remember exactly when we started talking.
How would you communicate with Stephanie?
On Instagram, or mostly Instagram, on a video chat or Instagram messaging.
Would you text message her?
Yes.
Permission to approach this?
Yes.
Showing you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Would you take a look at that? And when you recognize what it is, please look up. Okay. You recognize that communication?
I do.
Did you have a text communication with Stephanie Slocum on May 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And does this appear to accurately reflect that conversation?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. So admitted.
Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
So ordered. Thank you.
Could you please read those first? Again, sorry, what's the date on these?
May 13th, 2024.
So in relation to the prior exhibit with your mother, just a few days before, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, would you please read those first 4 boxes?
Matt wanted to be yesterday. He made my day awful, snapping at me over nothing, acting like I caused the problem. I'm trying to wait. I just might murder Matt today, though. And then that's a little song. I am slowly 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 switch. Crazy
That's a song
going.
you said.
Yep.
Okay. Is this, well, let me ask you, was this a serious threat?
No.
Was this more of the kind of colloquialism you were talking about earlier with your mom saying strangling Matt?
Yes, it was more of a figure of speech.
Okay. Would you confide in Stephanie the problems you were having with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let's move towards to the June 2024 timeframe. You had testified that your communications escalated with your family around that time. Is that a fair statement of what you said?
Yes.
And why did they escalate around that time?
They escalated between my mom and my sister and myself, Tara Lynn being my sister, that we were making plans to get me out to Utah.
And when did those plans begin to formulate?
2 weeks before I left.
Okay, so if you left on the 20th, roughly the 6th.
Yes.
Okay. Who all was involved in that, in creating that plan?
My mom, Tara Lynn, and myself.
And what did that plan entail?
We got a storage unit. Tara Lynn rented a storage unit for me. I removed things out of the house that were near and dear to my heart. And that way, when he found out that I was leaving and not coming back, that if he destroyed the house, that it wouldn't destroy everything.
Okay, so you said leaving and not coming. What were the intentions of this leaving?
I wanted a divorce.
Okay. Were you ever going back to California?
I had no plans on them. I'm going back to California. I was trying to navigate the legal system.
And that's why you got the storage unit, correct?
Yes.
And why you put the things that you said were near and dear to you in the storage unit
Yes.
because you weren't coming back.
Yes.
How did you, so you said Tara Lynn rented the storage unit, is that correct?
Yes.
How did you physically get from California to Utah?
I rented a vehicle.
And how'd you do that?
My mother put me on one of her credit cards. That was part of the planning of the 2 weeks. Is she added me to one of her credit cards and sent me out the credit card after she received it in the mail. And I was able to rent the vehicle with that credit card and my driver's.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And ask you to look at what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 29, and when you have an idea of what that is, if you could look up. Your Honor, sorry, did you have communications with Tara Lynn leading up to the time that you were leaving California?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of those communications with her?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 29.
Any objection?
No objection. So
Permission to publish, please.
Any objection to publishing? So ordered.
And we're not going to go through all of these, but if I could direct you to what's on the screen. Actually, let's take that down for just a second. We'll come back to that. Did you have similar conversations with Tracy preparing your time for leaving California?
Not as extensively that I had with Tara Lynn, but yes.
So I know it's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 33. Same concept. When you have an idea what it is, please look up and let me know. Okay. Did you have conversation, and I asked you this already, but just to reiterate, do you have conversations with your mother regarding leaving California?
Yes.
And do these appear to accurately reflect those conversations?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
no objection.
So admitted. Thank you.
Permission to publish.
Any objection? Publish them.
Read your page 1, please. Can you please read that first message and tell us what date it's from?
It's from June 15th. Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
Okay. And we talked about this earlier, but Diane is Matt's mom, correct?
Yes.
And what are you referring to here?
The yearly trip that we would go with her to Vegas.
When was that planned for?
It varies from year to year. Sometimes it's July, sometimes it's August.
How about this year in 2024?
I believe it was scheduled for the 20th
Of June? And did you send this text to your mom right after Diane canceled it?
Yes,
And the date on that is what again?
June 15th.
You already had your storage unit at this point, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, your testimony was that it was 2 weeks prior to leaving.
That's when we started planning. I don't remember when we rented the storage unit.
You remember when you started filling the storage unit? How many days before you left?
A week.
Okay, so that would put you at if you left on the 20th, that would put you at the 13th, right?
Correct.
Which means you already had the storage unit at this point.
Yes.
Was it your intention to leave Matt, whether the Vegas trip happened or not?
Yes.
Did the Vegas trip just change the timing of when you were going to leave?
No, because I was going to leave from Vegas.
Okay, so your intention was to go to Vegas and then leave him from there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said let's talk through the day that you left. You said you got a rental car with your mom's credit card, right?
Yes.
And physically, where was that rental car agency?
It was off Winchester, and so it's about 20 minutes away from our house.
Okay, so and how did you get to Winchester?
I drove the truck, my daily driver, which is in Matt's name.
Could we take it off of this screen? I want to show her a picture on the screen. Just hers, though. You could
wanna
show
just
her.
show the witness.
Just the witness, yes.
All right.
States 36, please. Okay. You recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the daily driver you were talking about?
yes,
And that's the truck that you took to Winchester?
yes.
You know, state would move to admit State's Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
We'll publish it.
Okay, so is that the truck that you were just referring to?
Yes,
You took, you said Winchester was how far from your house?
15, 20 minutes.
How much?
10 miles, maybe? I'm not really sure.
Okay, and we can go and take that down. Thank you. When you got to Winchester, where did you go?
I went to the rent-a-car, the Enterprise rent-a-car.
And what did you do when you were there?
I rented a Ford Expedition.
And had it already been reserved for you?
Yes,
And what did you do with the truck?
I left it in the Target parking lot, locked.
What did you do with the keys?
I took them with me.
Did anybody meet you in Winchester?
Yes, Terrellyn did.
Anybody else?
My father was there as well with Terrellyn.
What's your father's name? I don't think we've gotten his name yet.
Clyde Ellis.
Clyde Ellis. Is that your biological father?
Yes.
Is that also who raised you?
Raised is a very loose word, but yes.
Was in your life for your formative years?
Yes.
Why were they there? What did they help? What did they do?
My father was visiting my sister, and it just so happened to be on the day that I was leaving that he came out with her. And she was there to help me with my children and to help me load up anything I could fit into the Expedition.
So
And
by load up, did you go somewhere to load up?
I went to the storage unit to load up my children's clothes, blankets, anything that was practical to take to Utah.
Okay, so what time of day would you say this is on June 20th?
That I was loading up to about
Yeah.
noon,
Okay. And when did you get on the road, do you think, to come to Utah?
about 12:30, 1 o'clock. I believe I left the house at around 9.
Okay. Did you tell Matt that you were leaving?
No, not until 4 p.m.
Okay. So prior to renting the car and the storage unit, did he have any idea that you were leaving him?
No.
How did you tell Matt that you had left?
Text message.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
See if you can find. So you said you testified that you told him via text message, correct?
Yes, and on the phone as well. I don't recall exactly what I said to him on the phone, but I know that I told him through text message that I was on my way out to Utah and that I wouldn't be returning that night.
Do you remember who told you what to say in that text message?
I asked her to compose a text message, and it was Tara Lynn who composed a text message for me.
Okay. If we could now republish states 29. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay, and who's that? And that's from Terrellin, correct?
yes.
If you could please read that.
First of all, I love you. It's been really hard lately because you're so mad every day. Your mom mentioned the other day that I should go to my mom's to give you some space. I called my mom to talk to her about it because I was crying and sad, and she insisted she rent me a car and to come visit her. She said she will pay for everything we need for the week or so. We're up there, so that's not going to make it harder for you. And I left the truck so you can work if you want to. It's in the Target Shopping Center by O'Reilly off Rancho Cal. I love you. I want to help our family move forward and help you feel less stressed. We'll come home after you and I have a little bit of a breather.
Okay, we can take that down. No, and that's the content of the message you sent to Matt as well, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't true, right? You weren't coming home after a breather.
I don't think I had intentions of coming home.
We talked about the truck. Before you left the truck, you said you put the keys in it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you locked it.
Yes.
Thank you. What did you do with the keys?
I took them with me.
Thank you. And did you place an air tag in the truck?
Yes, I did.
And where did you put it?
In the little box over the transmission cover on the inside of the vehicle. There was a little storage box, and it was a catch-all box. And I just dropped it in there.
I'd like to show the witness only an exhibit, please. Can you show the witness states exhibit 2?
Exhibit what number?
2, states exhibit 2. Is it on? Okay. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect where you placed the air tag?
Yes.
State moving to admit states exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted, published.
Can we publish it to the jury, please?
Any objection to
No
publishing?
objection.
Publishing.
Okay, you described a little box that was located, you said it above the transmission area?
In between the driver and passenger.
Okay. And was the box more full than this?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why did you put the tracker in the truck?
Because I was afraid of Matt and I wanted to know where he was.
Okay.
I wanted to know if he was coming out to Utah, if he was going to the bar.
Why would it matter if he was going to the bar?
Because he had a tendency to lie to me a lot.
I'm sorry, could you say that?
He had a tendency to lie to me a lot.
Right, but you were leaving, right? You're gone.
Right?
Why does it matter if he goes to the bar?
Because I have control issues.
Okay. So you placed the AirTag in the truck. Whose idea was that?
It was Tara Lynn's idea. I mulled on it, and I ultimately made the decision to put it in there.
Is it fair to say you were uncomfortable with that at first?
Objection, leading.
I think so. Sustain.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. So it's Tara Lynn's idea, you molded over, and then you decided to do it,
Yes.
correct? Where did that AirTag come from?
Tara Lynn.
Do you know who had access to monitor that AirTag?
I believe it was originally purchased for Disneyland. And I am not an Apple user. My mom is, and Tara Lynn is not. I believe Rachel had access to it because she was going to track the children. Possibly. I believe Kevin had access to it.
This was in February, correct?
Yes.
Is that what you're
for
testing?
Disney to track
Okay.
to track Tara Lynn's 2 children.
Now, that was its original purpose, correct?
Yes.
But it was repurposed on June 20th of 2024. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what was it repurposed for in June of 2024?
Tracking Matthew.
And at that time, in June of 24, who could monitor the AirTag?
I believe the same people. I never had access to it.
You never had access to it?
No, I was never on my device was I able to access the AirTag.
What devices did you have?
I had an Android. I can't remember the model. And I also had an iPad.
And you couldn't track it on the iPad?
No, I could not.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
No objection.
15.
We will not have any objection to the state publishing an exhibit once.
All right,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you. All right, so
Okay.
when the record reflected after exhibit's been admitted, the defense has no objection to publishing it. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, we could publish page 15, please. Actually, I'm sorry, do you have page 1 by chance? Okay. Who all was in the group?
Myself, Rachel, Tara Lynn, and my mother.
Okay. And if you could summarize for me, because you just skimmed them, right?
Yeah.
What are you guys
Yeah.
talking about?
The Apple tag and Matt coming out and me getting to my mother's house.
Okay. And could you please read the green message that you sent on June 22nd on the screen?
Kevin has it on his phone too.
What did you mean by that?
Access to the Apple tag.
So Kevin had access to the Apple tag.
Yes.
Did all the other women on this thread have access to the Apple tag?
I believe Tara Lynn was able to monitor it through an iPad. And my mom and Rachel also had access to it. Yes.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but earlier I thought you stated Tara Lynn couldn't track it. Are you retracting that and saying now you think maybe she did through an iPad?
I forgot she had the iPad.
Okay. Does it appear that she was tracking it through these text messages?
Yes.
Okay. You should have what was previously admitted as State's Exhibit 29 in front of you. Once you find that, can you let me know?
Yes, I have it.
Amy, are you able to publish State's 29? Is that all you have from it? Yes. If you can go to publish page 18. So if you could either turn to 18 or just look on your screen and you can read off of there if you want. About halfway down through the page, actually we'll just start
I'm sorry, I missed it.
29, page 18. Okay, if you could please read, starting with that third message and tell us who sent that.
Perfect. Outgoing.
And who sent that message?
I believe I sent that.
To Tara Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one?
I asked Carolyn, I sent another text message to Carolyn, check the tag if you're up.
And then the next one after that, please.
Can you send the link to Kevin?
And what date did you ask for the link to be sent to Kevin?
6/21.
Okay, and what was her response to you?
What's his Apple ID or thing?
And then just go ahead and go to the next, read the next message that has content.
His email?
Yeah.
kevinstanleyellis@gmail.com.
We could go to the next page, please.
Okay, give me a couple minutes. Just got out of the shower.
And then let's jump down to, let's go to the next page, please, page 20. And if you could read the second message and tell us who sent that.
I sent it to Carolyn. I said, got it.
And what are you referencing?
I believe that Kevin received the link to the Apple tag.
And how do you know that Kevin received it?
I don't recall.
Were you with him?
He was at the house. I don't recall the conversation.
Okay, but do you recall him being present?
At the house, yes.
Okay, at the time that you're having this exchange with Tara Lynn.
I don't remember.
Okay. And then let's go down 4 more messages. If you could read that, please.
He's on it.
And what was Tara Lynn's response to that?
I personally think my emoji is the best.
And then to the top of page 21, please. And what was your response at the top of page 21?
LOL, Kevin just commented on it.
Okay, and what was her response?
She laughed at it.
Okay, and then what did you say?
He is shitty.
Okay, so top one, LOL, Kevin just commented on it. Does that refresh your memory of whether you were having a conversation with Kevin?
He must have been sitting there.
Okay. We can take that down. How long were you in Utah before Matt came out?
How long was I in Utah?
Yes.
About 3 weeks.
In those 3 weeks, did members of this group and Kevin and yourself continue to monitor Matt's location?
Yes.
And would you have conversations about that?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes. Let's make it easier, Mr. Smith. You have ongoing permission. Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 4. Would you please take a look at that? And when you have an idea of what that is, please look up. Okay. Did you have a text message conversation? Did you communicate with Kevin via text message
Yes.
periodically? And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of those text messages that you had with him?
So there's one text message in April that he replied back with, and then the rest of our conversations are after I got to Utah.
Yeah, and
Or
we'll get there, yeah.
Yes.
But does you appear accurate, correct?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. So admitted.
Thank you. So you just referenced that, so let's just be, there was a communication with the two of you in April, where you ask, spell your cat's name, please. Right?
Yes.
And he answers, and that's the extent of the conversation.
Yes.
Otherwise, the bulk begins when?
June 20th.
And you testified to this earlier, that he sent you the gate code.
Correct.
Is that first text message that we see?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to page 8, please. And it's up here on the screen if you'd rather just refer to the screen. If you could read, well, first tell us the date of this communication.
From June 26th, 2024.
Okay, and what does it say?
What day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. Friday late. Okay, cool.
So let me pause you for a second. You asked that question, right?
Yes.
Can we please publish? Thank you. Okay, so the top one that you read, what day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. You sent that to Kevin, correct?
Yes.
And what time did you send that?
I'm just pausing right here, guys. That's me. Can you believe that she using Olaf? They were trying to be the Adelsons to the entire, yes, as the, yep, Lucas is her stepson, his son. So it doesn't have anything to do with the 7. The 7 kids is Tracy, the mom, the Donna, and Near. Can you believe that they use Olaf? Olaf is the name like Gibbers is for Dan Markel. So they were trying to be the Adelsons to the 10th degree, where they even made up a nickname when they're referencing the victim in here, Matthew. I just wanted to point that out to you guys. I think they're gonna talk about it because she loves Disney. So she definitely must love Olaf, and I guess they named the victim Matthew Olaf when they're texting. So just kind of like gibbers. Boy, they were really trying to go all in with the Adelson remake. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and push play.
1:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. And he responded?
Friday late.
What is, you said wondering for Olaf. What is Olaf?
Olaf is a nickname that we gave Matt, that we would be able to talk about Matt in front of the children without sending a flag up to them that we were talking about their father.
Is it in reference to the Frozen character?
Yes.
Okay. Why'd you pick that?
Because we like Disney and it was just random.
Okay.
No particular reason.
But did Kevin know about that name?
Yes.
Who else knew? Who else referred to Matt as Olaf?
Everyone in my family.
So he says Friday late. And what's your response?
Okay, cool.
And then what does he respond with?
The tag is still active.
And then go ahead and read your response.
Really?
Could you explain that? Were you unaware that it was still active?
I guess. I wasn't sure whether or not it would be, if you would find it or not and dispose of it.
Okay. And what is his response to that question?
If I have to rush back, I can make that happen.
Do you know where he was that he would rush back from?
I believe he was in Wendover.
Okay. And then what does he send you in that attachment? The next message?
I believe that's the location of a screenshot of the Apple tag.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Kevin had the ability to access and monitor Matt's location?
Yes.
You started this testimony by saying that you pled guilty to murdering Matt, right?
Yes.
And that you conspired with Tracy and Kevin to murder Matt.
Yes.
Was that the plan the whole time?
No.
What was your original plan moving out here? And you've testified to it a couple times. What was your
My
original?
original plan was to divorce Matt, and I was trying to navigate the legal system.
Okay. Did that include how were you navigating that legal system?
I had contacted a lawyer and asked a lawyer in California about my options.
Do you remember when you had that phone call?
July 11th.
So the day before Matt came out.
Yes,
Did you record that phone call?
I did.
And who did you send it to?
My mother.
Did you send it to anybody else?
I don't believe so.
Not to Tara Lynn?
I don't remember if I sent it to Carolyn or not.
Okay. What about Kevin?
I don't believe I sent it to Kevin.
Where did you take that? You said the attorney call was, he's from California, right? The attorney is?
Yes.
Where did you take that call?
In the master bedroom of my mother's house.
Who was present while you were talking to the attorney?
I believe it was my son.
Anybody else?
No.
No adults?
No
Okay.
adults.
I'm sorry, I missed the name. Did you say?
Yes.
Your friend?
No, my son.
And afterwards, you testified that you shared the audio to your remembrance only with your mother.
Yes.
Do you know what she did with it?
I mostly recorded it as to be able to recollect what the attorney had said to me. I don't remember if my mom actually listened to it.
Okay, that's why you recorded it, but do you know what she did with it? Do you know if she disclosed it to anybody else?
I don't believe she disclosed it to anybody else.
Okay. At this time, the state would move, sorry, you said you recorded that call
Yes.
and sent it to your mother.
Yes.
The state would move to admit state's exhibit number 5, which is the beginning portion of that phone call.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No objection.
We're going to play this audio for you. We're only going to play, it's been clipped before. Okay.
I'm just muting the whole music. I guess we don't have to go through that. Let me see if I can skip past that. Good. Wait a minute.
Obviously in the house. He was not sitting there on the bed with me or anything while I was having this conversation.
But you were conversing with Kevin.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and continue playing.
I don't know what chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and.
Okay, so Brent, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
No, does he know that you're leaving?
No, and that's because I'm so scared.
All right, so let's start off. Has there been domestic?
It's a lot of verbal abuse. He hits the kids. And so.
Are we talking about spanking?
Just aggressively grabbing the kids. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have financial help to get out?
So I'm at my mother's house in Utah, and I don't want to go home.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you left and he wasn't happy about it, he could file something and yank you back really quick, or at least yank the kids back. And where the kids go.
It was a long conversation, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that, well, how'd you walk away from that conversation feeling about your options?
Feeling defeated
Why is that?
because Matt could do a lot from California because I didn't have residency in Utah.
And you talked about you were asked specifically about domestic violence. And what
Yes.
was your answer?
There's no domestic violence, not physical hitting from Matt to myself.
Okay. And then when you described the children, you originally used the words that he hits the children, but then you clarified, correct?
Yes.
And what did you say?
That he is aggressive with the children, like he'll yank their arm hard or just be verbally abusive with them.
Okay. Is that a fair representation of the remainder of the call? Nothing changed later in the call?
I believe so.
It is fair?
Yes.
Okay. Who knew you were meeting with an attorney?
My mom and I believe Terrelyn.
Anybody else?
Probably Rachel, more than likely. And obviously Kevin, if Kevin was in the house.
Who's Chris Walnick?
Chris Walnick is a friend of mine from California.
Is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Okay. Did he know you were meeting with an attorney?
Yes.
Can I see counsel, Mr. Williams and you, Mr. Brown? Exhibit 6, Mr. Williams.
No objection.
Exhibit 6 is submitted or published.
Actually, yeah, we'll start with page 1. Could you read that first bubble from him?
3 more days till you meet with a lawyer. How are you holding up?
And what's the date on that?
July 8th.
Okay. And then let's just go to page 4. Okay. And then the bottom of page 3. Could you please read his question to you and tell us when it's from?
How did your attorney meeting go on July 11th?
And what was your response?
Honestly, I'm fucked.
And what did he say?
How so?
And then your response, please.
Just dumb CA law. I just feel hopeless.
Okay. So does that accurately reflect how you felt after that phone call with your attorney?
Yes.
All right, now might be a good time for.
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess. We'll go about an hour and a half. If you could be back ready to go approximately 2:30.
July 11th, we ended with your conversation with Mr. Walnick about your perceptions of your chances at divorce,
Yes.
right? From there, what transpired between you and Matt from that point?
He talked about wanting me to drive home and reserving me a car and me driving home or him possibly driving out.
Okay, and you guys had that conversation on the 11th, right?
Yes.
Could we put up, just for the witness, states 7?
Exhibit 7.
Yes, it has not been admitted yet,
All right,
so
thank
just
you.
for the witness. When that's up on your screen, if you take a look at it, look up when you've had an opportunity to understand what it is.
Not the jury, just the witness.
If you want me to scroll
Yes.
a page.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Did you have a conversation? Is this the conversation you were referring to where you were talking to Matt about the rental car?
Yes.
Does it appear to be an accurate representation of that?
Yes.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, States Exhibit 7 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Okay, on the 11th, could you please start with reading what your conversation is to him?
It would be $550 rental and $550 deposit and $300 gas.
And where did that information come from? Well, sorry, who sent that?
I sent that to Matt.
Okay. And where did that information come from?
My mother told that to me.
Okay, and then let's jump over to the next page. What was his response?
Tomorrow Enterprise, 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, 182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be Kate.
Okay, what was your response to him?
Cool.
Can we go to the next page, please? Jump down to the second one. What does he tell you there?
$600 in your account.
In your response on the next page?
Thank you.
That was, well, when was that in relation to the divorce consultation?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at the timestamp of the recorded phone call.
Do you remember roughly when it was? Was it afternoon, morning hours? Do you remember?
I believe it was, I don't remember. I remember the conversation with the attorney being on the 11th, but I don't remember what time. I think it was before 2 p.m. Because my daughter wasn't out of school yet. Oh, she wasn't in school, excuse me.
Summer, yeah. Do you remember if this conversation with Matt happened before or after the consultation with the attorney?
I believe it was before.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you off.
But I could be wrong.
Okay.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 8, similar with the others. Could you take a look at this and then look up when you understand what it is? Did you talk to your mom on that same day?
Yes.
Does this appear to be the text message conversation that you had with your mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would move to admit State's Exhibit number 8.
Any objection?
No objection.
And could we publish this one to the jury, please? I'm going to put up State's 8. All right, let's start with what's on the screen. What's your message to your mom there?
Matt,
Sorry,
does
actually, pause 1 second, please.
It takes a moment.
Yeah, I always jump the gun. Let's go and start with that first one.
Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Okay, what time is that message sent?
8 o'clock in the morning, 8:07,
And to who?
to my mother.
Okay. And the next one?
She says, nope.
You've got one more at the top over there.
Oh, he's depositing money for me to rent a car.
And then what was her response to you?
Nope.
And then continue on for the next two, please.
Well, we will just stay. You sprained your ankle and keep putting him off.
Okay. And then let's go to the next page, please. Could you read your response to her?
Yep. If you deposit money, then I can pay for the lawyer. And then I correct myself and say he.
So what did that mean to say?
If he deposited his money, then I can pay for the lawyer. Then I can use it to pay for the lawyer.
And then what is her response, her next two responses to you, please?
Yes, sir. And then it would be $550 for rental, $550 for deposit, and $300 gas.
And what do you say?
I'll tell him.
And that's what you referred to earlier in your text messages with Matt. You're relaying this message from your mother.
Yes.
Okay. What does she say to that?
I say I'll tell him. And she says, plus you're going to sprain your ankle soon.
What this idea of sprained ankle, where did that come from?
So if I had a sprained ankle, then I would be unable to drive. And the lawyer also agreed to just keep stalling. And so it was just a way to stall to go home.
Okay. Now this idea of the sprained ankle was at 9 a.m, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
This idea of the sprained ankle came up at 9 a.m.
No, it was previously talked about.
Oh, so you had talked about the sprained ankle before,
Yes.
and then that coincided with the idea to stall. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Is it fair? Let's go on to the next page. Okay. And what do you say to your mom?
Yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow. I have to make arrangements for the car today.
Okay.
And she said, can't drive with that ankle.
And then go ahead and read your next two responses.
Exactly. Ouch. It hurts so bad.
And is it fair to say that you guys continue this conversation about a sprained ankle for a couple pages?
Yes.
Okay, if we can jump ahead to page 288. One more. Sorry, go back. One more. Sorry, I'm looking for 11 o'clock a.m. No, that's 11:55. Going. There we go. Okay. top right corner, if you could please read that text message.
The first one, the blue one?
No, the green one.
Tomorrow Enterprise 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, 182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be caped.
So are you copying and pasting what Matt sent you?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your mom's response to that?
I would call them just to see if that's true, just ask. But then
And then the next message is just on the next page.
sprained ankle.
Did you continue this idea of, well, let me ask you this. Did you communicate to Matt ever that you had a sprained ankle?
No, I never told Matt I had a sprained ankle.
So as of the morning of the 12th, what was the understood action that you were going to take between you and Matt?
I am sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sure, thank you. As of the morning of the 12th, so the next morning after these text exchanges happened, what was the understanding between you and Matt was going to happen that morning?
That I was going to go to the rental car place and attempt to rent the car and drive home.
Okay. Did you end up going to the rental car place on the 12th?
I did.
And what did they tell you?
I asked them, I said, can I rent a car with an out-of-state driver's license and a debit card? They said no.
Okay.
I said, okay, if my husband calls you, I'm sorry if he yells at you.
You remember what time you went to the rental car place?
Right around 8 o'clock.
Okay. We could go, if you could look at the messages on the right in the green, the second one down. Could you please read that?
LOL, I said, I'm sorry to the cat on talk to text.
Sorry, the one after that.
Right. He called and talked to the girl,
And what's that in reference to?
the rental car,
Okay, and he is who?
Matthew,
Okay, and when did you send that?
11:32 a.m.
What day? Sorry.
on the 11th.
Okay, and then the next page at 11. What does that say?
Because I have an out-of-state driver's license, it has to be a credit card
Okay, and what date was that?
on the 11th.
Okay, so you didn't
So,
learn the information on the 12th when you went, you already had it on the 11th.
yes, I had spoke with her on the phone
Okay. So then why would you go on the 12th?
to make my story plausible that I went in to go rent the car and that it didn't work.
Okay. Who did you discuss that plan with?
My mother.
Anybody else?
No.
Did you discuss it with Rory?
I believe I told Rory that I was going to go try to rent a car because she was watching my children for 5 minutes.
Was Rory aware of this plan?
I don't believe so.
Okay, what about Jake? Did you tell Jake?
I don't believe so.
What about Kevin?
I don't believe so.
Tell me a little bit about the layout of your house, or your mom's house, I'm sorry. Where were people living? What rooms were they in?
So it's a 3-story, technically a 2-story with a basement. Jacob lives downstairs in the basement. It's a finished basement. On the first floor is Rory's office. And upstairs is a master bedroom, Kevin's bedroom, and Rory's bedroom.
Okay. And where were you staying?
I was staying in my mother's master bedroom while she slept on a mattress downstairs in the basement.
Okay. I'm going to play for you an audio and see if you recognize it. State's Exhibit number 9, if there's any objection to it.
Any objection? Exhibit 9. Is there an objection, Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 9 may be played.
So I guess just to be clear, I moved to admit State's Exhibit 9.
Sorry. I need to go with this for 5 minutes because I need to go to the rental car place to make my story possible that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. I leave in like 2 minutes. I'm leaving my kids know that you're upstairs.
Who did you say you were leaving?
I did tell Kevin that I was leaving. I forgot I had that conversation with him.
Okay, so would you like to rephrase who you told you were going to go to the car rental place?
I told Kevin I was going to the car rental place.
Okay.
Please.
Mr.
I wasn't able to rent the car, telling him that I wasn't going to be able to drive back.
Did you guys begin to have phone calls?
Yes,
Did you record those phone calls?
more than likely, I believe so.
Did you start having phone calls with him after going to the Enterprise rental car place?
I believe so.
Things cordial with you and Matt in the morning?
Yes,
Can you say that again? I didn't catch what you
Yeah,
said.
I'm sorry. Were things cordial with you and Matt in the morning?
I believe so, yes.
After discussing what transpired at Enterprise, what plan did you make with Matt?
We decided that Matt was going to drive out.
Now, at this time, the state would move to admit states 10 through 10, 11, and 12 as a batch. They are the first 3 phone recordings that she indicated she made.
Any objection, Mr. Williamson?
Just some foundation for them. I'm sorry. Your Honor.
Some additional.
Just additional foundation, and similarly, we're wondering what it's
Fair
about.
enough.
When they were recorded, why, who did it, how?
Fair enough. Thanks, the foundation.
So I had asked you earlier if you recorded the phone calls with Matt,
Yes,
and what was your answer?
yes.
And what did you record those on?
My iPad?
Okay, the same iPad that captured the conversation earlier in the day.
Yes,
And do those recordings accurately reflect what you and Matt talked about?
yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
So you stipulate now?
No objection.
All right. Exhibits 10 through 12 are admitted without objection.
Let's play, this is a little bit lengthy, but I'm going to play number, let's publish number 10, please.
They won't rent me the car.
Okay, well, let her mom rent it.
She doesn't have money on her credit card.
Okay, so what you gotta do? Can you rent it through Sam or somebody else? Anybody?
Nobody has credit cards with that money on it.
Sorry, can we pause this for just 1 second? Might make it easier. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. If you could take a look at that and see, and look up when you can tell what that is. Okay, what is that?
It's a call log.
Does that appear to be a call log, accurately reflect your calls on July 12th?
Yes,
Okay, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted, thank you.
Refer you to I think it's page 6 or so. Actually, it's on your screen. We'll just go that way. Go to the next page over. Okay, then go to page, sorry, I didn't put page numbers on it. It's my fault. Page 6. And then look at 8:55 a.m. Who's that call between?
Matt and myself,
And for how long?
10 minutes.
Let's go ahead and play it. Yeah, please.
I'm at a loss right now, Matt.
Okay, just chill out.
They won't rent me the car.
Okay, well, let her mom rent it.
She doesn't have money on her credit card.
Okay, so what you gotta do? Can you rent it through Sam or somebody else? Anybody?
Nobody has credit cards with that money on it.
How much money do you, what do you need?
I can't do it with my debit card because I have an out-of-state license.
Okay, so what do you need me to do? Like, what are you thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, just chill out. Do you need to put money in a different, do you want to call her credit card and extend it?
No, they need money. No, because they won't rent it to me because I have a debit card and an out-of-state license plate, or an out-of-state driver's license. If I had an in-state driver's license and a debit card, they would do it. Like, they don't even care that I have a good driving record. They don't care that, like, I just rented with them 3 weeks ago.
Okay, but then obviously that doesn't matter, so. Who are you down there with right now? You're with Danny?
No, I came back home to assess it.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm not gonna sit down there at the Enterprise place as I'm like trying to figure out what to do. It's only 5 minutes away. I can go back down there. It's no problem.
Okay. We'll just take a deep breath, obviously.
Yeah.
This never ends here.
No. I don't know. I don't know.
So, if your mom had money, how did she have money? How could she have money?
It's like $1,000. Well, she's having a hard week this week because the water kept being turned off. So she didn't make as much money as she would normally.
No, I'm not trying to give you a time. I'm just
I know you're not giving me a hard time. I'm explaining stuff to you as best as I can.
So if you need to move that money from your account, take it out and put it in her account.
I don't know if that would work.
In the account.
Huh?
You need me to go to the account and put more money in your account. Send it all over to your mom's account. Just write the car in her name.
No, because then I can't drive it.
Well, she leaves with it. See, she leaves with
But
it.
if there's any problem on the way home, I'm fucked. If there's any sort of pickup on the way home, I'm fucked. I understand that. I don't want to be fucked on the way home and being like, oh, well, where's Tracy? It's like, well, she's not here.
Like, you need to get all the way down here kind of thing?
Huh?
Like when you return the car kind of thing?
Yeah, she would have to return that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because she would have to return the car. Wow.
I don't think our 250 should be driving up that far.
Really?
Well, I mean, I guess I could. I don't have a trip permit though, so if I get pulled over right now, I guess I could call Robert and try to borrow the trip permit.
Well, how much is registration? Can you get it registered?
It's like, it's just terrifying to me because I'm hitting the starter with a hammer, Kate. I don't have money for a starter. So I have to pay our downs bill in like 5 days, 6 days. So like, I'm just trying to juggle this. At the same time, I'm trying to juggle the, it's pushing.
Well, then it just sounds like we don't have money right now. We just gotta wait a little bit more until we have more money.
I can go return the starter. Like I bought another starter. I have like $600 more, and I have no money after that. So,
Well, no, because we need the gas card to stay on for the drive home.
no, I'll stay on. I don't have it.
But it would only be a solid day of you being gone. I don't know. I feel like we just need to make it a better plan. I feel like we need to do a little bit more research.
I did all that. That's sad because I called and asked her all these questions.
I know, and I was ready, and they said, "Oh, a debit card and an out-of-state license? No, that doesn't work."
That's what I asked her.
Well, she obviously doesn't know.
And then this is their policy. She can't touch anything.
Right, because it's a fucking $50,000 car. I I know, I feel the same way.
Katie, I think I was like the truck, just so I could land the truck and hit the starter with a hammer. Like, it has a little oily, I mean, like, I'm like, even working for Robert, like, it's, you know, I'm sitting there terrified that I'm gonna break down the intersection still. Like, towing trailers and just trying to get this done. Stress is killing me right now. It's not really about me right now, I'm saying it. It's just harsh, you know?
I get it.
Holes in the back, I got straps, like I've just been like busting my ass. I have the truck parked in the shop area because if it doesn't start, I have to hit the starter and I'm laid on the concrete.
Matt, I did what I could today.
I mean, it's no jack up in her car. It would be you. I could pay her. Do you know anyone who would let me borrow their car? Like, safely? Like, I'm not drugged or anything.
What about your mom?
It just sucks that I have to go all the way to fucking Orange County to get it. No. But
Yeah.
I would actually ask them probably to drive out here and drop it off with me.
Right.
I would rather like ask someone in the neighborhood.
You can't just roll the dice with the truck. It's that fucking sketchy.
I could call. Just the thing is, here's what's going on. If I call Robert and ask for the moving permit, they're saying like he's gonna find out soon that I got the Ortiz deal, and he might not be very happy, but it's still my customer first, and I'm trying to avoid too much involvement, like too much desperation with a neighbor right across the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sick to my stomach.
Well, I mean, we got insurance. I wouldn't even, if I did that, I would basically drive straight there and I wouldn't even the truck out before that. The truck would be on for 40 hours. I could call him and ask if I could borrow the truck from him.
Hang on. What happened? What happened? Cheyenne, what happened? What happened?
She was being annoying, and I just lost my patience.
Well, then you need to You're throwing his phone?
No, I didn't.
You're not gonna yell at me though. Do not throw the phone because
No!
do not throw the phone because I will take away your iPad for the day. Do not give me a grumpy face. No, I am trying to figure stuff out today. Please don't do this. Be kind. Be kind. I don't know. I think it was also, no, it was the water being turned off that really threw the wrench in the gears.
Robert. I really wish I could ask for, I wish I could just try to get my regular home. You know, like you said, it's kind of annoying to ask all that about the time.
It's a big ask. Okay. Okay.
If I could refer you to your call log, when's the next call you have with Matt?
$8:43. No, sorry, excuse me, that was Carolyn's phone call.
So 8:55, you talked to Matt. That's the one we just listened to.
Mm-hmm.
When's the next one after that?
The 1 second one is at 8:53 and
So
then,
go the other direction in the.
oh, backwards.
Yeah, descending order.
Sorry.
No, that's my fault.
$11:55 for 11:11.
Okay, on that same page, you see a phone call between you and him at 9:08 a.m. Just 3 lines up from where you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay.
Yeah,
And how long did you,
9:15.
how long did you talk for?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
Okay, the one right below that is how long? 9:08.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention. 1:37.
If we could play states 11.
Okay. Still, stop. Like,
have YouTube kids.
Stop.
YouTube. You.
Let's go watch YouTube. Why are you yelling at me? Sorry, I'm sitting on my earbud and he's just like screaming, running around like a fucking crazy person. I don't have YouTube. I don't have YouTube. Like, you kidding me? Like, can you tell him you're around stress right now? Like, what the fuck? That's so expensive.
That's not as bad as you think. Just trying to think that I'll park for trucking and see what it'll cost to have one of the cars just transported back.
I'm not borrowing one of their cars. Jacob uses his car every day. Rory uses her car every day. My mom uses her car every day. And Kevin's car cannot make it to California. So these cars are not options out here. I know, it's frustrating.
Well, frustrating is if Robert just answered his phone and said yes, that would be the plan, and I'd just be going with that right now, and I wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Okay, well.
But now I texted him what my intentions are, so a lot of times when I text him intentions,
Right, he reads it and then gets back to you.
he gets all of this stuff. Either stuff up or gets all of this stuff.
Okay, right.
Who's Richard?
Robert.
Sorry, Robert. Who's Robert?
That is our across the street neighbor.
Okay, and what was Matt trying to do from Robert?
Borrow a moving permit for a, so if he got pulled over, he could say that, oh, I have a moving permit because the truck was not registered.
And what would that have allowed him to do?
Drive out
In what vehicle?
in our own vehicle, the F-250.
The one that we saw a picture of earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And then your next call at 9:15, how long does that last?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
Could you please play 12?
Hey,
Hey, what?
what's going on with you?
I'm gonna go get the trip permit from Robert right now.
Okay, you gonna drive out today?
I don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
What?
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready. I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
I'm rested enough, but I gotta get the dogs like fully fed and left. Okay, and I don't plan on turning the truck off. Should I even get the starter on the way out? Should I replace my starter and then go?
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to town then and get the starter, and then come back and work on the truck, and then get the dogs ready. It's gonna be a long fucking day.
No,
Okay?
no. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I gotta get going on my first, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll call you in a little bit. I'm gonna call you in like an hour. You gotta let me do something. I
Okay,
gotta go return a starter, and I can't drive out there without a starter that works.
okay,
So I gotta swap the starter. So I have to go to town. I gotta go to Roberts, go to town, put the starter on, feed the dogs, get ready to go, eat. And I don't know how the truck's gonna be kind of dirty. Like you're not gonna just talk like tools in there and fucking fill on the bed. Like,
no,
are you?
Mommy, I'm hungry.
okay, I'll feed you.
Oh, I gotta go. I'll call you. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Goodbye.
So that call happened what time?
9:15 in the morning.
Okay, if I could refer you, do you still have states 8 in front of you?
Yes.
Could you please turn to page 302? You can go ahead and publish this. And just for reference, this is the conversations between you and your mother via text message, correct?
I don't have 302 in this packet. It goes from 298 to 303.
Oh, like it jumps?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember let me go ahead and publish this. Publish page 302, please. I think we figured out it's at the end of the packet. But. Yeah, so these are the conversations between you and your mom on the 11th and 12th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what do you say? On the right hand, what do you say to your mom?
He's going to drive out.
And what time do you send that?
9:17 in the morning.
Is it fair to say that that was immediately after getting off the phone with Matt?
Yes.
What's her response to you?
I'll call you.
What time did she tell you that?
10:45.
You can go back to that call log, which is number 13. You gotta flip the page. Actually it's presented on the screen. You see a call between you and your mother at 11:39?
Yes.
How long was that call?
5 minutes and 22 seconds.
Okay, after getting off the phone with her, what do you do?
I tried to call Matt.
How many times?
Looks like I tried to call him twice and he answered on the third time.
Okay, and what time's that call with Matt?
11:55.
Again, you recorded some of these phone calls with Matt, correct?
Yes.
Our state would move to admit states 16.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. States 14.
14.
We only seek to publish the first 3 minutes. That's not the full thing.
But we would like to look again, the foundation, what, where, why, and how of this
Yeah,
14.
14. So again, these are the same calls that you were recording that day, correct?
Yes.
And these were calls between you and Matt.
Yes.
And I'll lay the foundation for 14, 15, and 16. Were there 3 additional calls that day that you recorded on your iPad?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just move to minimum as a batch.
I did the other way.
I don't know that that's necessary for foundation, but why did you record them?
In case he started to yell at me, I wanted to be able to replay it.
Okay. And did he? And did he?
I don't recall if he yelled at me or not.
Okay. So we'll move to publish the first 3 minutes of the 11:55 call.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Hey,
Good, how are you?
we'll just pass Butterfield. I'm leaving here. Get on the freeway and go my desk.
Cool.
So, okay, peaceful, food.
Awesome.
Dogs. But I wanted to leave, there's like a tweaker car outside, like, that's gonna be needed help, and then they said they're letting fans cool down and then they took off.
Okay.
Sounds like shit, I have to wait for their tow truck to get them out of here. Fuck. Cause I would've canceled if they were out in front for right now. Well, fucking dumb.
Yeah.
But I think when I get there, I don't think I wanna turn the truck off.
Okay.
So I just wanna get the car seats in and just kinda take them off. Is that gonna be doable?
Yeah, you'll be here late.
Yeah,
So.
and then you'll take off, and then you'll take over driving.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll take over after that, and we'll be home.
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah. So if you're not turning off the truck,
Well, I could, it doesn't matter.
okay.
I got a new starter, and it should be fine.
Okay.
That's under warranty if it's not. So,
Okay, here's that. Just a minute. Can I say daddy? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. He's on the phone. You didn't say hi, daddy.
why did you get, well, hi, baby, why'd you want to turn on the truck?
No, it's just a parking situation, that's all, because, the parking spots are by the clubhouse, but you can't, there's no street parking. So if you're in the street, you're in the street.
Yeah, so how do we get loaded up?
Well, just park.
I'm 97%, so
Okay, well,
I'll
just,
probably turn my phone off when I get by Vegas to conserve some energy, you know?
okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, probably just pull right up in front of the house, you know?
Yeah, I'll just load up. How long are you gonna take? Like 15 minutes to load up?
Yeah, not long at all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you. I just don't want to risk the truck. That's all I am.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Are you coming inside? Are you gonna come inside and help me load up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The front door is always unlocked, okay?
Okay. Well, I'll turn my nav on when I get all the way out there because I got to pass one Corolla, right?
Yeah.
At 11:55, why did you ask him to come inside?
Because it was part of the plan.
What plan?
The plan to murder him.
It's published Exhibit 15, first minute 30 only. Actually, if you pause this for just 1 second. Next call you have with Matt. You see a call between you and Matt, should be on page 3 at 2:20 p.m.
Yes, for 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Go ahead and play this.
Yeah, what's going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. What's up?
I'm just calling to see how your day's going.
I'm just passing that abandoned water park.
Oh, fun, cool.
Yeah. I just like run out and look at it.
Yeah, my mom said it was too tired. When you get to it, we can always you guys sleep here? She said she'll keep her distance. She'll actually be asleep.
Oh my guys, I'm just not gonna talk, that's all.
Okay, or if we want, we can get a hotel. She said she'll go $100 towards it.
No, it's not guys. I just wanna see my baby, see you. Just, I brought my pillow and everything else.
Right.
So, I'm not really worried about it. So, what do you want to do?
I want you to be comfortable.
I will be. I just be
Okay.
once I have my family.
Okay, well, good.
Oh, I
Oh,
want,
awesome.
yeah. So, cool.
Huh?
If we could go back to Exhibit 8, please. Why'd you tell him that your mom would pay for a hotel room where he could spend the night there?
To make him more comfortable.
Okay, and who was telling you to say that?
My mom.
If we can go and publish pages 30. Of States 8. To approach the witness.
Yes.
Okay.
I directed you to page 303 of States 8. Could you please read the text message in blue at the bottom?
From my mom, I'm meeting Kevin for sushi.
What time did she send you that?
2:07 p.m.
And what's the next message?
Next message is from her. The water is off at my studio, so I'm just going to come home and tackle that laundry room.
Okay. And then jump down 2 messages to the honey bunch.
Honey Bunch, I'm really happy that's Matt's going to try. I'm a little nervous about it, but I hope that it works out because you have a sweet little family.
What time is she sending that to you?
2:08.
All right, here we go. We have them on the screen now. Yeah, we're almost there. Okay, next one.
And I'm super happy he stopped drinking.
And how do you respond to that?
I liked it, I believe, is what it did.
And then what?
And then after that, I said, me too. I want us all to be happy together.
And what did she say to you?
That is literally the only thing I care about. I just have to always appreciate that your husband loves you and loves your kiddos.
Okay, let's go to page 306 at the bottom. What did she say to you?
Hey there, please let Matt know that he's welcome to spend the night. And if he's too tired after driving all day, I promise I'll stay away and I will be as sweet as candy.
And what time is that text message?
2:19.
And so does that immediately precede you calling Matt? Or talking to Matt on the phone at 2:20?
Yes.
Did she send you a few more text messages about a St. George hotel and $100 for a hotel?
Yes.
And then what's your final response to her?
Okay, I'll tell him.
Sorry, page 308.
I'm getting there. Okay, on the phone with him now.
And what's her response to you?
Very good.
What time did she send that?
2:41.
Okay. What was your understanding of these text messages?
I'm not really sure. It doesn't necessarily jive with what's actually happening.
What is actually happening?
We're planning to murder Matt.
Were you going to be staying in St. George?
No,
You weren't going to be getting a hotel on the way home, right?
no.
I'm going to refer you back to your call log one final time. On page 1 of the call log, do you have a call with Matt at 8:13?
Yes,
How long was that call?
1:40.
Okay, permission to put, I'm going to publish states 16.
Any objection?
No objection.
Me.
I was so I put the cardboard in there.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
How long is it gonna take to get loaded?
Not long.
That's leave it running?
That's fine.
What? There's an apple on your iPad. There's an apple iPad. This is an apple iPad.
Yeah.
Huh? Means it's an iPad.
Can you hold the
This
button?
is an apple.
I
Hey, Daddy.
Okay,
don't want this to leave it running all the time, just so I don't have to risk it not starting out here.
that's fine.
So, done with that.
That's fine. Yeah, you're gonna come in though, right?
Yeah, but I just want to make it like easy, I don't want to like hang on.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be easy. No, it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, so, but it's like the typical trips, like, cause I kind of ran a
Mama,
Okay.
I want to watch.
8:13, what are you making sure he does?
Comes inside.
Was that your part of the job?
Yes.
You had another call with Matt about 45 minutes later, right, on the call log at 8:52.
Yes, for 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
Do you remember if you recorded that one or not?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember if you recorded that one or not?
I think I recorded all of the conversations between Matt and myself.
This was previously admitted as states 7, but so I'm not bouncing around quite so much. I'm going to readmit it. Like normal, showing you state 17. If you could look at it when you recognize what it is, let me know.
You said 17.
17. Okay, and did you have an ongoing conversation with Matt that day?
Yes.
Okay, are these the final text messages between the two of you?
Yes.
We could go and publish state 17. No, not that one. You can take that one down. Okay, if you could read the text message between you and him at 8:08 that you sent him, or sorry, that he sends to you.
When I get there, we should put down cardboard under the truck for oil drips.
And is that what y'all were discussing in the phone call?
Yes. He said, as we load.
Okay, and what was your response to him?
Okay, I'll get some ready.
Then you sent him an additional text message. What was that?
That's the gate code to the community.
What time do you send that to him?
8:59.
Okay, and then your final text message to him, what was it?
A picture of the house with the cardboard in front of it.
And what time did you send that to him?
9:05.
So did you continue your part of the plan all the way up till the end?
Yes.
So you send the final message to him, final communication you have with him is at 9:06, correct?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I'm sorry.
What do you do then
At 9:06.
after that?
After that, I get my kids ready for bed. I I don't know if they were in bed by then or not. Putting them in the bath, and I gave them melatonin so they would go to sleep easy. And I just scrolled on my phone and didn't do a whole lot of anything.
What was going on in the house around you leading up? Well, let me back up. What time did Matt arrive?
10 o'clock.
What was going on, not necessarily from 9 till 10, but in the hours leading up to his arrival?
We were getting ready for his arrival by putting toys away, putting blankets over the couch to avoid blood spatter.
I'm going to show you just you, so if we could take it off of the jury's screen. Which previously been marked as State's Exhibit 19. When that comes up, let me know. Well, actually, I guess I can see it here. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what your house, what your mother's house normally looks like?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to admit State's 19.
Any objection?
Have a little more foundation, how it usually looks like when, time.
Sure. In the time that you've been there since June 20th, was this customarily how your mom's living room would look?
Yes.
And prior to those preparations that you just made, or that you just testified to, is this how the house would traditionally look?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Exhibit 19 submitted without objection.
Thank you. We can go and publish that, please. Okay. You talked about some preparations that were made. Using this photo, what preparations were made for Matt's arrival?
Those toy baskets were put in the garage. All the toys were put away, and there were blankets, sheet blankets put over the couch.
Any other preparations?
The screen was removed from the front door.
What screen is that line?
Yeah, that line, it's one of those magnetic screens.
How is it fasten?
Magnets in the middle, and then all around is Velcro.
So it Velcros to the frame, and
Yes.
then magnets keep it together?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. And just for the witness, I'm gonna do the next two. If we could show her 20 and then 30.
20 and what?
20 and then State's 30. Okay, you see that?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of how the house looked on July 12th after the preparations were made?
Yes.
And then if we can go to 30, we'll just go ahead and move these at the same time. And is that, you can see the flooring has been changed. So which means this is after the fact. Does this look like how it was? Did it revert back to its original state after July 12th?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect that?
Yes.
So we move to admit States 20 and 30.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay,
All right, Exhibits 20 and 30 are admitted without objection.
please publish those and we'll, for the jury.
Which one do you want to do first?
20, please. Thank you. Okay. Does this look like the house, the living room on the night that Matt was killed?
Yes.
And if you could use this picture to please highlight the changes that were made.
The blanket that is placed on the couch, and then the toys being removed.
And we can't see the screen in this picture, correct?
No, sir.
And if we go to number 30, please. This is after Matt's death.
Yes.
Again, it reverted back. Did it revert back to how it originally was?
Yes.
And has that screen been reinstalled?
Yes.
Why were you testified about the blankets, the reason for the blankets. Why was the screen door removed?
To make it easier for him to come in and have it not be a deterrent.
Were there any other preparations made to the house? You can take this down.
Not that I recall. There may have been, but I don't recall.
How long did you stay downstairs that night?
During the shooting?
No, just
Oh.
that evening.
Oh, I believe I went upstairs about 9:30 just to lay down and relax.
Do you remember what you did?
I think I was just scrolling on my phone. My son was asleep in the bed and my daughter was asleep as well.
What was your understanding of what was going to happen at that point?
No matter arrived, he was going to be shot
By who?
by Kevin
And how did you know that?
because it was discussed with my mother.
Okay, was it discussed with Kevin?
I don't recall if I actually discussed it with Kevin directly,
Okay.
but my mom told me that she or Kevin would do it.
And you testified earlier that Matt arrived around 10 o'clock.
Yes,
What did you observe? Let me ask you this. Did you hear him coming?
I heard him pull up. Yes,
How did you hear that?
I was upstairs. The diesel's a very loud truck.
Okay. And that's that 250 that we've seen pictures of?
Yes,
Okay. What else did you hear?
I believe I heard the doorbell ring. And I heard the door open. I don't know if I heard the door open, but it was all quiet. And then I heard the gunshots.
Okay. Did you hear anything else?
I heard Matt say, ow, ow. And then after that, I heard my mom and Kevin talking about placing the knife in his hand.
What did you hear them say?
I heard Kevin. I heard Kevin say, "Be careful. He might still be kicking. Like to be careful." And then I could hear them, and I shouted down. I said, "You guys need to call 911." But before that, my mom had come upstairs to tell me. And I said, "Is he gone?" She said, "Yes." And that's when I told her, I said, "You guys need to call 911.
Did you go downstairs?
No, not until the police got there and they called me down. I remained upstairs.
You said you heard Kevin say, "Be careful, he might still be kicking."
Yes,
You talked about that in reference to the planting of a knife.
yes. I didn't actually see them planting the knife though,
Why would you draw that conclusion from what you heard?
because my mom told me that she was going to put a knife in his hand to make it look like self-defense.
Okay. When was that? When did you have that conversation with her?
3-4 days prior.
Did you have that conversation on more than one occasion with her?
Yes.
What was the context or what were the circumstances of that conversation? Like what led to that conversation?
I don't think anything led to it. I think it was just brought up and she had showed me the knife.
And where did this happen?
And down on the main floor and by the laundry room because she had the knife in the laundry room wrapped in a glove.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more how this transpired. So are you in the laundry room with her, or what happened?
We're standing at the doorway in the hallway of the laundry room and she showed me the knife.
Okay, were you talking about Matt at this point?
I don't recall what brought up that thing, but more than likely, I was probably stressed and just trying to talk out the situation. And she was trying to assure me, "Don't worry, I have a plan."
And it's your testimony that at that time she showed you the knife.
Yes.
We could put up just for the witness, State's Exhibit 21. Do you see that picture?
Yes.
Does that accurately represent what it seemed, what it is picturing?
Yes.
Is that how you remember the laundry room in your home?
My mother's home. Yes.
Yes, your mother's home. Does this accurately reflect what it looked like on July 12th?
Yes.
What about the few days prior when you were talking to your mother?
It may have had more laundry in it because she did mention tackling the laundry room and there was a lot of laundry in it.
But otherwise,
Yes.
say we move to, well, actually, sorry, let me ask. Well, say we move to Admit States Exhibit 21.
No objection. All right, so it's-
We could show her 22. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and does that accurately depict what you previously testified to being shown?
Yes.
Yes, they would move to Admit States Exhibit 22.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admit it, thank you.
Okay, state would ask to publish Exhibit 21 for the jury. One first. Okay, is this the laundry room that you were just testifying about?
Yes.
Where was the knife being kept?
On top of the dryer in the basket.
So is the dryer the, which
the
was
dryer,
the-
the dryer is on the right.
Okay, and is it in that wicker basket? Okay.
Yes. The darker wicker basket.
Did you watch her take it out of there?
Yes.
What'd you watch her do? What did she do with it next after showing it to you?
She put it back in the glove and put it back on the dryer in the basket.
Okay, and if we could publish 22, please. And is that the knife that she showed you?
Yes.
Had you seen that knife before she showed it to you?
No.
Did you have any other conversations with your mother about making it look like self-defense?
Not a whole lot, just that she was going to put the knife in his hand.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Kevin about this plan?
Planting of the knife? No.
I'm sorry.
Planting of the knife? No.
What did you have conversations with Kevin about?
Not. Our conversations were, for lack of a better word, short and sweet. They were about coffee and cats.
Okay. In the days leading up to Matt coming out, did you talk to him about Matt?
I don't recall if I did or not. I know he knows that I was going to go to the rental car place and not rent the car. I know that he knows that we were having problems.
Right.
That Matt and I were having problems.
And how does he know those things?
It was.
What did you tell him specifically?
I don't know what I told him specifically. Yes, specifically. I don't know what I told him. I don't know what my mom told him exactly.
Who did you talk to about what transpired that night after the fact?
Stephanie. I did mention some of the things that happened.
Okay. Well, who else? Would you talk to your mom about it?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you talk to your mom about what happened that night after the fact?
Kind of, not really. It was really traumatizing for both of us, so we kind of didn't want to.
Okay. We can take that down, please. As a result of what happened that night, did you lose your phone?
Yes.
Did you have to resort to a different form of communication after that?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 23. Similarly, if you could look through that and look up when you recognize what it is. Okay, what is it? Did you resort to a different form of communication with Ms. Christ?
Yes,
And what did you start using?
I used my iPad and I used a Google phone number.
Okay, does this appear to accurately reflect those conversations with your mother?
Yes.
They would move to admit states 23.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 23 submitted without objection.
Can we just publish page 1, please? Could you please read the entry for number 2?
From my mom.
Correct.
Do not talk to Diane about anything that happened. It can be used against Kevin, so don't tell what happened.
What day was that sent?
The 13th.
Sorry, if we could publish this to the jury. Hey. Okay, what's the next thing?
She said, just say it was a blur and you don't want to talk about it right now. Right. Oh, talk about it right then or whatever.
And what do you say?
Done. No details about what happened.
And she said that to you, that last
Oh,
one?
yes, she said that. And I said, Roger.
We can take that down. Did you end up talking to Diane?
I did.
Was that call recorded?
It was.
Did your mom also talk to Diane?
Yes, she did. She was the one who originally called her.
So was it part of the same call?
No, the first call that was made to Diane, my mother talked to Diane. And then the second call, I talked to Diane, and my mom was whispering to me on what to say to her.
I want to clean up a couple of things. Would you and Kevin ever communicate via Snapchat?
No.
Did you use Snapchat?
Yes.
If we could show to the witness only State's Exhibit 27. You see that?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an accurate representation of a message that you would have received from Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to, or state moves to admit State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No.
States Exhibit 27 is admitted. Thank you.
Okay, move to publish, please.
All right.
Okay. What is this message communicating to you?
That chats will be deleted 24 hours after viewing between Kevin and myself.
Okay, when was that change, or when was that text message sent to you?
The 24th of June.
And did you make any changes to your Snapchat permissions?
On that day?
Yeah.
I believe so. I don't remember doing it, but I don't think that Kevin actually uses Snapchat.
Fair enough. But that change was made by you on the 24th,
Yes.
correct? Now, your testimony is you didn't communicate with him via Snapchat anyway.
Right.
And is it fair to say your testimony today is you didn't communicate with him really at all?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
You mentioned, and I'm just cleaning up a couple of loose ends. You mentioned Amy, was it Amy Johnson?
Yes.
Do you know who Amy, did she have another name?
McQuillan.
Okay. And you said that you were there to help clean out her fridge and freezer because her husband had passed away.
Yeah,
That-
and
that
she was
accurate?
sick.
And she was sick?
Yeah, she wasn't doing too well.
Do you remember what her husband's name was?
Pete Beauregard.
I feel like there's been let me ask you just directly. On July 12th, did you have any intention of going home with Matt?
No,
I told you I'd give you an opportunity to go back to Disneyland.
yes.
You said there was an issue with Matt. What issue are you referring to?
I was not there. I was in the park and there was goldfish spilled. My sister brushed it off from the bed to the carpet, and he got really upset and took the kids in the bathroom, and she could hear hitting.
Okay. And that was relayed to you by whom?
Tara Lynn.
And so this would have been in February.
Yes.
And did you see any injuries to your children?
No, I did not.
You saw them after that, right?
Yes, I did.
No injuries?
No injuries.
Okay. Where was Kevin at that time?
I don't know. He may have been in the park. He may have been in the hotel room. I don't know. I didn't see him much of that trip. There was 18 of us.
Big group.
So, yeah.
Is it fair to say what you told us, what you told the jury today and testified to is not what you have said consistently over the course of this case?
Will you elaborate?
Sure. Prior to your pleading guilty, this is not consistent with what you told police, right?
I originally was not honest with the police, correct?
Okay. In a variety of different aspects.
Yes.
Were you honest with them about the time that Matt showed up?
No, not originally,
And why not?
because we needed that 15 minutes to make the story plausible.
When you pled guilty in this case, do you remember signing a statement in advance of plea about what you would be pleading to?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you pled guilty, do you remember signing a statement in advance of plea, which would have
Yes.
had the charges? I'm sorry, I
Yes.
cut you off.
Yes.
How many versions of that statement did you see?
The statement created by the state.
The one that you signed.
I don't recall how many versions.
Was it more than one?
I don't recall.
Okay. If the court would give me 1 minute.
That's fine.
Just a couple other loose strands. Did you tell anyone in your family on July 12th that you were going home with Matt?
No, I did not.
Did you tell them explicitly that you were not going back with Matt?
Yes.
I didn't hear who she.
Question was, did you tell them explicitly you were not going home with Matt? And the answer was yes.
Them?
Yes.
An objection as to.
Who them is?
I can certainly clarify. Who is the them?
All of my family.
Kevin included?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot to do this earlier. You had a text message from your mother into the record that she was meeting Kevin for sushi.
Yes,
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
around 2:00.
Foundation. Oh, you asked what time to text?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
That's what time you got the text message.
Yes,
When did you see your mother again after that? Do you remember what time?
maybe around 3.
Okay. What about Kevin?
I believe I saw him walking into the house around 3:00.
And did you have any interactions with him between 3 and 9:30 or 3 and 10?
I don't believe so.
We've established this earlier, but on July 12th, who lived in the home of Tracy Christ?
Tracy, myself, my children, Kevin, Rory, and Jacob.
Where was Rory when Matt was killed?
Rory was at Rachel's house.
Where was Jake when Matt was killed?
Jacob was out skateboarding with his friends.
And do you know why they were not there?
My mom told Rory to not be at the house because she didn't want Rory around Matt when he got there, whether or not he would be angry, or she really didn't want her to be a witness or a part of it.
Okay. And what about Jake?
Jake, it just so happened that he wasn't there.
Okay. So it'll pass the witness.
All right, counsel, let me see up here.
Okay, guys. So that's so y'all, that was her complete direct from, and sorry we had to look at it that way, but that's the way we had to look at it. Now, I think I found, while we was in there, I'm always looking and trying to find, I think I may have found the cross. Wait a minute. I think. I'm trying to make sure. I think this could be the cross. Some of it anyways. So we will, let's see. I think this might be some of the cross, y'all. And I'm gonna still continue to look because it's only like 30 minutes, but I'm gonna continue to try to look for us. Okay, here we go. I think it's the cross.
In your relationship with your mother and confiding about your marital issues and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Can we get two up? Yeah. Okay. Let me put two in front of you. Oh, sorry. You tell, through your attorney, you tell the government, well, here's what I know. Here's the information I have. One, Tracy Grist is the mother of Catherine Rastelli. Right?
Yes.
Everybody knew that. Number 2, Kevin Ellis is the brother of Catherine Rastelli, right?
Yes.
Hardly news. Number 3, Matthew Rastelli, the deceased, is the husband of Catherine Rastelli.
Yes.
Then we get to 4, Catherine and Matt had marital issues leading up to Catherine moving from her home in California with Matt to her mother's home in Utah. Tracy Grist is Catherine Rastelli's mother, right?
Yes.
During Catherine and the marriage, Catherine would confide in Tracy Grist about marital issues.
Yes.
Aside from that, aside from Tracy, Catherine never discussed her relationship with Kevin Ellis or other family members. On occasion, however, Catherine would discuss her struggles with Tara. That's Tara Lynn, right?
Yes.
Now, we already talked about how information proliferated through your family. Let's go to 7. When Catherine moved to Utah to live with her mother, Tracy, it became apparent Tracy wanted to remove Matt from Catherine's life. Right?
Yes.
Tracy wanted to toward. Ivan describes some of the things that were done in preparation for Matt's arrival on July 12th, right?
I do not have 11. I have 1 through 8, and then it goes right to 18.
Oh, sorry. Are we able to page to? And thanks for catching that, because that's the one marked with an exhibit sticker. I'll have to fix that. So now we can just show it on the screen. I can walk through. I can scan her. It's not working when we publish. Not published. Sorry, it's on our screen, but not published. Is there something we need to do? All right, once again, this exhibit, I've been running through you with 10. I'm sorry that you don't have that. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
All right. We already established in paragraph 10 about Tracy being an intermediary. You never discussed any criminal actions towards Matt with Kevin. Then you start to describe what happened on July 12th. And it says Tracy removed the magnetic screen door where he would enter. And why? That it would make it so Matt could enter the home more easily, right?
Correct.
Now, it's Tracy who did that.
Yes.
On this proffer. Now, when you interviewed, you acknowledged you and Tracy both did that, right?
I never removed the screen door.
No, fair enough. We're just on screen door here. But in terms of preparation, blankets, moving toys, screen door and all that, you were present.
Yes.
Kevin was not.
Correct.
So that's 12 and 13 is the toys and such. This says Tracy mentioned to Stephanie after the fact that if Stephanie wanted a photo of a body, Tracy would have to take a picture of Matt's body and give it to her. Let's talk a little bit about that. That's Tracy Slocum, right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Stephanie Slocum, right?
Correct.
Thanks. Stephanie Slocum is somebody that you had met and talked to about this case online, right?
Yes.
That's through this box called Discord, this platform. You can tell my age. It's a platform where people communicate and do whatever they do, tell stories, sort of like as if you could go sit in a room with everybody, right?
And also Instagram, yes.
It's like Instagram, and you can pop in and out. And I'm really sorry because I I'm sure I don't understand it, but I'm just trying to establish where you meet Slocum. Do you know that Slocum has testified in the hearing before where she called you her best friend?
I know that she testified, yes.
You saw
I
her
do not-
transcript.
Yes, and I was appalled at her lies.
Because she's just full of it, right? She didn't tell the truth about almost anything that she says you and she talked about, right?
She told the truth on some things, but most things I was shocked that she said.
Let's talk about the things though. Sorry, I get tangential, but while we're on the subject, Discord and everything else, I don't want to forget. I mean, you're on there all the time. You are constantly on Discord, Instagram, and other things as well, right?
Throughout the day, yes.
And how many, there's hundreds of entries on your phone download of you being on Discord where you're sharing stories and talking to people, right?
Yes.
And smoking pot.
Yes.
One of the things you do, you get on Discord, you'd all get in there and you all smoke pot together and then you talk.
Yes.
But focus on, you said that Stephanie did say some true things. For instance, when you started talking about Matt and your life and your abuse on Discord, right?
Yes.
You really expressed to these people that you were a victim of abuse and rape and things like that, right?
Yes.
And you did a pretty good job to the extent that even some of the males on there would express, where's he live? I'll protect you from him. I'll go get him. Tell me his name, things like that, right?
I don't ever recall them saying that.
Well, Stephanie recalled it. Are you saying she's lying?
Yes.
So are you saying you didn't say any of that stuff?
I'm not saying I didn't say any of that stuff. I'm saying the men on there.
And here's my
react.
point. Sorry to interrupt you. Here's my point. You could tell stories that could get men to react on Discord. Agreed? Can we agree with that?
Sure.
So that's where the Stephanie reference in here comes up. And it's to the point that Stephanie had this sort of obsession with crime and gory details. Agreed?
She did.
Yeah, to talk about that, you'd even send a picture of Matt's dead body to her if she wanted it, right?
I did not say that. No.
You'd have Tracy send it?
I did not. Those words never came out of my mouth.
Tracy, number 14. Your mom had mentioned to Stephanie, that's Slocum, after the fact, meaning after Matt was murdered, that if Stephanie wanted a photo of the body, that's Matt's body, right?
Yes.
That your mom would take a picture of the body, right?
Yes, my mother said those words. I never said that to Stephanie.
Yeah. So you are just 15. Kevin was suicidal. Your mom utilized and mentioned that. This is all in connection with the conspiracy for murder. That Tracy took advantage of Kevin's mental issues in relation to hurting Matt. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then, I guess, I don't know if you hope for this or what, that Kevin could just commit suicide.
No, I would never hope for that.
And yet, discussions about manipulating Kevin's mental state to include that after he did something that Tracy and you would like to see happen, Tracy expressed that maybe he just commit suicide. That's what this means, right?
She said it more as a joke.
So
and she said it. It made me sad that she would say that.
That's kind of awful, isn't it?
Yes.
Their mother would talk about her desire to help you get Matt killed to the effect that she could manipulate her son, especially since he's suicidal. That's kind of morbid, isn't it?
It is very morbid.
Then we get to paragraph 16, which has to do with using the AirTag trace, right?
Yes.
We've already discussed, at least in your mind, yours and Caroline's mind, And once again, Tara Lynn is never in on this idea of hurting Matt.
Correct.
You agree, Tara Lynn is a good person. She would not engage in
Correct.
helping you hurt Matt.
Correct.
And she could only know about Matt and what Matt does or says to you or abuses you from you, right?
I sent her voice recordings.
But you recorded Matt on when he was explosive, right?
Yes.
And you also sent Tara Lynn communications that were from Matt that seemed abusive, right?
Yes.
We have some of them in the trial. I think we're going to maybe introduce their thumbnails in some of the exhibits that you had where you're saying, look what Matt's saying. You're stoking this situation with Tara Lynn about what Matt is doing and how he treats you, right?
Define stoking.
Oh, you are presenting her with stuff that's inflammatory.
Inflammatory?
Yes.
Define inflammatory.
Flame, stoking. Things that might get an emotional reaction out of the person you're sharing it with.
Yes.
Got that reaction. Tara Lynn reacted.
She did.
Anyway, we're getting to what happened. The air tag, paragraph 16. Tracy instructed Catherine to stay upstairs. Don't come down when he arrived. The plan was either Kevin or Tracy, if needed, would shoot Matt with the gun and place the knife in his hand to sell the story of Matt being the aggressor, right?
Correct.
Right. Kevin or Tracy, we're going to return to this a number of times. It's Tracy telling you that either she'll kill him or Kevin will.
Yes.
But there is no time that she ever told you Kevin's in on doing it, right?
She told me, yes, that Kevin was willing to do it.
So that the fact that you repeatedly will get to have told the government that Tracy never told you what she did and talked about with Kevin is now changing at the trial?
I don't think that she did tell me
I know what your assertion is.
she and Kevin had a discussion and that if Kevin didn't want to do it, she would do it.
Now, that's not what this says, right? She doesn't say, this proffer never says that Tracy told you anything she talked to Kevin about. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
All right. "17 talks about how, you've already said, Matt didn't bring that knife. You've
Correct.
been shown that knife. Because she and Tracy had the knife prior to Matt's arrival that day. And Tracy would likely put the knife in Matt's hand, right?
I do not know who put the knife in his hand
I'm aware
because I was upstairs.
You don't know.
You're right.
You told the government that your understanding from communicating with Tracy, it's only Tracy, you've never communicated with Kevin on the subject, that Tracy said she would put the knife in his hand.
Yes.
Doesn't say Kevin, doesn't say Tracy and Kevin, it just says Tracy, right?
Yes.
And then here's the final paragraph. Catherine never discussed any details about shooting Matt with Tracy and Kevin. See that?
Yes.
The end is italicized. The point is, you're never talking about this plan with Tracy and Kevin at the same time. Right?
Yes.
You thought long, you thought hard about trying to get a deal that could save all of this time in prison for you, what the government would need and want to hear. And you said, among the things we just discovered, that you, Catherine, never discussed any details about shooting Matt with Tracy and Kevin together. Never, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, and that's what you caused to be given in the way of truthful information to the government the very first time, right?
Yes.
And you thought long, you thought hard, you had discussions with your lawyer. about making sure that the information you give to the government would be relevant and material to the charges that they're bringing not only against you, but Kevin
Yes.
and your mom.
Yes.
Let's get to the other point I made. And I apologize to you and everyone in the room if I'm seem to be belaboring this, but the next line is Tracy, your mother, wouldn't discuss the details with you, only that there was a plan going on and that Tracy, would speak to Kevin about the details, right? That's what that says.
Yes.
That's because of what you knew, right?
Yes.
That's because that's what happened, right? She distanced you and Kevin. She kept you on prongs of her plan. I'll talk to Kevin. I'm not going to tell you what I'm talking to him about. But here, let's talk about our plan. You'll lure him in, etc. We've heard what your plan, your guys' plan ended up being. Never you and Kevin together. Tracy's in there directing the conversation. You have no closure with Kevin on it. You don't know what she's telling him. That's
Correct.
what you meant to say here, right?
Yeah.
Well, we already established in Exhibit 1 that the first part of getting this deal was that, according to the prosecutors, it had to be truthful, right?
Yes.
Well, here's what happened. You received an immunity letter, right?
Yes, it did.
And then the prosecutor who said what you said, what we just went over had to be truthful, arranged to have you interviewed, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, presumably determined that that proper was truthful. They set up the interview, and I think it is on June. In June. June 12th, y'all get together in the room and you have this discussion in this interview with the prosecutors, and certainly they are free in that interview to ask you any question they want, right?
Yes.
You told them that it'd be truthful.
Yes.
You understood that they're going to have to believe it for you to get your deal still, right?
Yes.
Let's run through what is or isn't said in that interview. Your interview to get the deal. Excuse me one moment. I'm going to focus on questions that had to do with Kevin, but also what you said about Tracy being the mastermind, okay?
Okay.
Having given the proper that we just went over, when you get to the subject, speaking with Detective Nordine and the prosecutors, sorry. You again reiterated to the prosecutors this notion that
you don't know that there were any conversations with Kevin about this plan, right?
I was only present for the one after sushi.
Well, you agree, as you sit here today, you've never said there was we've already established you said there wasn't any conversations in your proffer letter. You remember telling the police when you had your I must be truthful to get my deal meeting that there was never any meeting with Kevin.
Yes.
What you described about Kevin on that day, in fact, was that on the 12th, Kevin was in his room the whole time. You don't remember even seeing him. You remember that?
Correct.
This is what you told the government in the meeting you had where you had to tell the truth to get your deal, right?
Correct.
By the way, this is now, you've had between the May offer letter, you've had a month to get ready to remember, to prepare to give them all the information you have. Certainly do. Talk about your plan to murder your husband. And who was involved in what happened? You've had all that time to prepare for the meeting, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, you've had a whole long time since you are arrested and charged with this crime, right?
Yes.
And again, you reiterated to the police, at least, this notion that your mother went to sushi with Kevin, right? Remember that subject came out.
Yes.
But what you told them in this meeting is you don't know what was said with sushi.
I don't know what was said at sushi.
You weren't there.
You're right.
And since you don't know what was said, not only do you not know because you didn't go, you don't know because your mom didn't tell you.
Right.
Mom never said anything. The belief is there's this sushi meeting. Now, they went to sushi all the time, right?
I don't know.
And they go have lunch. You're not there. Your mom doesn't tell you what was said there. Can we agree that that's what you told the government?
Yes.
And flatly said to the government that she went there where she could have a private conversation without involving you.
Correct.
Your whole impression of the thing is your mom is setting up a time she can talk to Kevin, and you won't know anything about what was said or done.
Correct.
I think you told this jury after, if you saw Kevin, we're going to get to timelines. I don't know, which one is accurate, but if you ever saw him after the meeting, he didn't seem to be a changed person. He didn't seem to be affected. He didn't seem to have a mood change or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay, guys, so that was some of her cross. I'm pretty sure there's more cross-examination out there. I am steadily fast looking. You know, it's so funny because when they're in jail, they don't change their clothes and their outfits. And, some ways that I'm able to tell that different days of testimony has happened is when the person changes their clothes. But our girl, she in the same outfit every day. So I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out which day is which when I'm looking at it. But I've noticed that she had her hair down when the prosecutors were examining her. And then now she got a ponytail when the defense is doing it. But in the meantime, in between time, what we will do is go into some other testimony that I had queued up for us. Let's go to his mom taking a stand. I did have some, let's go to his mom taking a stand, and this is the victim's mom. So we'll listen to her testimony now.
For you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Rosselli. Will you please tell the jury your name and spell your first and last name?
I'm Diane Restelli. My first name's Diane, and last name's Restelli.
And Mrs. Rosselli, where do you live?
I live in Trabuco Canyon, California.
Is that in Southern, Northern, Central?
That's in Southern California.
And are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
I've been married to my second husband about 2.5 years.
And were you married before that?
Yes, I was. I was married to my first husband, Tom, for 41 years.
And do you have any children?
I have 3 children. Paul is the oldest, and then Matthew, and then Mark.
I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. Thirty-seven.
Did you say 37?
I meant 37. Apologize, Your Honor. Do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes, that's Matthew, my son.
Does that fairly and accurately show what he looks like? or look like?
Well, when he got married, yes.
David moves him at State's Exhibit 37.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted without objection. Thank you.
State would move to publish. And how old was he last year?
42.
And tell me a little bit about him. What did he like to do?
Matt was an outdoorsman. He loved the adventure of hiking, fishing, camping. He loved mountain biking. And at one point, he was a nationally ranked mountain biker for his age category. And that was something that he did almost every day, in his adulthood. He loved it. Matt was very mechanically oriented, loved gears and machines and equipment and, large pieces of equipment. Just a very talented mechanic and very creative in what he did.
And did you have a close family?
We did.
Would you get together fairly often?
Well, I lived, not too far from, about an hour drive away from Matt, but we tried to see him as often as we could. But all in all, when we had any type of Thanksgiving or Christmas, my boys were always present with their families.
And what was your relationship like with Matthew personally?
My relationship was great. He made a pact with his father when he was on his deathbed in the critical care unit in 2020 that he would watch after me, after he passed away. And Matt was the kind of kid that he made that promise and he kept it until his dying day. He was always there to help me with decision-making, mechanical things with my car, fixing things, just consulting with me and helping me. Matt made good on his promise to his father.
It's okay. Would you describe him as a kind person?
Yes. Matt was respectful. He never raised his voice to me and honored my opinions and my comments. Whenever how hard it was to hear.
How often would you talk to him?
I talked to Matt almost every day, since his father's death. Every night he would call me or day, mostly nighttime, and he would give me a recap of his day, how things went, how things didn't go, and the kind of things that he was excited about and working on.
And was he married?
Yes.
And who was he married to?
He was married to Catherine.
And how long he was married for?
They got married in 2016.
And how long did they date before that?
There was a number of years, I would say, about 5 years or more they were together.
So have you known Catherine Rastelli for a long time.
Yes, I have.
What was your relationship like with her?
Kate was very rough around the edges. You had to be very careful because she would blow up very easily. And I had many occasions or several occasions in which she blew up in a very horrific way, verbally. I just tried to model a positive behavior with Kate, to help her, grow in her relationship with the family and with her husband.
And do you know, did they have kids?
They did. They had 2 children. And Matt had 1 child from a previous relationship.
The state would like to show the witness what's marked as State's Exhibit 38.
Any objection?
No objection. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes, that's Matt with his 3 children.
Is it a photograph that accurately and fairly represents what they looked like at that time?
Yes.
State would move to publish admit State's Exhibit 38.
Just one, no objection.
State would move to publish.
The defense will not have any objections to publishing admitted.
Thank you.
Okay, you can take it down. Did you ever meet Catherine Rastelli's family?
I did.
How many times?
I probably met her family, entire family, at least 1 time in Salt Lake at her mother's house. And maybe a few of them off and on, if they did happen to show up at Matt and Kate's place.
And would Matt and Kate often go to Catherine's family for holidays or vacations or things like that?
I think they had a few times or a couple of times that they had gone to Salt Lake or Matt had gone to pick up Kate or whatever. And I think there was some vacationing that her mother did in the Carlsbad area of California, and they would go down and visit there too.
Did Matt spend a lot of time with Catherine's family, to your knowledge?
Not really. He really wasn't really comfortable with her mother.
Where did Matt and Kate live?
Matt and Kate lived in borderline of Temecula, Awanga, California.
And who owned that property?
I own the property and the manufactured home on the property.
And so how did Matt and Kate support themselves?
They supported themselves pretty much on whatever Matt's handyman work that he did. They didn't make any mortgage payments or have to pay any rent. That was all covered by me and my husband, my first husband. So they just did handyman work or hauling work or, whatever work he was, involved in that he created.
Did they have any financial issues?
They did, yes.
Did either of them, to your knowledge, have another job besides the handyman work?
I think towards the very, very end, I think Kate was doing some kind of work for some ranch nearby the home, but it was very, piecemeal.
And you know how many operable vehicles they had?
I think at one point they had 2 operable vehicles until one of them broke down, and then that was in the shop, and then they had just the 1 operable vehicle that he drove here, which, was older. They had some other heavy-duty equipment that was operable, but that was not road. It's not something you drive on the road per se.
Do you remember the last time you talked to Matt?
I talked to Matt 2 hours before he was murdered.
Do you recall what time that was?
That was probably around the 7 o'clock hour.
Do you recall what kind of mood he was in?
He was in a decent mood. I think he had had some trouble with ordering some food at a restaurant. Couldn't believe how much money the food cost and the quality. But that was normal conversation with Matt and I, and we talked about how was the truck running. I asked him about say, how are you feeling in driving? I said, are you okay? Are you alert enough? And do you have water and food or something to keep you occupied? Just a very positive conversation that he was looking forward to seeing his family in about 2 hours. He was just 2 hours outside of American Fork.
And when did you first learn that Matt had died?
I learned the following morning around the 8 o'clock hour when Tracy Grist called me. And the first statement she said, "Are you sitting down? Are you with your husband?" And I said, "Okay." And then she said, "Matt is dead." End quote.
Did she tell you any more about that?
No.
Did that cause you concern? Did it cause you concern?
My immediate thought was that Matt maybe had had a tire blowout or something had happened, on the road, and that he was in a car accident. I had no inkling or no thought that Matt was murdered by the family.
At some point, did you confront Tracy about some of your suspicions?
After that conversation, I had called my son, Mark, who lived across the street from us, and he came over. And at that point, we did have a conversation together in talking to Tracy, like, tell us something about it. And she wasn't very forthcoming in giving information.
Do you remember what day that was?
That was the Saturday morning, the day after Matt's, July 13th.
Did you record that conversation?
I don't recall if we recorded that particular one, but we did start to record conversations because I had my, the hairs up in the back of my neck went up that this is suspicious.
Why did you think it was suspicious?
Because it was just, when we started to hear that, that other people were involved, it's like, this didn't make sense. This did not make sense based on all the information and all the information that Kate was giving Matt about can't wait to see you and all, just that she couldn't get a car. I felt sorry for her, and I'm sure Matt did too, to go pick her up. But I was really under the impression that Kate was going to drive back. And that's some of my conversation with Matt was, when is she returning and so forth and so on. So, that's kind of how it went. But Mark was present when we kind of started to hear some of the conversation with Tracy.
Okay, I'd like to play a portion of State's Exhibit 39.
Is that been admitted?
Not yet, but just have her identify it first, Your Honor.
Tracy, this is Mark. I'm here with.
Do you recognize?
That's Mark, my son.
Do you recognize that conversation?
Yes.
Is this the one that occurred, you believe, the day after?
I think so. I think.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 39.
No objection.
So admitted, thank you.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
I'm here with my mom. Can you tell us from the beginning what you know?
Yes. So, let's see. Matt was on his way to the house, to my house, because Katie and the kids are here. And they were Kate was undetermined whether she was going to talk for a little while, go right away back to California. It was not abundantly clear what the outcome was going to be of Matt coming out and talking. So about 10 o'clock last night, he got to the house. I was in the kitchen and I was sitting on the counter. I was alone in the kitchen and I did not hear the doorbell ring. I didn't hear a door knock. And Matt was in my dining room. And I knew he was due to come over to my house, but I didn't expect to look up and see him there. He was really, really mad and very agitated, for lack of a better term, and you're fine. I stayed in the kitchen. I said, Kate's upstairs, but she's going to come downstairs. And I stayed in the corner of my kitchen because I was feeling uncomfortable at that moment. I was very thrown off that he was inside the house and I didn't know it. And then he went around the corner and then I heard gunshots. I don't know how many, 4 door, I think.
Jesus.
And Matt was on the ground and he had a knife in his hand. And we called 911. And I told Katie to stay upstairs while I called 911 because I didn't want her to see it. And I wanted her to stay upstairs with the kids. They were sleeping though, and I didn't know they were sleeping. And the police came and separated us, talked to us, and I not slept for 1 second. So that's why I'm really upset, and I'm in a combination of shock and sadness, and so
Did
that's
before the gunshots, did you hear an altercation? Did you hear screaming? Nothing.
no, I don't. If there was noise, I didn't hear it or I don't remember it.
When you saw Matt with the knife in his hand,
I personally did not see him walking with the knife. I saw him on the ground.
was it like
Immediately after.
a pocket knife? Was it like a?
It was like
knife?
probably like it.
Like Matt doesn't carry a knife typically.
Okay, well, I don't.
I'm just wondering. I'm trying to put this together. This is mind blowing.
Yes, I agree. It was. I can't think of the way to describe it. It's like a tactical knife.
Okay. Did you have another conversation with Tracy again?
Yes, there was another one.
Do you remember when that one was?
I think we had a larger conversation the following day when Kate wanted to talk with me.
Okay. State would like to play the first portion of State's Exhibit 40.
To a gun.
Okay. I'm sorry, that's a little bit, but do you recognize that voice?
I think it was me, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a
Was
short
that-
clip.
Yes. Is that a portion of recorded phone conversation you made with Tracy?
I'm not sure, I didn't hear all of it, but probably.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 40.
No objection.
Exhibit 40 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Move to public.
A gun that was not secured with children in the house.
It was in a locked safe high up in the garage.
And who had the combination or the lock to that safe? Obviously,
Everyone but Rory, and well, Katie doesn't, but everyone but Rory.
okay, so your son had access to get to that gun if he needed it.
Well, I asked him to get passports once. I asked him to get other things out of it for me.
But he knew the gun was there. He knew the gun was,
With the passports,
and he took the gun out in anticipation of Matt's arrival. While on,
No, I don't think that's the case.
he had the gun when Matt arrived. Did he go out to the garage and get the gun and then shoot Matt?
I have no idea. I did not see any of that.
And
I
he-
have no idea where Kevin even was. I was in the kitchen.
One moment here.
See what passes with the gun.
Thank you. Cross.
I don't have a lot of questions. Mrs. Stelly, we heard that I call you Mrs. Rastelli or
Yes,
Diane?
Mrs. Rastelli's fine.
Mrs. Rastelli.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry for the circumstance and position you're in, Mrs. Rastelli. You've had to talk to police, you've had to sit through hearings, you've even testified a bit. You said you met Kate's family a little bit.
Mhm.
You would see
Yes.
time and again, but it sounds like you didn't probably get to know them that well. Is that fair to say?
I would say I didn't know them that well, but I knew of her mother and some stories and some things that she had done.
And so that's what I was going to get to. And it's my fault as a family, but let's talk about the people you really did kind of know. And that's Kate, because she's your daughter-in-law, right?
Yes.
And you had talked about her being rough around the edges. I mean, she would be engaged in circumstances that were explosive and where she was out of hand, right?
Yes.
In fact, she's the only one of the two of them that ever got arrested for domestic abuse, right?
Pardon me again?
She got arrested for domestic abuse against Matt.
Yes, she did.
And then you knew about Tracy, because that's your sister-in-law's mother, right? You knew her better than the rest of the family.
I knew her a little bit, but, I wouldn't say necessarily better, but knew some things of Tracy, yes.
And I guess one of the reasons I'm asking you kind of who you knew and why is because there's these calls that we've heard. And you and I have never met, right?
No, not until today, or well, we've seen you on video.
Oh.
Pre-trial.
Oh, that's right, okay. My point is I'm just explaining what I might not know fully what you know, but it appears from these phone calls and the things that we have seen that happened, at least afterwards, that the person you would call, at least around this time frame, was Tracy, or she would call you, right?
Actually, it was Kate that wanted to talk, and that's when I engaged in a longer conversation on that Sunday with Tracy and, and that Saturday and Sunday.
There is a little, let me help set the stage for why I understand or don't understand sort of this framework, is that when Kate took off and left on the 20th of June, you learned about that, right?
I learned about it on the next day, the 21st, when Tracy called me.
Okay, that's my point, is that the only thing I learned about communications with you on that event, the leaving, is that Tracy's the one who called you, talked to you about Kate
Correct.
leaving. Now, certainly you've been able to hear through the course of this case what her claims are about why she left, and that's not what you observed in life, was it?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not true. She's lying about that, right?
She does have some lies, yes.
And it was also something you talked to Tracy about, was you felt like it was rather remarkable and unfair that Tracy was an enabler of that sort of activity, meaning taking off and leaving her husband and taking the children and not telling your husband.
I think that Tracy was a part of that, a big part of that, yes.
And you even confronted her, gentle conversation. You didn't know she was recording it at the time, right?
I didn't have any idea that they were recording any of our conversations.
So this is on the 21st, probably.
21st.
And Tracy's calling you and Tracy's recording it. Didn't tell you she was going to record it. But you heard that phone call?
There was a phone call, yes. And then there was some text messages that occurred.
Okay. So that's what I'm just saying. It would be sort of, you would talk to Tracy about Matt and Kate, or Tracy would call you. It's not like you ever involved with you.
I never really called Tracy in regards to anything with Matt and Kate. It was always Tracy would call me if there was something she was concerned about.
So when Tracy wanted to give information, Tracy would call. It was, do you remember telling her, look, these guys are not having it's not a good place. They're not making money. They're not paying for the thing, but taking off in the middle of the day and not telling isn't very appropriate. That was your feeling, right?
It's not appropriate.
It's not appropriate. It's not fair. It's not right. And it was Tracy explaining why Tracy enabled it, right?
Tracy does, or did.
Wasn't it apparent to you that Tracy really enabled and even manipulated Kate?
I think she does, yes.
And then, again, I'm sorry that this awful thing happened. And then we have heard today just a few calls. Now, those were calls that you recorded.
Yes.
It just didn't make sense to you as pretty early on that what you were hearing happened the way they were claiming it.
It did not make sense to me at all. Knowing Matt and just knowing just the dynamics, it did not make sense to me at all.
And even beyond that, I mean, it's not just the dynamics, because you talked to Matt and you knew that Matt didn't seem like he was going angrily to Utah.
He was not.
Seemed like a guy who thought he could go there and everything would be okay.
I think he thought things would work out, yes.
We know, of course, what happened. But that feeling that Matt had was largely due to Kate setting him up and lying to him.
He did.
So then you had that call with Mark where you're just trying to get some basic details early in the time frame, very early, right?
Yes.
And the second call we heard, I believe, was on July 14th.
I think it was that Sunday.
Yeah, and at that time, you would learn some facts and features about the case, right?
Yes.
Still hard for you to get a lot of direct evidence from the police because they're undertaking an investigation.
Correct.
Right? There were some news stories, and then there was some, what I guess you would agree with me, baloney that Tracy was giving you, right?
Yes.
You recorded that one too, and you talked to Kate and Tracy.
Kate wasn't very forthcoming. Tracy was doing a lot of the talking or feeding.
And then let's be clear that this is that second one where you're calling on the Sunday and you're starting to post some questions. We just heard something like, a gun, and you knew who had fired and shot your son. And you're like asking questions and doing a fine job of cross-examination, by the way. And Tracy, let's say Kate first. Kate's the first one you talked to in that call, right?
Yes.
We didn't hear that in this clip, but.
It was the very first part.
First part
was her asking me for money.
Tracy asking for money, lying to you, what you now know are just lies to you.
Yes.
And then you're saying, I can hear your mom, Tracy, in the background giving you answers.
Yes.
Meaning Tracy's in the background giving Kate answers about what to say to you on a phone call, right?
Yes.
And you remember, you're like, why don't you just put her on?
Yes.
And then, it clearly seemed like these two were caught off guard by your questions. Do you agree?
I think probably they were.
Hammond and Hall, and they weren't answering from what you know now, they certainly weren't telling the truth.
A lot of avoidance.
And then Tracy got on, Kate got Tracy on, and then you had the conversation with Tracy part of which we heard, right?
There was some of it, yes.
And she lied to you, right?
Yes.
So even after all this happened, and you've been able to attend the court hearings.
Yes.
I'm sure that's not pleasant, and I'm sorry. Including today.
Yes.
Kate's testimony.
Yes.
Kate spent the entire time after this shooting lying to you until she got arrested. Isn't that true?
Correct.
The mother of the person she murdered.
Yes.
And you heard you speak this at Kate's sentencing.
Yes.
And you summed it up, didn't you? In reference to betrayal.
Absolutely betrayal.
And that her betrayal was deceiving the lies she told you
Yes,
and the lies she told her family.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Read a wrap. Please call your next witness.
Okay, so that was mom's testimony in regards to, I mean, they were just lying. And, you know, I put in the chat, y'all know this is the second case that we done watched in the last 2 days where the unalivers are asking witnesses or innocent people involved in this mess for money. Like, you talk about being a insult on top of an insult. Like, you in your heart know that you unalived my family member. Yesterday, it was her sister was unalived, and the alleged unaliver was asking her to borrow $10. And here is the mom asking the other mom to borrow some money, and she knows she unalived her son. If that ain't some low down dirty stuff, like, you should get an extra 10 years just because of that. I mean, that is so low down. Oh my. Like, really? Like, you can't even catch a break with people like that. So the next testimony that we're going to hear is we're going to go into the neighbor's testimony. They are going to describe the moments when they heard the gunshots. So just so y'all aware, just so everybody can keep pace, and I kind of noted this stuff down for us. But at 10:01, Kate texts Ellis about Matthew's location, right? At 10:06, Matthew arrives at the residence. Is captured on the neighbor's camera, so they know what time he gets there. By 10:07, 6 to 8 gunshots are heard by the neighbor. Now, 10:09, the first 911 call from a neighbor. So that happened at 10:09. Tracy didn't call until 10:15, guys. So Tracy makes that second 911 call, reporting the shooting at 10:15. Unbeknownst to her, she didn't know that the neighbor called 911 and the police were already on their way. So let's listen to what the neighbors had to say in regards to their testimony. Let me get that up for us. Okay, let me move me in the corner. Okay, let's go back into court.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, penalty of perjury, that the testimony given this matter today will be true, correct, so help you God? Thanks. Let's see that chair, please. Can you give me some instructions as you're coming up on how to make the process go easier for you?
Okay.
So that mic, we like to say loud, it goes up and down, pull it forward towards you, so just speak directly as you speak, hear you.
Okay.
Let me try and finish asking the question before you respond, so that we know that you're responding to the right question. Sometimes it's back again what you think is the original question.
Okay.
Please give us verbal responses. Nodding your head, shrugging your shoulder. You'll probably understand it today, but we don't have video recorders on audio, so if we need to listen to the transcript, we wouldn't understand what you were telling us at that point. So if you give a nonverbal response, we simply ask you if that's a yes or no, correct and precise. Finally, if you don't understand a question, please don't guess or speculate. Just tell the attorneys you don't understand, and we'll be happy to rephrase the question for you. And also give direct answers. Please don't give us narrative responses, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Laney. Thank you for being here. A little housekeeping to begin with. Could you spell your name for the audio recording, please?
Okay, my name is Caitlin Laney. It's Kaitlyn
Laney, Laney.
What would you prefer that we call you today?
Caitlin's fine.
Thank you, Caitlin. Caitlin, where did you live in the summer of 2024?
I lived in American Fork, Utah.
Okay. Do you know a Tracy Grist?
Yes.
Do you know a Kevin Ellis?
Yes.
How do you know them?
They were my neighbors.
Okay. As neighbors, did you speak to Tracy or Kevin often?
I talked to Tracy occasionally when I would see her outside. We were neighborly. She gave me my garage code. She would text me if she had an extra thing of milk from Costco. I didn't see Kevin very often. I think maybe just a few times. Usually if I saw him, it was outside. We'd say hi, but that was pretty much it.
And would you text with Tracy as well?
Yes.
Now you said you were neighbors. Can you describe what type of situation that was?
Like I said, we were neighborly.
I mean physically, next door neighbors, across the street neighbors.
Yes, got it. Okay. So we all both lived in a townhome. My unit was more like a condo with attached garage. So our unit was more above the garages and slightly above hers and the neighbor behind.
Okay. Did you have first floor in your townhome?
Only at the garage entrance.
Okay. And so yours was mainly second level?
Yes.
And did you share any of those walls with Tracy's home, or just she was below you in part?
The stairway, I believe, shared walls with like their office and maybe partial living room. But again, it would have been like higher ceiling.
Okay. And was your unit mostly over her garage then, or mostly over living space?
So I was over all of the garages. So my garage, her garage, the neighbor behind. It's kind of a weird unit, but basically I was just above the garages and then slightly over the two townhomes, like on the more east side of the building.
And given this configuration you're talking about, we're all interested in how much could you really hear from their home? Was it common to hear noises from their home?
No, I would hear their garage door closing. Occasionally I could hear noises in my laundry room, but it wasn't ever really clear.
And what type of community was this?
It was a gated townhome community.
Did you consider it a safe neighborhood?
Yes.
Did you ever notice whether Tracy would use a screen door on her front door?
Yes, she had, it wasn't like a screen door. She had a, usually in the summer, she would have like one of those bug screens that you could walk through. Because she liked to have her doors and windows open. It was not an uncommon occurrence that they were all open.
And to clarify that, when you say it's not uncommon occurrence, they were all open, you mean the front door was open with the screen door intact?
The front door with, the windows,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you remember calling 911 sometime during the summer of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember the date?
July 11th?
Okay, 11th or 12th, somewhere in
11th
there?
or 12th, yeah.
Okay. And what was the reason you called 911?
I heard gunshots.
Okay. Let's back up a second, talk about before you heard gunshots. What were you doing that evening?
It was a Friday night and we were watching a movie with our kids. That was kind of our Friday night ritual at that point in time. We'd come home and make popcorn and watch movies with our kids until they fell asleep.
And by we, do you mean a husband or a partner or something?
My husband, yes.
You remember what movie you were watching?
I have no idea. It's a Disney movie.
Okay. And you said you heard gunshots. Tell me exactly what you heard.
Just probably 6 to 8 shots. It was pretty quick. There might have been a slight, like a couple seconds between the last one, but it was all pretty quick.
And when you say pretty quick, you're referring to the 6 to 8 gunshots being pretty quick with potentially a pause before the last one.
Yes.
After you heard those gunshots, did you do anything?
I looked over at my husband and I asked him, I was like, was that
fireworks or was that gunshots? You know, it's Utah, people shoot guns, sorry. They do shoot guns here, but no, it's not uncommon to hear fireworks between like the 4th of July and the 24th. It's Utah, so we get 2 4th of Julys here. So I looked over at my husband and I just basically was like, "Was that?" And so my husband's kind of the optimistic one in the group, and so he's like, "It was probably just fireworks." And so I was like, "I don't think it was fireworks. That sounded close, and it sounded more like a bang than a pop."
Did you look outside to see if there was anything going on?
Oh, yes. So I got up and I want to say, I think I texted Tracy first before I went and looked out the windows because I had seen her at the park a couple days before with her grandson. And she had said that her daughter had left an abusive marriage and that they had come up from California. So I texted her because it sounded close, and I was thinking maybe it could have come from her townhome. So I texted her and asked if she was okay. And then my husband kind of was following me, but I walked over to, there's a window in our bedroom that would look out at the garages. And we didn't really have parking for guests right by our homes because it's like communal shared driveways, but sometimes people would park in front of Tracy's driveway or in front of her garage if someone was over. So I looked there first to see if there was a car or anything, and there wasn't. So then I went to our bathroom, and we had a really small window in our bathroom that faced the street, that looked at the street in front of her home, and the door in front of my house and her house. And when I looked out the window, I saw a truck running. I did notice there was cardboard under it, which I thought was really weird. But at that point, I hadn't heard back from Tracy yet. And because of what she told me the night or the couple days before that I had seen her, I proceeded to call 911.
Do you recall the time that you heard the first gunshot?
It was about 10:07.
Do you remember the amount of time between the gunshot and when you texted Tracy?
It was anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute. It was just when my husband and I were kind of conversing about, was that fireworks or gunshots? And then I got up and walked over to our countertop. I didn't want to be right in front of the kids when we were kind of having a discussion.
And do you remember how long it was between the gunshot and when you called 911?
Probably less than 2 minutes.
1 second. And our state moves to admit Exhibit 41, the 911 call.
Any objection?
None, Judge.
Exhibit number again.
41.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. State's Exhibit 41 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. And could we publish that, please?
What's the address of your emergency?
112 South 920 East, my neighbors.
What city?
American Fork.
And the address one more time?
I'm at 112 South 920 East, my neighbors. But
what's the phone number you're calling in case we're disconnected?
559-907-484.
Okay, so the address is your home, it's your neighbors, and tell me exactly what's going on with them.
I'm pretty sure I just heard gunshots.
Okay.
And there's a car with flashers. I know that her daughter just left her husband in California.
Okay.
But I tried getting a hold of her and I haven't heard anything. But
okay. And you said it's the neighbor's daughter is going through a divorce, or?
She lost her husband.
Okay.
In California?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there was a sketchy truck in front of her house and it sounded like gunshots.
Okay, what kind of truck is that?
It looks like a Ford.
What color?
Silver, got a lot of rust on it. I can't tell if the plates are California.
Okay. And then, do you know what direction your neighbor's house is from your house?
I think she's 114.
Okay. At 114 house?
Yes.
Okay. And you're gonna what?
I'm gonna see if my husband can try calling her, but I don't know.
And you still see the truck outside? Are you able to see a license plate?
I really can't tell, like, I can see it from my bathroom.
Okay.
It's dark outside, so I cannot tell it.
And the gunshot, was it one shot? Did you hear multiple?
It sounded like, it would sound like two. It sounded like I have two. It sounded, I don't know, maybe 6.
6 shots?
I think. I don't know. I don't think it was fireworks.
Okay.
What's your phone?
And do you know, was the husband still in California or?
I don't know. I don't know what he said. I guess there's a sketchy looking truck in front of their house.
Okay, and you've never seen it before in the area?
What? Yeah, I'm gonna try to call her from my husband's phone, but
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep you on the line to stay updated with that.
yeah, I'm gonna try to call her.
What's her name?
Maybe. Her name is Tracy. Her daughter's name is Katie.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can get hold of her. It didn't sound like fireworks to me.
And what's your name?
It's Caitlin.
Is it C or a K?
With a K. I'm gonna call her right now.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
She didn't answer.
Okay. And what was your last name again, Caitlin?
It's Laney. It's Laney.
Laney, okay. Do you have,
It looks like this.
it looks like what?
It looks like this cardboard under like the front of the truck, which seems kind of weird, but I don't know. My husband thinks there's only gunshots too.
Okay. What's Tracy's phone number?
801 651 2695.
Okay. And we're getting an officer sent into that area now. If anything changes or escalates at all, just go ahead and give us a call right back. Okay, Caitlin?
Okay, there's a gate code. It's pound 1212, if you want to let the officer know.
Pound 1212?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll get them sent into that area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
You have that now? Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes, you have ongoing permission.
Thank you, Your Honor. Caitlin, I have handed you what has been identified as State's Exhibit or Plaintiff's Exhibit 42. Could you look at that document and tell me once you've had a chance to review it?
Yes.
What are these?
These are text messages between me and Tracy.
And to clarify, they're text messages from the evening of July 12th through the 13th.
Yes.
Okay. And are these accurate copies of your text messages?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves into evidence, Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge. Just for your Honor's reference, we're going to be providing the jurors with a more complete text or chain, but we've stipulated that as well.
All right, so maybe it'd be easier just to have one master step so we don't get confused.
Yes, what will be submitted for the jury will be 15 pages. What I was using today is 10 pages.
All right.
But that's not going to be a problem.
All right.
We have the stipulation.
All right, thank you. All right, Exhibit 42 is admitted without objection.
And if we could publish that. Thank you. Okay, could you please look at the first message on the first page?
Yes.
What time is recorded on that timestamp in the bottom right-hand corner?
10:08 p.m.
How many seconds as well?
33.
10:08:33 p.m. Is
Please
this?
close that. That's like next to impossible to read from where I'm sitting. I'm sure the jury just seen blue and green.
We're going to have a solution to that in just 1 second, Judge, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Is this the message that you sent Tracy after you heard the gunshots and before you called 911?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as the court astutely pointed out, these text messages are a little small. And so we're going to read these into the record so everyone can hear them and to the extent they can see, follow along, okay?
Okay.
So your messages are in what color?
Blue.
If you could just read your messages, you don't need to read the timestamps, and I'll read Tracy's messages to you, okay?
Okay.
If you could begin, please.
Are you guys okay? And then I said, lady, I don't know what's going on, but I'm praying and hugging you hard.
And then on the morning of July 13th, Tracy responds, thank you. Long, long night.
I said, was it your son-in-law?
Tracy says, yes.
And then I said, a bullet went into our garage.
Tracy responds, OMG.
And I said, oh man, just him, question mark.
Tracy responds, yes, he had a knife. And my son Kevin shot him.
I said, oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you guys are okay.
Tracy responds, me too.
Then I said, do you guys need anything, question mark.
Tracy responds, maybe later.
I said, oh man, I'm sure that's normal. Are you home or did you guys have to leave?
Tracy responds, now I am at Holiday Inn Express in American Fork. We can't be there yet. Right now, I am just grateful my kids and grandkids didn't get hurt. I'm going to rest.
I said, me too. I saw them go into your garage when the cops asked me to go outside. I was like, oh, thank God we were praying.
Tracy responds, what time did you call 911?
I said, yes, huge, huge hugs. I said, get some rest. Please let me know if we can help.
Tracy says, did you call 911 or did another neighbor? I was on the phone with 911 and they were there so fast.
I said, I called at 10:07, I think. We were in the living room watching a movie with the kids and I heard the shots and texted you. And then I saw the truck with the Cali plates and called. I said, I was on the phone with them when I called you.
Thank you. Just from that last part, you had previously mentioned texting Tracy before calling 911. So you also called her while you were on the phone with 911?
I think I had my husband call her. I forgot about that.
It's okay. Do you recall whether she picked up to that phone call?
No.
Do you have that ready yet? I'll keep going. Thank you. And we can remove this exhibit now. Thank you. Okay, I want to ask you about whether you had any conversations with Tracy after the incident, but about the incident. Did you have a conversation with Tracy about that?
So I talked to her on the phone the next morning. It was a really brief conversation. The first time I talked to her, she just said that Kevin was arrested and that they weren't sure when they were going to be able to go home. She asked if the cops were still there because I wasn't home anymore. I'd gone to go help a friend at a garage sale. That's pretty much what I remember from that conversation. Then later that day, I got home and I went over to her house and checked on them. And that's when she basically said that she was sitting in the kitchen on the counter next to the fridge, and that Matt had stormed in with a knife and he kind of walked around the living room. If you walked in their front door and you went straight, you would hit the kitchen. But if you went to the right, there was a living room and there was like a, what do you call it? Kind of like a fireplace. There's a pantry behind it. So it's like a big block of wall. And then to the right, there's the living room and there's a dining room and the kitchen was back here. So she said that he had come in and he'd gone through the living room and gone around through the kitchen and he had asked where Kate was. And he seemed angry. And she said that he went to go forward towards the stairs and that Kevin shot him and killed him.
Did she specifically say whether she saw the shooting?
I think she said she didn't see it, that she was in the kitchen and that it just happened really fast.
Did she say where Kevin had gotten the gun?
She had told me that Kevin had ran to the garage, which was down the hall from the kitchen, and that she had stored it in a case. She did bring the case in and show me how quickly it was to open it and close it. But that was pretty much it, yeah.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Your Honor, there was a technical glitch when we played Exhibit 41. It appears to have cut off the first couple seconds. So we're going to replay that and hope it works.
July 12, 2024, 22:09:40.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Cross?
Briefly, Judge.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Laney.
Hey.
May I call you Ms. Laney?
Yes.
I might have missed this. How long did you know Tracy?
We had been living next door to her for about 1.5 years.
Okay. And did you know her that entire time? Was she living there, I guess, once you moved in?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned she had given you her code. Was it some sort of?
She gave me my garage code.
Got it.
Yes.
Now, prior to this evening, what kind of relationship did you have in terms of, we heard that maybe she would give you some groceries, would check in with each other, being very neighborly.
Mm-hmm.
Did it go beyond that?
No, not really. No, like we were just neighborly. Like I said, we would just say hi. Her and Rory watched our dog a couple times when we went to California to see family.
I want to move to that conversation that you had with her. Was it at a park, I think you mentioned, where she mentioned for the first time about her daughter, about Kate?
Yes, that was at one of the parks in the community.
Now, would that be an unusual conversation to have, given your guys' history?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we had seen her out with Kate and the kids in the weeks prior to everything happening with the kids riding the bikes and stuff. So I had seen that Kate was there and kind of wondered what was up.
Okay. So the conversation itself, you had mentioned that she had left that Kate had left an abusive marriage, and that she left from California. Do you remember any other details?
She said that Matt was an alcoholic, that he was financially abusive, that he would basically just keep them poor so she couldn't leave.
Had she talked about Kate before this to you?
No, but she had 7 kids.
Sure. Fair. Did she talk about her other kids?
We talked about Rory a little bit, not really much about Kevin, or I think the other son that was living there was Jake. She had told me a story about how one of her sons, I can't remember which one it was, but he had had cancer, and that I think they had to go to a hospital back east for treatment. I can't remember which one it is.
So now let's move to that night. You're watching a movie, likely a Disney one, which I think is a fair bet, being a parent myself. You hear the noises. You think they're gunshots immediately. You reach out to her to make sure she's okay.
Yes.
You don't hear back from her right away. You also attempted to call her, right?
During the 911 call.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
And again, you don't hear anything.
Yes.
You look outside, you see the truck, and that's odd.
Yes.
It was running.
Yes, it was running. The lights were on. The emergency flashers, if I'm remembering correctly.
Cardboard.
Yes.
Now, when you received a text back from Tracy the next morning.
Yes.
And as you were reading through that, your immediate question was it your son-in-law?
Yes.
You asked that question because of the conversations that you had prior to that.
Yes.
That's exactly where your mind went.
My mind went, he came to hurt the kids and her.
Because of what she had told you.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say you were quite a bit of support for Tracy and the kids after this.
Yes.
I mean, you did a meal train for them, correct?
Yes.
You made sure they had everything they needed.
Yes.
You organized that.
Yes.
And she trusted you with that.
Yes.
Obviously, you don't know everything that had happened.
No.
A little bit of betrayal.
Yes.
I want to, as this is going on, as you have the meal trains going, spoke with officers in this case.
Yes.
And you told them about the conversation you had with Tracy. Was it the following day or 2 days later? I missed that.
I'm sorry, ask that again.
When you talked to Tracy again, you mentioned in person this time. I think it was a couple days after.
It was the next day.
The next day.
Yes.
Was that at her house?
Yes.
Okay. And this is where she showed you the case.
The gun case?
The gun case.
Yes.
She showed you how to open it.
Yes.
Could you tell me, remember what that looked like?
It looked like a black
Hard
case, hard case, sure. I think there was a code to put into it, if I'm remembering.
And I apologize. Go
She
ahead.
opened it quickly, so
Did you ask her to get it or did she just bring it out?
she just brought it out.
And she walked you through everything?
Yes.
Did she tell you where everybody was standing?
She didn't say where Kevin was. I think she said he ran to get the gun. That part wasn't super clear. She was kind of talking really fast, which was not uncommon for her. But she said that she was sitting next to the fridge on the countertop.
And you spoke to the cops about this?
I don't know if the cops asked me that question directly that night. They asked me for a statement. I don't think the cops asked me that detail because that night I had no idea where Tracy was sitting.
Okay. We have 1 second here. Of course.
Thank you.
Redirect.
A few questions. Caitlin, during that 911 phone call, you gave the gate code to the dispatcher, right?
Yes,
Just to clarify that, is that a gate that is only closed certain hours of the day, or is a code needed all hours of the day?
it's closed all day.
Now, there was this discussion about your perceptions of what may have happened and why it may have been Matt. I have a couple questions about that.
Yes,
Did you personally know Matt?
no,
Have you ever had interactions with Matt?
no,
Were you family members with Matt?
no,
Did you ever go on a family vacation with Matt?
no.
So were your perceptions on Matt based solely on Tracy's statements or a long personal history?
Just solely on Tracy's statements.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any read cross? Noted. Thank you. Maybe excuse, thank you. Or if you please make sure you're speaking directly into it so we can hear you. Please give us verbal responses. You're just nodding as I give you those instructions. And I understood that that means I understand what you're telling me. We don't have a video recorder, so we need an audio response. If I hear non-audio response, I'll ask if that's yes or no or one of the choice, just to be precise. We would do it, so don't take it personally. Also, let the attorneys finish asking the question before you respond, so that you're responding to the actual question you're asking, at least with correct answers on your response to typically inappropriate. Fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Mr. Laney. To start with, would you just mind spelling your name for the audio recording?
My first name is Brent, Brent, and my last name is Laney, Laney.
What would you like us to call you today?
Brent,
Okay, Brent. Brent, what city did you live in the summer of 2024?
American Fork.
Do you know a Caitlin Laney?
Yes, that's my wife.
Okay. Do you know a Tracy Grist?
Yes, that was our neighbor.
And how about a Kevin Ellis?
And that was, he lived with Tracy.
You called them neighbors. Did you know them very well?
Somewhat, not real well.
Okay. The neighborhood you lived in, what type of community was that?
It was a gated community. It was pretty quiet.
In this gated community, was it all homes, all townhomes, a mixture?
Kind of a mixture, mostly like townhomes. They're like a large building that the one we lived in was a large building that had 3 individual homes all connected to it.
Okay, so you were in one and then Tracy and Kevin were in one?
Yes,
And was this a safe neighborhood in your opinion?
generally it was pretty safe.
Do you remember an event in July 2024 that resulted in your wife Caitlin calling 911?
Yes.
Why did she call 911?
There were some loud sounds. Initially, I just assumed it was fireworks because it was actually the 4th of July, but it was a little bit more of a distinct sound. My wife said it sounded like bullets or gunshots. It did kind of have that sound to it. And after hearing that, my wife wanted to call 911, so she called. And then a little while later, the police were at our door and asked us to fill out a report about what we did.
Let's go back for 1 second. What were you doing before you heard the sounds?
My wife and kids were watching movies together.
Do you recall the time at which you heard these sounds?
It was roughly around 10:07 p.m.
And how many noises did you hear?
I heard, I think around about 4, pretty quickly together, with like a very brief pause.
And do you recall how much time elapsed between when you heard those noises and when Caitlin called 911?
It was about 2 minutes or so.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross? No, Judge. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Cross right there. So we got the Cross and the neighbors. So we got to hear from the neighbors that stay right next door. It appears that our girl Tracy, she was planting little seeds everywhere, you know, letting the neighbors know, hey, my daughter just left an abusive relationship with her husband and California and she ran up here. So she was planting little seeds everywhere. We was wondering what happened to you, Jason. Good. Okay. We got one team into the Super Bowl. So what y'all notice is that and they probably they haven't said it yet, at least in the testimony that we done heard. But when they came to the house, the police at, like I said, 10:15, Tracy makes a second call to 911 reporting the shooting. Now the police arrive. Ellis admits to having a gun. So Kevin, he admits to having a gun. Multiple shell casings were found in the living room. Matthew found and deceased with multiple gunshot wounds. Now, this knife that he had, y'all, they positioned the knife incorrectly in his right hand. They must have been moving too fast trying to stage this scene of things that they were trying to do. So they got the knife in there the wrong way. So they did find cocaine and drugs. Let's say just drugs in Ellis's bedroom. Ellis was arrested and charged with multiple felonies on July the 13th. So this happened on July 12th. He was arrested on July 13th. On July 13th, Kate goes on a date. So she already dating. The next day, husband passed away on the 12th. According to records, Kate out there dating. She already dating. She shows crime scene photos to a friend via video chat. Remember, they were doing a lot of question about all this video chat, Discord, and different social media platforms that Kate was on. Now, she tells friends that she's happy about Matthew's death. Tracy tells friends she wishes she had taken photos of the body. So the mama talking about she should have took photos of the body. On July 15th, a friend reports that Kate, May 13th, texts about redrumming Matthew. So you remember that text that she sent to a friend? Let me see if I can find that text from May 13th. So one of the friends kind of told. So she texts her friend May 13th. Kate texts her friend, I'm trying to wait. I just might murder Matt today, though. So she sent that text message to her friend May 13th. After Matthew had passed away and it was alerted, that same friend turned in that information in regards to that text message. I don't know what they were thinking. So that was reported on July the 15th. July the 18th, police discover an air tag in Matthew's truck during a search. July 19th, Ellis makes an initial court appearance. Okay. So the next portion that I have for us to watch today, and like I said, if I get more testimony, I will always schedule us a stream for it, but let's listen to the detective that takes on the stand to describe the scene.
Employed.
I was a detective.
Okay, here's the detective.
Detective for the American Fork Police Department.
Were you dispatched to a shooting in American Fork on that evening?
Yes, sir.
And what were your primary duties that evening, starting out?
So I got on scene. We were waiting for a search warrant for the home to be completed. My duties included speaking with Mrs. Laney, the reporting party of the incident. And then after that, I documented the scene of the incident, taking photos of evidence inside the home.
Okay, and Miss Laney, where did she live in relation to the house that you were waiting at?
She was a next door neighbor. The building seemed like a conjoined building. So her apartment was up above the home in question.
Okay. And you said one of your duties was to document the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does documenting the scene entail?
So I went through the scene, the crime scene. I took photos of the whole entire area. I placed markers near evidence that was found inside the home and photographed that as well.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put just for you a batch of pictures. Do you even want me to go through that? How much do you just submit in? Okay. At this time, the state would move to admit states 58 through 73, and then 75 through 92.
Objection? No, Judge, none. Thank you, Mr. Rose.
We could publish these and we'll just go through them one at a time and have you explain what you're documenting. This is states 58. What are we looking at here?
This is the front door of the residence in question, just leading up where the walkway ended, about where the sidewalk was.
Okay. 59, please. Yes. Okay, what are we looking at here?
This photograph was taken where I was standing basically in the doorway of the residence looking into the home. This is the main living area, and you have a dividing wall that's on the left side of the photograph there, a hallway that's to the left outside the photograph, and you can see the kitchen in the back through that open area.
Okay, so to the left, you said was the hallway?
Correct.
And is that where Matthew's body was?
That is correct.
And then to the right, you said this went to the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
What is it when you get to the other, well, let's just go to the next picture.
No problem.
Okay, what's this picture of?
I took this photo because it appeared to me like somebody might have been sitting there. So I snapped the picture thinking it might be beneficial.
Okay, where is this in location to where you just were standing?
Yeah, so that door that is behind the couch to the upper right portion is the front door of the home.
Okay. So is it fair to say this is the couch as you walk in that front door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 61, please. What is this?
This is the couch that's just to the couches were sitting kind of in an L pattern in the living room. This is the other couch.
If we just go back to 59 for a second, please. Is that the second couch?
Second couch, yes.
And can you see kind of at the bottom of that screen, that plaid, is that the first couch you were talking about?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Go to 62, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is me standing next to that second couch and facing to the south inside the living room. You can see the hallway there and that dividing wall and the victim's feet. Okay. And several bullet holes in the doorways along with blood on the wall.
And did you end up documenting those holes in more detail later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can go to 63, please. And what are we looking at here?
So as you walk through the living room and into the kitchen, you see the table there on your right that we saw previously in that open area. And then to the left side of the screen is your peninsula countertops with the sink in it. On that peninsula countertop is the gun and the knife that were recovered at the scene.
And do we see the gun and the knife in this picture right here?
You do not.
Okay, let's go to 64, please. What is 64?
This is one of the bedrooms that was in the upstairs of the residence. I'm not exactly sure which bedroom it was off the top of my head.
Okay. Is it possible this is in the basement?
Yes, actually, yes. I think, yes, you're right. That is the basement. You're correct.
And we're just looking at a bed here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next, 65, please. What is this picture of?
This is the bedroom that was upstairs.
Okay. And do you know where the children were retrieved from?
This room, I believe.
And you base that on the children's toys?
Yes, sir.
66, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is back down in the living room. My back in this photo is towards the kitchen, and I am facing the front entryway of the living room. I have placed placards down around where the bullet casings were located on the floor.
Okay, so this is very similar to the prior picture, but at this point you have taken some additional steps, correct?
Correct.
Could you describe the process of what placards are, what they're used for?
Yes. So placards are used in an investigative situation where we need to mark down where our evidence lies in a crime scene so that we can watch our feet, make sure it's not disturbed while we're going around taking photographs.
Okay, what are these placards here showing?
These placards are showing the bullet casings that were located in the living room. There were 8 casings in total that we located there.
Okay. 67, please. What are we looking at here?
One of the bullet casings marked with a silver placard with the number 1 on it.
Okay, and we're going to go through these kind of one at a time, a little bit quicker. 68, please. What are we looking at?
These are 2 more of the bullet casings, marked also with silver placards labeled 2 and 3.
Okay, next one, please.
This is our 4th bullet casing marked with placard or silver placard with marking of 4.
Next one, please.
Our 5th bullet casing, silver placard marked with 5.
71, please.
This is our 6th bullet casing marked with silver placard 6. And our 7th bullet casing marked with our 7th silver placard 7. Excuse me.
And 73.
And this is our 8th bullet casing marked with silver placard 8.
And if we could just pull back out and go to 66 for a moment. Okay, here's kind of that pulled out view again.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see, which number's on the bottom right?
That is number 8.
Other than number 8 are those other 7 placards that you just described in that congregation at the corner of that rug?
That is correct, sir.
Do we end on 72? So we go to 73, please. Okay, sorry, 75. Okay, what are we looking at here?
This is a flip-flop that was located inside the residence.
Okay, 76.
This is a flip-flop that was located, this is outside the front door of the house. And the shoe was propped up on the step that you would go over to enter into the doorway.
Now, is it your job to document the scene as you find it when you get there?
That is correct.
What time do you remember getting there on that, or do you remember what time you got there this night?
I do not the exact time.
Were you there before or after EMS was there?
After, sir.
77, please. You want to describe what we're looking at?
Yes, so this is the weapon that was used in the incident. This is a 6-hour P365. This gun was located in the kitchen. When I got there, it was sitting on that peninsula that was next to the sink.
Okay, and that's the one that we had talked about earlier where you saw the laptop and the chair. It was kind of to that corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I guess to be clear, it was the corner that we couldn't see in that picture. That's what you described then?
Yes.
Okay, now here's the actual weapon. Okay, 78, please. Another 12. Could you explain why you took this one?
Right. So in this situation, we wanted to document how many rounds were still inside the gun. The magazine capacity on this firearm is 12 rounds, and there were 4 rounds that were left inside the magazine, 3 rounds in the magazine, 1 round in the chamber.
Okay, and how many casings did you find in there?
There were 8 casings on the floor.
Okay, thank you. 79? What are we looking at here?
This is, so in this photo, my back is towards that first couch with the plaid blanket. This is that dividing wall between the kitchen and the living room area. You can see that hallway to the left. That is where the victim's body was. So this bullet hole is located in the dividing wall closest to the doorway.
Okay. 80, please.
This bullet hole was located in the first door to your left as you enter into the home, and it was located in the lower quarter of the door.
Can we pull back out to the, I think it was 60, I don't remember, the full view of the living room? The doors. No placards. No, the other angle. That one. Okay, based on what you just talked about, which one was you talked about the lower quarter, which image did we just see?
So that image of the bullet hole in the lower quarter of the door is that door directly ahead of me in this photo.
Okay, and in this photo, where would that prior bullet hole have been?
If you see the fireplace, if you go a little further down the wall from the fireplace, you can kind of see that trim piece that is on the bottom. That bullet hole was just a bit up from that trim piece on the corner of the wall.
Okay, if we go back to where we were. Okay, 81, please. Okay, what is this?
This is a bullet hole through some drywall.
Do you remember where?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay.
Did
you bring your notes with you?
I do have my notes.
Okay, we'll come back to that in just a second.
No problem.
82.
I believe this is from them digging the bullet hole or the bullet out of the dividing wall. I believe they had to cut into the drywall to be able to recover that bullet.
And that was the one on that dividing wall with the fireplace?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
83, please.
This is
you could actually maybe describe where this one is.
Okay, so that bullet that went through the doorway, that is the first doorway to the left as you enter the residence, the one we just talked about. We went into that room, which is a office style room. And inside that office style room, bullets, they have to go somewhere when they go through things. So we went into that room hoping to find the slug of the round that went through the door, and we were able to locate it there.
Okay, you've used several words, a casing, a slug, and a bullet. Could you just describe the difference?
Correct. So a casing is an expired round, one that has been fired. A slug is the projectile that is fired from the round, and a bullet is just all of them together.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in 83, between those two outlets, that would be a slug.
Correct, yes, sir.
And what you marked with the tents on the rug, those are the casings.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, 84, please. Okay, what's number 84?
I believe this round is the round that was located under Mr. Restelli after we had moved the body.
85, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a picture from a bag that was located in the neighbor's garage. This round was recovered after it had gone through a doorway and a wall into the neighbor's garage and went into this bag.
Okay, 86, please. Is this that same slug?
Correct. This is the same slug that was removed from the bag. Just pulled it out and photographed it on the pavement.
87, please.
This is the bullet hole of a bullet that went through the second door as you enter the residence, the second door on the left as you go into the residence. This door leads into the basement, and so this round went through that door.
Where is this? What is this in relation to the slug that we just saw in the neighbor's garage?
So this is direct line from where that slug was recovered. If you trace from where that bag was sitting in the garage back through the walls, it would go back through this hole.
Okay. 88, please. And what are we looking at here?
This is the stairway. After you open that door that we were previously looking at, it leads into the stairway, and this is the wall directly down from the stairway.
And what's on the other side of that wall?
The garage that the other slug was recovered from.
Okay, so is it fair to say these three images all correspond to that same slug that was found in the neighbor's garage?
Yes, sir.
89, please. What are you noting here?
Okay, so this is some blood spatter. That doorway that you're seeing to the left is the doorway where we were just talking. The bullet hole went through the door, then the wall, and then into the neighbor's garage. This is directly to the right of that door frame. The vent down at the bottom leads to the floor, and that floor is the hallway floor. And that is where Mr. Restelli was at.
You can go to 89, please. Sorry, thank you. 90. What are you noting here?
This is a bloody handprint of sorts. This wall is that dividing wall where the fireplace was. This is on the other side of that dividing wall. They had a shelf there, like a pony wall type thing, where it came up about halfway, about 4 feet, and had a shelf there that we were located this handprint on,
Okay, directly below this wall, what was located?
the body.
91, please. And what are we looking at here?
This is, so you can see 18 in the background, that's where the bloody handprint and that shelf is. This is on that same dividing wall, just up a little bit higher, where we found another point of blood that made its way to the wall.
Okay, let's talk about 18 for a second. Let's just be clear with your testimony. It was a bloody smear, right?
Correct.
You don't know where it came from.
Correct.
Could
Absolutely.
be hand, could be something else.
Yes.
Okay, so for our purposes, it was a bloody smear.
Understood.
Okay. 92, please. Okay, what are we documenting here?
So this is another piece of blood spatter that was located next to the stairs. These stairs lead down to that hallway where the body was located.
Okay. Give me 1 second. What number was that? If we could republish 62, please. Okay. In context of what you just described to us, could you please use this now unmarked photograph that you took to describe those locations?
So you can see that doorway directly ahead. You can see the blood spatter that is on the wall just to the right that I previously documented, the vent, the victim's body. If you go into that hallway and turn right, and it's probably only about 3 or 4 feet, you will see the staircase that goes up into the upper level of the home. If you were in that hallway and then looking to the right and you see the body on the ground, you'll see that shelf that is just up about 4 feet from where the body is laying on the right-hand side of that dividing wall.
And this doorway right in the center that we're looking at, where does that lead?
That leads into the basement.
Where that bullet hole that you see kind of in the middle of the door frame, which one is that?
That one is the one that went through the next wall and into the neighbor's garage.
Okay, so that picture we saw of the photographs and the bullet hole in the middle and in the garage, that's all part of that same?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 1 second.
I'm sorry.
We'll pass the witness.
Cross? Just briefly, Judge. Thank you.
Was it detective?
Yes, sir.
Morning, detective.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions. You indicated initially that you made contact with Caitlin Laney. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when did you speak with her specifically?
Are you looking for a time, sir, or?
That day, that night?
Yes, sir, that night.
Did you follow up with her after?
I don't believe I did. I don't remember following up her. I just took the initial report from her and gave her witness statements on scene. I don't remember ever having any other conversation with her.
Did you know that she had met with Tracy the day after?
I did not.
Okay. Did she mention that at any point that Tracy had walked her through what had happened?
Not to me.
Now, when you're documenting the scene, the importance of that is for your other detectives or your other officers, correct?
All the investigators and officers, yes, sir.
EME?
Yes, sir.
Ballistics?
Yes, sir.
Trajectory?
Yes, sir.
We talked about the photographs that you took. That was how the scene was when you arrived.
Yes, sir.
Did you go into the garage?
I don't remember if I specifically went into the garage. I know I briefly opened the door to figure out where doors were going, but I don't remember specifically going into their, like Tracy's garage.
You didn't document any photographs of the garage?
I don't believe so.
Everything we've seen here is essentially all of your documentation?
Yes, sir.
You didn't take any photographs of any lockbox?
I did not have a lockbox that I saw. No, sir.
Gun box or gun safe?
No, sir.
Now, on those photographs, I didn't see a timestamp, and I don't believe we heard when you took the photographs. It's fair to say that those photographs represent when you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know if some of those photographs were like the photographs that you took, that those items were there when the incident took place.
Which items are you referring to, sir?
Could we pull 62, please? Or 76. Yeah, that's fine. So for example, this one. You documented that flip-flop, you believed it was of importance.
Yes, sir.
You are unaware if that's where that flip-flop was at the time of the initial officers arriving.
This is where it was at when I saw it. So yeah, that's how I documented it.
So for this purpose, we'll just take this photograph. Officer Guerra, are you aware that he was the first to arrive?
Yes, sir.
And we've seen his body cam. So if his body cam shows that this flip-flop is not there, we would have to rely on Officer Guerra's.
Absolutely.
Now, you don't have any notes of, so for example, you gave us and you can take that down, thank you. You gave us a description of the firearm.
Yes, sir.
We saw the firearm before anything was taken out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we heard your description of the magazine taken out.
Yes, sir.
And then the bullets being counted, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did that?
Myself and another officer, yes.
And that was documented at some place in some report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's for the preservation of the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you have any notes at all of any other locations of the flip-flops, for example?
I do not, just where I saw them when I showed up.
Perfect, fair enough. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Very briefly.
Thank you. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the law?
Okay. Okay, so I have one more part that we can watch today. And then I guess this week I'll be putting them all together again for us. And if anything comes through that's like breaking that we need to do, then I will pull it in. But let's go to the next testimony that I do have available for us. Yeah, I think it was some testimony that I seen where the sister, not in this hearing, but it was some hearings that he had earlier. And I really want to, I really want to go in. I really want to look at those. Let me get this. I think I got a longer video. It depends on which site. So I'm switching between Court TV, and I have to switch between Court TV and Law and Crime because they both have different types of clips on there. Oh, yeah. And also for tomorrow, guys, I don't know how the courtroom is going tomorrow. if they are going to have live court. I know that New Jersey got a ton of snow. I'm not sure how things are in Virginia. So just so everybody's aware, I guess we will kind of find out as, I guess I'll find out more when I get up of who really actually having a court day. I was like, what? When I seen all that snow, I said, I wonder if they gonna declare anything, but I don't know if you guys have seen anything, but yeah, that's the last thing that I seen. And I know in our au pair case that they were really looking at, they didn't know what day they were coming back to court. So I find that interesting to see. Wait a minute. I'm trying to get the testimony. I got testimony where they something about some drugs. And then I also have some testimony from one of the siblings up here. I just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Here. Okay. Here we go. So I guess I got 2 more videos that I can show. Sorry.
Excuse me, also please give us verbal responses. I don't know, those are not even shrugging our shoulders. We'll understand that we have to listen to the recording at a later date because it's going to be audio recording. We want to understand perhaps the nonverbal process of calls.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Wright, could you tell us your first and last name and spell them?
My name is Janelle Wright. My last name is spelled Wright.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I am a forensic toxicologist with the Utah State Forensic Toxicology Laboratory.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there a little over 6 years.
What does a forensic toxicologist do day to day?
So we test biological samples for alcohol, prescription medications, and drugs of abuse in conjunction with the law enforcement agencies of the state of Utah and with the medical examiner's office.
What degrees do you have?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science. Pardon me, I misspoke. I have a bachelor's of science in chemistry with an emphasis in forensic science and a master's of science in forensic science.
And do you have to go through any training process to do your job or to get your job?
Yes, so the laboratory itself has its own training protocol for every analysis that we perform. And I've also completed continuing education opportunities through the Society of Forensic Toxicology.
And also with that, do you have to pass any sort of competency tests or proficiency exams to ensure that you're doing the job correctly?
Yes, so for every test that we perform, we have to go through a specific training protocol within the lab. So we watch a trained scientist perform the test. We then perform a blind test. So they give us an unknown sample and we have to generate accurate, reproducible results. We also have literature that is assigned to us that is related to that topic, and we have to take a written exam demonstrating knowledge.
And when you say for every test that you perform, does that mean for every type of substance you're testing for, or does that mean like for blood versus urine versus something else?
Pardon me. The way our testing works is they're broken down into various drug classes. So for this specific test, I had to do all of the training for our stimulant drugs. We have different tests for alcohol, benzodiazepines, opiates, and then all of our screening versus confirmation testing.
And is the lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does accreditation mean?
Accreditation means that we are operating on the national standard for forensic toxicology laboratories.
You alluded to it, but did the lab receive a blood sample to test in this case?
Yes, they did.
What is the process when the lab receives a blood sample for testing?
So we receive a sample either through the mail or from a representative of the agency. When we receive the samples, we're checking both the container that it came in as well as the tubes with the sample themselves. We're looking for information from the law enforcement agency, like the name of the person who the sample is from, the law enforcement agency's case number. We're also looking at the evidence seals to make sure that nothing has been broken or tampered with. And we're checking the sample containers themselves to make sure that they are intact. Nothing is leaking, nothing is cracked.
And to the best of your knowledge, was that process followed on the sample received for testing?
Yes, it was.
May I approach the witness? Yes. I'm going to hand you what's been labeled State's Exhibit 109. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 109?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a copy of the laboratory's final toxicology report.
Specifically for this case?
Yes.
Is it an accurate copy of the report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How do you know that this report relates to this case?
I can see the subject's name under the subject information box as well as our laboratory case information.
Okay, and who was the subject for which you tested a blood sample?
Kevin Ellis.
Okay. And specifically, was Mr. Ellis's blood sample analyzed for the presence of controlled substances?
Yes, it was.
Briefly describe that process of how it was tested for a controlled substance.
So every sample that we receive goes through our screening process. So this is kind of a preliminary test where we're looking for alcohol, drugs of abuse, as well as prescription drugs. Based on any positive result we will get from the screen, we will then move on to further confirmation testing. The confirmation testing is a little more rigorous and a little more specific for each individual drug.
And so it's basically a two-step process, a screening and then a confirmation.
Yes.
Okay. And throughout the screening and confirmation testing, is there any sort of quality control or anything to prevent contamination or errors in the process?
Yes. So both with our screening and our confirmation testing, we run a series of quality controls. Specifically for the test related to this, our screening test works on a bit of a color change. So in addition to the sample itself, we have a known negative control as well as a couple of positive controls that have to operate as expected for us to be able to say that the test worked appropriately. For our confirmation, we have both those negative and positive quality controls as well as a complete calibration curve. The calibration curve is what allows us to calculate the amounts of drug present.
And this process you described, the screening, the confirmation, including the controls, was that followed on the blood sample in this case?
Yes, it was.
And when you tested Mr. Ellis's blood, you don't test for one substance only. You do kind of a range of tests.
Yes.
Okay. What was the result of the analysis on Mr. Ellis's blood?
The result of the analysis was that benzoylecgonine was positive for 272 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. And the chemical you described that was benzoylecgonine.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a easier name we can call that?
Yes, we refer to it as BE.
Okay. So it's positive for BE.
Yes.
And we already established that you test for a range. Was it positive or negative on the other substances?
It was negative for all of the other substances we tested it for.
And that would be things like methamphetamine, alcohol, and so on.
Correct.
And that was all negative.
Yes.
Okay, so the BE, that was positive at 272 nanograms. What is BE?
BE is the primary metabolite of cocaine.
What does metabolite mean?
So metabolite is the result of what the body does to the drug itself. So whenever cocaine is ingested into the body, your body goes through a process of converting it so that it can be removed from the body. And that is that metabolizing process. So.
Okay. And the fact that there was BE in the system shows that a person consumed cocaine.
Yes.
But can this test show when a person consumed cocaine?
No, it does not.
Okay. How long can the metabolite remain in the system after use?
So cocaine has a half-life of about 1 hour, and the BE has a half-life of about 6 hours. So you would expect to have seen use probably within the last day or so.
And when you say day or so, that's day from the time of the test, whenever that blood sample was taken.
From when the blood sample was taken, correct.
Okay. And to clarify something here, BE, does that have a pharmacological effect?
It does not. It is inactive.
And just to make sure we're all clear, what does pharmacological effect mean?
So pharmacological effects are the effects that the drug has on the person.
So the BE itself does not have an effect on the person. It's the byproduct.
Correct.
At this point, Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 109.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted, thank you.
Thank you both. So we established BE as the byproduct that occurs in the body when cocaine is consumed. Does your education and training background give you an understanding of the effect that cocaine has on a body?
Yes, it does.
What is cocaine?
So cocaine is a central nervous system stimulant drug. It can be taken as prescribed, but it is typically taken illicitly.
Okay. And when you say that you can describe the effect cocaine has on a person, to clarify, you mean in general. You can't say what effect it may have had on Mr. Ellis.
Correct.
Can you tell us the general effect cocaine has on a person?
So cocaine, when it is first taken, what you would expect to see is a euphoria, a motor restlessness. So you'll see a certain degree of fidgeting. As the cocaine works its way through the body, is metabolized and starts to leave the system, you'll see effects that are more similar to a CNS depressant. So you'll see an agitation and a nervousness.
One moment, please. No further questions. Thank you.
Cross. Thank you. Excuse me. Ma'am is right. A few questions on, obviously on the same subject. You tested Kevin Ellis's blood and that blood was taken by the police, right?
That is my
Your knowledge.
understanding.
It has evidence that cocaine was ingested.
Correct.
That evidence is 272 nanograms, even 5 times more than your reporting limit, right?
Correct.
It's cocaine was in his system, as you said recently, or used by him. This is evidence that cocaine was used by him, as you put, recent use, right?
Correct.
Cocaine is a stimulant, right?
Yes.
Cocaine, and now you've described some of it, and it's hard to imagine that most people in sight don't have an idea what cocaine does, but thank you for the general description. Is among the things it can cause is motor recklessness, right?
Yes.
And you meant motor responses, right?
That is part of it, yes.
Motor meaning behavior and activity and jittery actions that are reckless. That's what you
Yes.
meant by motor reckless. Doesn't have to do with a car.
Correct.
Or a
Yes.
motor. This is the motor skill functions of a person. A person gets agitated, jittery, and they're reckless with their movements. Is that fair to say?
Yes, their movements are uncontrolled.
Thank you.
Redirect.
One moment, please. Okay, that's fine. Maybe just one. You previously testified that the half-life in the body of cocaine is about an hour and of the BE's 6 hours. You've also testified that CNS depressant like cocaine has an initial stimulating effect that you described, and then what might be called a crash, or as it clears, it may have a depressing effect.
So cocaine is a CNS stimulant that during that crash will have depressant-like effects.
Thank you for clarifying. Can you tell during that time the cocaine is processing how quickly for a given individual it goes from the first to the end?
We cannot. That will change on each individual based on tolerance. So their familiarity with independent substance will change how their body reacts to it, the rate at which it reacts.
And so I guess the point I'm driving home is the rate of reaction could be very quick in one person and very slow in another person, depending, like you said, on habitual use and other factors.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize it?
So that one moved a little fast. Okay, so now we are about to go into the final portion that I have for today. Let me get it up here. Sorry, Charlie. And then we'll be all caught up with all the testimony that I see available now.
Here.
Hopefully we'll have more. This is going to be one of the siblings. Now, you know, it's 7 of these people. So they the Brady bunch. They the Adelsons, the Utah Adelsons times 2. All right, let's get this testimony in. Only because I know we have game night. It starts at 5:30 and I want to drop us off over there. Okay, here we go, guys.
I'll give some directions to make the process easier for you. Please wait for the attorneys to finish asking questions before you respond. Please just give a direct response. That means simply yes or no. Please do that. Narrative response is typically inappropriate. If you don't understand the question, ask them to rephrase it. Don't guess, and then give us verbal responses so that we actually understand the answer. Fair enough? Thank you. Mr. Ratawi.
Tim, thank you for being here today. Will you state your name and spell your name for the jury?
Yeah, my name is Timothy Ellis, Timothyellis.
And have you been able to listen to any of the trial?
No, I haven't been watching the trial.
Okay. You didn't hear your sister testify?
No, I haven't been watching any of that.
And how old are you?
31. Right? Yeah.
Just like to show you this exhibit. Fairly accurately kind of describe your family tree a little bit.
Yeah.
So who's the sibling that's just above you?
That'd be Kevin Ellis.
How much older is he than you?
About 4 years.
And who's just below you?
That'd be Rachel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is below you?
Kevin Ellis.
Would you speak into the mic?
Kevin Ellis. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you said he was about 4 years older than you?
Correct.
And who's right below you? Which sibling is right below you?
Rachel Trujillo.
And how many years younger she is than you?
Off the top of my head, no.
It's okay. A little bit younger, a lot younger?
A bit younger, yeah, for sure.
And what city do you reside in 2024?
24 Pleasant Grove.
Tell me a little bit about your family. Do you have a close family?
Yeah, I would say we have a very close family.
And were you just like right in the middle?
Yeah, right in the middle, smack dab.
Do you talk often to your family?
Yeah, I would go over to my mom's house all the time.
You talk to other members of your family how often?
Family members that live here in Utah fairly often, on a weekly basis. Ones that didn't live in Utah, maybe every few weeks.
Are you married?
No, fiance, engaged.
And would you do things together with your family, like vacations, holidays?
Yes.
How often would you say?
At least we would try to do maybe something every year or so, is what I would say.
Who would that include?
Everyone really. Everyone on the family tree usually.
Including in-laws, and nephews, nieces, things like that?
If we went out to California, for sure.
You said about yearly would have a big trip?
Yeah, about. Not every year, but.
Would you have group chats?
There are group chats. I'm not in them a lot. Like the Snapchat group, I was mainly just a fly on the wall, just mainly listening. That's about it.
Have you kind of established a role in your family as kind of, do you have a role in your family?
I guess. I guess I would say I had a father-ish role, not completely, but to Aurora, definitely, I played that role a little bit, and probably to Rachel and Jacob.
Are you kind of a peacemaker in the family?
Yeah,
Do you do a lot of the cooking, the grilling, that kind of thing?
I do love to cook and grill, and I would always go over to my mom's and do that.
So when there's gatherings, you're the one that's kind of.
I would try to set those gatherings up and let's make some food. Let's have a good time.
Which sibling were you closest to?
During which time?
Just in about July of 2024.
Closest, probably Kevin, honestly. We would talk all the time.
Have you always lived in, when did you last move out of home? When did you last move out of Tracy's home?
I can't remember the exact year. It's been a couple years, maybe like 8.
Did you used to live in California?
Before we moved to Utah, yeah.
Remember roughly when that was?
I think 2010, I believe.
And who was living in the home at that time?
So when we moved out here, it was me, my mom, Bruce, who was her current husband, Rachel, Jacob, and Aurora.
Okay, and where was Kevin living at that point?
Kevin, I believe, was, when we moved out to Utah, Kevin was living in California.
And Kate was in California?
Yes, Kate was also in California.
And Tara Lynn as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were you still in high school or college?
Yes.
Okay. And then where did you move to in Utah?
We moved up to Suncrest, which is in Draper.
And then from there, did your mom move to American Fork at some point?
Many years later, I was out of the house when she actually moved to American Fork. I was living in Murray.
What did Kevin like to do with his time?
Kevin loved movies and TV shows. We all had MacBooks, and I know he loved to watch those movies and TV shows. He could, quote any movie. And then I know he loved pool.
Was he good at pool?
Yes.
Did he have lots of friends?
Yes.
How often would you talk to Kevin? Roughly around?
Anytime I'd go over to the house and he was there, we would always chat.
How often would you go to the house?
Once a week to every other week.
How long had he been living in the American Fork house?
Was I living in
No,
that?
how long had Kevin been living in the American Fork house?
I believe at that time it was getting close to 3 years.
Do you know who Matt Rostelli is?
Yes.
How do you know him?
because he's Catherine Rastelli's husband.
And how long have you known him?
Basically, most of their relationship, like over 10 years.
So you know him pretty well?
I wouldn't say I know him pretty well, because it's not like we had full-on conversations every time.
He's a brother-in-law?
But he was a brother-in-law, yeah.
In a close family? Was your family close? With the extended family? I mean, extended family's been invited a lot places.
I can't really speak for everyone else. Me personally, I wasn't like super close to them. I didn't talk a lot with them.
Okay. Did you like talking to Matt?
I didn't. I mean, to be honest, he would just bring up subjects that I wasn't interested in. And so, I can't say I would enjoy talking to him, but I didn't dislike talking to him. It just wasn't my cup of tea.
What kind of things would he talk about?
Mountain biking, his property, and just various random things.
Okay. Did he talk a lot?
Yeah, he was a talker.
Did you find him to be annoying?
I guess, yeah, sometimes.
Did you and Kevin ever talk about Matt?
Probably, yes.
You know, if what Kevin thought about Matt?
I mean, he wasn't best friends with Matt, but we're brother-in-laws, and we're still family. But they weren't best friends or anything like that.
Did Matt gravitate to anyone in your family?
No one in particular that I can think of.
Did you talk to him the most of anyone in your family?
No, I wouldn't say I talked to him the most. I would say I put up, I try to be a nice guy. And so, if he's talking to me, I'm going to have a conversation with him back.
Was he nice to you?
Yeah.
Does your family have a nickname for Matt?
A
nickname?
Yeah. Yes, there was one at one point.
What was it?
Olaf.
Why did you call him Olaf?
Because they wanted to talk about him in front of the kids and not give away who they were talking about.
Why did you choose the name Olaf?
That I really can't tell you. I had no part in picking that name.
It's not because he talks a lot?
Nope. Not that I'm aware of.
When did you find out that Katie was leaving Matt?
I can't really remember. It was probably right before or as she was coming out to California. My mom would have let me know that, hey, Katie's coming out here.
Is your family pretty open?
Yeah.
They don't really hide a lot of things.
I mean, I like to think that, yeah.
But you knew Matt was coming out before Matt was coming out?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get together after that? After he came out, did you guys meet Katie or kind of have a get together with Katie?
Why don't you pull the mic closer?
Sorry, After Katie came out, did you see her?
Yes. After Katie came out, yes. I made plans to go over there and see her and actually try to do some grilling and have some good times.
How many times did you see her while she was out here?
I mean, on many occasions. Like I said, I would go over there all the time, and she was there a lot of the times.
Which sister were you closest to?
Closest sister would probably be Rachel.
And what was Kate doing with her time when she was out here?
Hanging out, hanging out with her kids, doing things with them. I know she started dating.
Do you know if she planned on going back, or what was your understanding of why she was out here?
I knew she was unhappy with her marriage. I don't talk to her about that type of stuff. So I wasn't really sure on what her plan was.
Let's talk about July 12th. Do you remember July 12th?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you talk to anyone in your family that day?
Yes.
Who do you remember talking to?
I definitely remember talking to Rachel.
Okay, did you find out Matt was coming out?
I think it was on a phone call because I was at work that day. And I believe Rachel called me and let me know that Matt was driving out to Utah.
Okay, and did you know that Matt might come out to Utah at some point?
There was an idea that he might come out here to try to see the kids and Katie.
And was there any people talking about that before the July 12th?
Yeah, a little bit. We were just, yes.
What was your understanding of that conversation?
That he might be coming out and that there's a possibility because of the situation that he might be upset.
And what's the situation?
That Katie is wanting to leave him and that he wouldn't be happy with that.
And what did you talk about how to handle that situation?
To the best of my ability, from what I remember, there was a very loose plan for at least me to show up because Kevin and Jacob already live there, to have me go over just to make the peace and just make sure nothing happened.
Okay, was that before that day?
Yes, I believe it was like maybe like a day or two beforehand. We had briefly discussed it. It might have even been my idea to like, hey, do you want me over there?
You remember who you talked to about that with?
I can't remember.
Okay. So on the 12th, July 12th, 2024, you got a call from Rachel.
Yes.
Do you remember what that call was about?
I believe it was her telling me that Matt was driving out and that I believe I asked her if she still wanted me to go over that day, and the decision was no, that I wasn't needed.
Did she say why?
Because Kevin and Jacob were going to be there, and they didn't feel like they needed me.
She didn't say why?
No.
Did she ask you anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Sorry. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Have you responded to the states in 19? You recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's some text between me and Rachel on July 12th.
Okay. Are those all the texts you had with her that day?
Most likely. I can't say 100%.
The best of your memory.
Yeah.
State would move to admit and publish States Exhibit 118.
Any objection? No objection. So ordered, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, let's talk about the first text first. You got the text message at 2:33:40 p.m. Is that right? Is that from Rachel?
Yes.
Do you know if the phone call was before or after that?
I think the phone call was after that. Was right after that, I think.
Okay. And what does Rachel ask you? Or what does Rachel say to you?
She's trying to figure out where to send Rory, whether she was going to have Rory go to her house or to my house, but I have Bunny Rapids and she has allergies. And
Did she say anything about why she wanted to send Rory to your house?
no.
You don't remember anything else in that conversation?
I mean, with the phone call afterward, it was most likely because Matt was coming over and they didn't want Rory to be, have to deal with anything that happened.
Did you only talk to Rachel once that day?
Yes.
So would it make more sense that the phone call would have been before the text messages?
I guess. I really can't remember the timeline. It was so long ago.
Okay. But you do remember talking about Rory possibly coming to your house?
Yes.
But you don't remember why?
Like I said, just because Rory is, she's not good confrontation, and we didn't want her to have to deal with anything like that.
Okay. And then if I could have you look at the next page. You get a text messages. What time did you get those text messages at?
9:30 p.m.
Okay, and what was Rachel telling you, letting you know?
Yeah, she just informed me that Matt is close, and he should be there in about 30 minutes, and that Rory is at her house, and that Kevin, Katie, and Jacob are there.
One moment, Your Honor. At that point, in that last text message, did you feel any concern or need to go over?
At that point, no, because they were telling me that Kevin, Jacob, and Katie are all there, and that I'm basically not needed. Is the idea that I got.
Were you scared of Matt?
I was definitely nervous. I wouldn't say I was scared of him, but I was definitely nervous.
Nervous because of the situation?
Nervous because of the situation, and I knew that he liked to drink, and so I was just worried that, with the anger and if he was drinking, that, something might happen.
What's further?
I'm sorry?
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thank you, Judge. Morning, Tim.
Good morning.
May I call you Tim?
Yes.
I'm going to make an assumption here, but you're kind of nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Take a deep breath. I'm going to just ask you some follow-up questions. I obviously can imagine why you're nervous. This is not an ideal situation for anybody in a family. If you need a break, just let me know, okay? Now, as the state was asking you questions, you were indicating it's hard for me to remember, can't remember. Now, nobody contacted you to interview you until this month, was it?
Yeah, it was last Monday.
But you did go, obviously you had conversations with your mom, we just saw, or with Kate the night that this happened, correct?
With Katie or with Rachel?
I'm sorry, with Rachel.
With Rachel, yes.
And you actually went over to the house the next day, right?
Yes.
And you saw your mom there?
Not at the house. I went and met them at the hotel.
Apologies.
And then I went over to the house later.
Say that again?
I did go over to the house later that day after they said we could.
And you went over there, you asked if they needed anything.
Correct.
They asked if you could maybe bring them some food.
Yep.
Katie was freaking out.
Yes. Yeah, she was crying. She was inconsolable at the moment. And yeah, she was freaking out.
But your mom wasn't?
No, my mom was really calm.
I think at one point you described her as chill.
Yeah. Yeah, we were joking around. Trying to lighten the mood.
Looking back with everything you know now, you look at that interaction a little bit different, I imagine.
Correct.
Now, we talked about Kev being playing pool, and you said he was good, but he wasn't just good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was going to tournaments.
Almost pro?
Yeah.
Now, and I appreciate the way that you were, correct me if I'm couching this in the wrong terms, you're very careful to describe your interactions or your relationship rather with Matt.
Yes.
And I imagine that's out of respect.
Yeah.
And so when you say you're cordial with him and you had a relationship with him, superficial, would that be fair?
Yeah. We got along. Yeah.
Got along. You'd visited him and Kate out in California, right?
Correct.
And you would have some interactions with them.
Yes,
Like in any family, you saw a couple of things that made you uncomfortable.
correct.
The way that both of them, both Kate and Matt, maybe talk to each other.
Yeah,
Wasn't your idea of how a marriage should be,
correct.
but just observations,
Yes,
not casting judgment. Correct?
correct.
You saw how they would interact with their kids.
Yes,
At times you didn't like how they interacted with their kids.
yes,
Again, not casting judgment, right?
correct,
Just observations.
correct.
Now, you indicated that, and I don't know if it was you who described yourself as this way or the family, but you were more the peacemaker.
That would be me describing myself.
Okay.
But yes, I like to think of myself like that.
Okay. Have you always been like that in your family? We all have our roles.
Yeah, I like to think so.
Now, is it fair to say that you had a good relationship with your family as a whole?
Yes,
And at any one point, you all knew what was going on in each other's life to some extent.
yes,
You have no reason to think that what you're being told is going on in your family's life is wrong, correct?
correct.
Now, at one point, you learned that Kate is coming over
Yes,
from California to Utah.
yes,
Now, you start hearing bits and pieces of why.
yes,
And those are genuine concerns that are being expressed to you.
yes.
And you believe those concerns.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're coming from my family, so I have no reason not to believe it.
And you don't have a history with them that would make you second guess it.
Correct.
So when they tell you these things as the peacemaker, you would say you were level-headed.
Yes,
Your approach to these problems are as a problem solver.
yes,
How can I help?
yes,
So when you're getting calls indicating he's on his way, you make a mental note of that, correct?
correct,
You say, how can I help?
correct.
And you offer that help.
Yes,
As he's coming over from California to Utah, you already have an idea of the problems that are going on.
yes,
You don't know that Kate is speaking with Matt.
I know they've had phone calls, but not like,
Here, I'll rephrase. You don't know what they're talking about.
correct.
You believe that he's coming over because he is upset at your sister
Correct,
for taking their kids
correct,
without his permission
correct.
to another state.
Yes,
Now, you could understand why he would be upset.
yes,
So the fact that you've also seen him in other situations where he's reacted in ways that you don't necessarily feel comfortable with, it's not far off to have a genuine fear.
correct. Yeah,
So when your family tells you that they want to get Rory out of the house, you being level-headed think that's a good idea.
yes,
Apparently, you even offered for her to come over to your house
yeah, because I'm closer.
because you're closer. Ultimately, you weren't needed.
Yeah,
Now, I want to hit on this. Mr. Watabe asked you whether your family's open, whether you guys are open with each other. Correct?
Yes.
And you said, I hope we are.
Yes.
You haven't seen what these jurors have seen over the last couple of days.
No.
You haven't heard.
No.
But you have, since this happened, become aware of a lot of information.
Yes.
You know that certain members of your family were not open with you.
Yes.
Were not what? Open with you. That they were hiding things from you.
Yes.
That they were telling you that something was happening when something else was happening.
Yeah.
That they wanted you to be there thinking that something bad was going to happen, when in fact, that was nothing, there was nothing further from the truth.
Yeah.
I imagine there's a bit of betrayal there.
Yes.
Now, you didn't agree with what Kate was doing by dating.
No, I did not.
Were you surprised that you were just called last week?
Yes, I was.
And you were surprised because you never got to tell your side.
Yeah. I felt like I had a piece of the puzzle and no one came to get it.
Now, when you heard that that you weren't needed because Kev, as well as forgot his name,
Jacob.
Jake, were going to be there. State asked you whether that concerned you or anything. It didn't.
No, because I figured, Kevin's my older brother. And I felt like I could count on my older brother. And if he was there, everything would be fine.
Now, you've never seen Kevin to be violent.
No.
Like, I think, would you describe him as, if he's there with you, if you guys are out and somebody's pushing you, he'd be your protector.
Yeah, he would step in.
You could count on him for that.
Yes.
Moment's notice.
Yes.
Now, to be fair, you didn't know what could happen that night.
I had no idea what would happen.
You just knew and genuinely felt that something could.
Yes.
Having heard what did happen, you were blindsided.
Yeah.
Shocked.
Yeah. Mortified.
Since that day, I'll withdraw the question. Will I have 1 second, Judge?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you, Tim.
Redirect.
Yes, please.
Were you aware of an air tag being placed in that truck?
After the fact, yeah.
How, after what fact?
I believe after he started coming out here, I was told that there was an air tag that they could use to track him.
Before July 12th, right?
What? I can't.
Before July 12th?
Judge, I'm sorry, move the approach. Yes. Sorry, Judge.
So you were not on the air tag, is that correct?
Did I have the ability to track?
Were you tracking that?
No,
Were you there the night of July 12th?
no.
You believe Matt would have been upset because Katie took the kids and came to Utah without his knowledge, correct?
Well, I mean, he knew he was coming out here, that she was coming out here, but not the exact reason why.
And that would make him upset?
Yeah, if you did find out, yeah.
And how far did you live from Tracy?
Like 5 minutes.
So if you were afraid of concerns, you could have been there quickly.
Yes.
So you weren't that concerned?
I mean, I was concerned. I can't remember the exact phone call, but I definitely remember, well, I would have said, if you need me, call me. Because that's what I always say. If they had needed me, I told them to call me.
You testified earlier that there was a plan at one point for you to be out there, wasn't there?
A very loose plan, yes.
Before July 12th, correct?
Yeah.
And what was your plan on going over?
Just to be there, just to, if they started fighting, to be able to mediate.
Were you going to take a gun with you?
No, I don't own a gun.
So on July 11th, on July 11th, there was a plan, be it loose, for you to go to the house.
Yeah.
And be there if Matt came.
Yes.
Then on July 12th, you were told not to come.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Recross, three for judge. Nothing, Judge. All right, it's okay. Thank you. May this witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, thank you, sir. You may leave. Just hand that to the attorney.
I'm going to ask you some questions. If I speak too fast,
I'm muted. All right, SD girl, have a good one. Okay, guys, so I do have a setup for redirect over into game show night. So if you guys want to play games with the therapist you may know and Dr. Rachel, I am going to drop us off over there. That is the end of today's testimony. I'm not sure, guys, if we are going to be in court tomorrow. I guess it depends on the weather. So I will let you know as soon as I know. So make sure you have your notification bell on. Check the channel, whatever. I'll try to, if you're on Discord, I'll try to post it on Discord. I want to thank you to all the mods. Thank you for everybody that hung out today. I am going to play our outro song. After our outro song ends, it will drop us right over into the game. So if you don't want to click out or anything like that, you don't really have to, but it's totally up to you. I know our song is kind of long, but and their show starts at 5:30. So I will get us out of here. I thought I had time. I be trying to time it just right, and some reason I don't time it just right all the time.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready till he burns the fat queen. Receipts on tap, Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. It's a family, and we couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, I see y'all at game show night.